right, welcome back, everybody, to another episode of IDRYB Reacts. I am Lutch, your host, aka the Indian Jesus. That will definitely be coming up later, so remember that. But for right now, what we are going to be talking about today is Jubilee's middle ground, lesbians versus straight women. So last week we did, what was it? Conservative teens versus liberal parents. And that turned out to be rather interesting. So this week they had another middle ground. I don't think they do it like every single week, but they, they do it every once in a while. And I guess for Pride Month, they gave us another middle ground. Jubilee does some stuff, some other stuff too. And I don't love it all. I definitely think middle ground is some of the best work that they do. They've got a lot of dating stuff that, it's kind of childish, and I could take it or leave it. But the middle ground videos that they do are in fact, sometimes very enlightening. Did you eat that already? Look at that. Morty's on his second treat already. All right. So without further ado, let's dive right into the video.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. It's normal for straight women to feel some attraction towards women.
So yeah, I was gonna say I feel like that is already something that's going. They're all gonna step forward. It's very different, like a woman feeling attracted to another woman and a man being attracted to another man. How that's perceived in like a very standard type of way. A straight woman could think and talk about how she finds another woman attractive, and it's no big deal. But for men, it's a very different thing. And I don't, I have eyes. I can see, like I don't know what I was going to say Brad Pitt, but that's kind of like the last generation. But, I could tell that that's a handsome gentleman, but I don't personally have any attraction, no matter how handsome that gentleman is. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that men and women are built differently, and beauty is inherently tied to femininity, at least the way that I see it. So I think in that way, it's easier for that to occur.
Yeah, I think that is completely normal. Women are attractive. We are cute. We are hot. We're fiery. And yes, we're attracted to each other.
I've actually been on maybe like 2 dates with women because women are attractive and they're beautiful people.
My feeling has always been that it's because I've had a past relationship with a man that was significant. Folks have said, well, you should identify as bisexual, right? And I'm like, interesting, because ultimately to me, calling yourself a label is not so much a labeling as it is an identifying. And it's like you end up choosing.
Yeah.
That is a great point. I forgot her name. I didn't notice. Obviously, she's on the lesbian side, but this is a really good point. That if she, let's say she is currently dating men and women, and she's in the, a part of her process where she doesn't necessarily, she's learning that she doesn't like dating women as much as, or she doesn't like dating men as much as she likes dating women. I think that is fair to say that, it doesn't really matter. Light's blocking. It doesn't really matter if what you've experimented with, that, you are who you are, and you have to figure that out based on, the experiences that you've had. So interesting point. I've never really, as a straight guy, I've never really thought about that before, but interesting point.
And so you can stop where you want, right? Like, I think there's the journey. And then for me, it was like, no, I stopped at lesbian and I'm staying here. Yeah. So that's the word that I'm using.
I do have a follow-up question. Have you thought about women while masturbating?
Yes. Again, women are sexy. Even for me, and I'm a straight woman, I don't always like straight, can I say the P word on here? Porn. I don't necessarily like straight porn.
Don't they say, like, statistically that women in general, straight or not, watch gay porn because you're looking at the women having pleasure.
That. And it's that pleasure sensation that we're looking for that I don't always get when I'm watching men and women.
That actually makes sense because I was a late bloomer and I found out what porn was when I was 17. When I saw it, I was like, oh, wow. Sex is for the man, because that's kind of how it looked. It's for the man, it's for the man to feel good. It never like clicked to me like, oh, you're supposed to also feel something. So I understand what you said when you mean that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Sarah.
I didn't have too much to add to that one. Pretty much a weird little side question, but again, very interesting to see how this conversation goes between all women, some straight and some lesbians. So let's continue.
I'm a straight
Sarah,
woman.
I'm going to try to remember
Physically,
this.
I've had attraction towards women. I had a crush on a girl, but that was it really, just a crush. Other than that, I haven't really thought about getting intimate with women sexually or romantically.
Girly girl and tomboy are problematic terms.
I hope that nobody comes forward for this one, because I mean, even in this very new type of mentality, I can see how girly girl might be something that they don't like, but I really hope that nobody comes forward for this, and I'll tell you why. The fact that we have these different distinctions are relevant. Some women are more feminine than other women. And so instead of going all the way to, oh, you are a man or you're a trans man, then it's just okay to say, hey, you're a woman and you're female and you happen to be a little bit more masculine than your average than your average woman. That's totally fine. You're still your own person and all that good stuff. That's the part of all of this gender bender stuff that has gone over my head, and I've missed it. I don't understand why or when that became a bad thing, to say, to be comfortable in your own skin and to literally say that I have to change my outward appearance so far as to not even just my expression in terms of my clothes, but my actual body I'm trying to dance around the words, but doing things to your actual body instead of just being a girly girl or a more feminine guy. Kluk in the building. What is going on? We're doing another Jubilee. Lesbians versus straight women. And the prompt, hold on. More, do you want to come over here? The prompt right now is the terms. Come on, dude. The prompt right now is girly girl and tomboy are problematic terms. And I was saying, I hope that they don't say that they are, because that is a much healthier way to talk about being different in, different types of girls, rather than just going all the way to, oh, no, you're not feminine, so you are a man. Come on, man. Oh, wow.
Personally,
so she's thinking
elementary
about
school, I was the only girl at boys' birthday parties. Every time, because a lot of my friends were boys, and I was just told, oh, Claire's just a tomboy. I mean, I was a dress-wearing girl. I had bike ramps in my front yard. I wanted to do all that stuff, and so like, she's a tomboy, and that kind of fuzzied my queerness for me. And growing up,
see, exactly, that fuzzied your queerness. That means that you felt like you needed to go down this entire road of queerness, whatever that is, because of the fact that you didn't fit into these traditional gender roles. But that should be okay as a girl. Why can't you just be a girl that's just happy doing more masculine stuff instead of it turning into a journey to queerness? And I'm not saying that if that ultimately is where you end up and ultimately is where you want to identify and all that stuff, great, do you. But it just scares me that, I don't know how old this person is. They seem very young and definitely at an age where, you might be experimenting with these things and maybe not yet at the place where you're ready to make those decisions. As the other girl was talking about, you go on a journey and you may end up a lesbian, you may end up this, you may end up that. That's great. But the need to label every little thing is frightening, because then it becomes that's how it gets turned into, all of this language gets obfuscated. And instead of talking about, inclusion for different types of people, it turns into literally, different types of people, both like men and women. Now we're talking about different types of genders. And it's just like, why did we even need to go there? Kluk says, fuzzied my queerness. The F does that even mean? I honestly don't understand how people arrive at it. Well, let's hear her out.
I was very hyper femme. I got Easter dresses and wore them year round, those big like tulle Easter dresses.
I did that too.
The best. But I was then looked at as a girly girl. So it's like, she can't be gay if she looks this way. Well, I think it's hard to tell.
And that part is the problematic part. The fact that she can't be gay if she looks feminine. That's the problematic part. No, is that not the part that we should be saying, hey, she loves who she loves. What clothes she chooses to wear doesn't have to match that. That's the part that we should be saying that we don't like, not that, identifying or simply observing or acknowledging that if you're a man who's a little bit more feminine or you're a girl who's a little bit more masculine, instead of just acknowledging that, and accepting that. We can't accept it without acknowledging it. So we have to accept it in order to acknowledge it. And so instead of doing that, they're going around and just changing their gender. But accordingly, that's not a word. According to everybody else, or apparently is what I did there. I'm wrong, and I'm
Someone
oppressive.
what they
What they
are.
are, yeah.
So that's the only thing that I'm like, that could be problematic, because like you said, it fuzzied it for you. And that's why I think it could be problematic, because you can't put someone in a certain place. They have to do it
I
themselves.
think if you're self-labeling, it's fine, but like
Yeah.
putting someone else
Agreed.
into it, not great. Hi, my name is Claire. I'm 23 years old, and I am team lesbian. Compulsive heteronormativity is definitely.
Oh, I got to run that back. Jimmy Dean in the building, and perfectly commented, because this is Claire, who was just talking about how the term tomboy is problematic because it fuzzied her queerness, as Kluk mentioned earlier here. So she just was about to get into some lefty buzzwords, and you popped in, so you came in at the perfect time. Let's see what she's
My
about
name's
to say.
Claire. I'm 23 years old, and I am team lesbian. Compulsive heteronormativity is definitely a problem. It's when you grow up being assumed as straight. That definitely happened for me. I grew up with all straight role models.
So again, why is not what should be problematic? If you are assuming that most people are the way that most people are, that's just a default. That's all it is. Like, most people assume that I can't even think something because that's so innocuous. Like, I don't even understand what the issue there is. Again, earlier she was saying that people didn't believe that she was a lesbian because she wore dresses. And it's like, well, okay. And then those are the people who are wrong. It's not your gender what was wrong. So she said a lot of words there. I'm going to let her keep going because I'm not even sure.
Only straight people on TV. All I saw was straight culture, and I had those feelings start to develop that I thought were wrong, and I was repressing and pushing them down. So I definitely think compulsive heteronormativity is a problem in society, and we need to have a lot more queer.
Compulsive heteronormativity. Again, that just means the default that applies to most people. So the idea that you are outside of the norm, and therefore you need society to acknowledge that difference. Otherwise, you feel like you don't exist. That's not something that is healthy. How about, skateboarders? I was a skateboarder. That was my identity when I was, in my early to mid-teens. And you saw a lot of skateboard stuff on TV, but it was always very badly represented, and was like, the stupidest tricks, and it was just dumb. But I'm trying to draw the parallel to non-skater normativity on TV. It's like, is that really a thing that we need to worry about? Jimmy Dean says, dear LGBT folks, I support you, but not everything is about you. Exactly, from Bill Maher. Klug says, anytime someone unironically uses the word hetero, I automatically assume they're a left-winger at this stage of my life. Straight is the overwhelming majority of the population on Earth. Why is that bad? Exactly. Jimmy Dean, I have seen the rant, and it's nice to see Bill Maher starting to come back to reality a little bit. Bill Maher was always, before I was this new conservative that I am now, apparently, Bill Maher was somebody that I really felt a connection to, because he was on the left, as I considered myself on the left, but he called people out in the way he started to go back to doing. But during the reign of Trump, everything became about Trump, and it's like, dude, all right, nobody likes Trump except for the Trumpers, and they love him, so you're not reaching them by making fun of him. And then the people who are already listening to you already agree with you. This is not how you made your career. You were the politically incorrect guy, but now you got to go and just orange man bad, orange man bad, orange man bad. I had to unsubscribe from the YouTube channel that would post the clips from the real time show, because it was just the same thing over and over and over. And it wasn't until a few people started reporting that he, in his, specifically like in his new rules segments, that he started getting back to, the guy he used to be. And I subscribed again, and now he has been saying some good stuff that I think the Democrats need to hear. Jimmy Dean says straight is biologically productive, also known as biologically good. Agree or disagree? Definitely agree. I mean, from a purely biological standpoint, it clearly is better to breed than not to breed. That's a very small scope, but absolutely that is. But I guess that's the heteronormativity that she's talking about. Mar has FU money and no one left and none left to give. Yeah. It would be nice if he did, because there's a number of people in positions like that where they're allowed to kind of say the things that not everybody else is allowed to say. Like Bill could get away, and Bill is almost like a pioneer or a thought leader in this space where what kind of things do conservatives think that are just tied to reality that we want to just deny? And Bill's kind of the one who will touch on things like in his more recent rants and stuff, like with this, that now it's okay for other lefties to say this stuff. So I mean, better late than never. I'm happy that he's going to be doing that. He's going to be, or I'll be happy if he is going to continue down this path, which it seems like he is. But he definitely did a lot of damage before that. Kluke says, I truly do not care about Bill Maher because he's just another case of someone coming to a modicum of sense too little, too late. Elitism is rampant with the old heads who think they still matter more. That's absolutely right. And, Kluke, if I remember your age, I remember you're a little bit younger than I am. And considering the Trump era was a decent amount of time, you may not really have known who Bill Maher was in like the mid 2000s and the religious Bill Maher. That, as an atheist, that his documentary, it was his version of What is a Woman? That is literally the next iteration of that, but just kind of flipped around, and now it's pointed at the lefties. But all right, Jesus Christ, man, like. Anyway, point being that he only is, like I said, he's coming out of that stage now. He was very much the go against the grain lefty that even conservatives would be like, yeah, this guy's making a point, that you could listen to his comedy and it would be good and politically relevant. But then, like I said, Trump came along. But anyway, back to the video.
Models in all our communities.
So those two
so I think
disagree.
there's a split here to be made between being womanly and being feminine, right? I feel womanly, but I'm masculine in terms of my presentation. And I also am getting
boom! Spit facts, Rachel. Let's run that back. What did she say? She said, I am... Can I click on this without... Yeah. She's like, I am womanly. Let's just run that whole thing, because she said she made a great point here.
So I think there's a split here to be made between being womanly and being feminine.
Between being womanly and being feminine.
Feel womanly, but I'm masculine in terms of my presentation.
She feels womanly, but she's masculine in terms of her presentation. That is great. That is the type of language we should be using when we talk about, our identity and all that. I'm so on board with this. If more people who were questioning their identity and questioning their sexuality thought like this, then we wouldn't have this LGBTQ double I double tap, whatever it is. We wouldn't have it going so off the rails, because this is someone who's clearly taking the issue on and not just downloading rhetoric. This is clearly somebody who's engaging with the topic. This is something that's clearly important to her, and I applaud that. Yeah, good point. So to Kluke, to someone of that age, Maher is basically another boomer, and he basically is. It's just that when he wasn't so much of that boomer, there was a time when he wasn't just a boomer, even if now he's just a boomer. someone just dying of dying relevance due to his career having been on a dying medium, TV. Another good point. I think that if he hadn't come down with this crazy TDS and he had been that that guy on the left who really was holding the left in line, talking about now he'll talk about why defund the police is a bad idea, but that was nowhere to be found when that was all the rage. Now he's willing to call out the Rona regime, but that was nowhere to be found when all that was going on. So another great point, that he's just a little too late. But he was in a position that if he had chosen to use that dying platform, he might have brought a lightning rod to it. There are still people on TV who shape the news cycle, who shape the discussion, but they have to say things that matter and not just say what everybody else is saying, which is what Mar ended up doing. Yeah, and you said agree. Mayor could have stopped the left from going insane. I don't know if he could have stopped the left from going insane, but he certainly could have not helped. He definitely helped, and he definitely could have been an opposition from within the left, which is exactly what they needed then and need now. It's not going to be outsiders like myself. It's not going to be conservatives, Republicans, whatever you want to call it. It's not going to be people who don't agree with them who call out their shit, because they already think that if you disagree with them on these core issues, that not only are you wrong, but you're morally corrupt, which is ironically an entire whole other thing that we won't get into. But yes, the fact that he's on TV was a disadvantage. But if he was the only guy on TV who was doing something that mattered, then he would be that guy, and he definitely would have had more of a positive effect. And he had a negative effect, no matter how small or how much of the platform is dying. He's definitely still had some effect, and it could have been better.
And I also I'm going to say this: being feminine has emotional qualities, and being masculine has emotional qualities.
Yeah, the expectation is I must be submissive. I must be the one, because I am female by default. I'm the submissive one.
How did we get here? How did we get to submissive? This is all. I could already tell this is somebody who needed Kevin Samuels. She's already about to take this to about men. This is for what? 7, I can't count, 7 women sitting together talking about being women and their sexuality.
Very dominant. I'm dominant in the way that I present myself and when I'm in a room. And so men especially they're the ones who will suggest. I'm a black woman and I'm a dominant black woman, so I must be gay.
Hold on, are we getting sound? Somebody let me know. It told me my sound is not working. Lost connection to your screen share audio. All right, give me 1 second. Yeah, please let me know if you can hear me or if you can't hear me. Share system audio. Sound is on now. All right, and real quick before I read your other comment, just make sure we got sound on this.
What does a lesbian look like? There's no.
I'm gonna run that back. But yes, no. So Klug says female equals submissive. Isn't she did say feminine, not female. So she did say that the aspect because she is feminine, she's a woman because she's feminine. But female equals submissive. Isn't the point of a traditional woman to be the homemaker, aka the one who makes almost all of the choices in the home the time when the man isn't there? Very good point. Very good point. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of power, to put it that way, that comes with being in that position. And when you understand how much grace and power actually does come with that position, you treat it with a lot more respect. When you see it as, oh, I'm supposed to be submissive, you just want to tell me what to do. When you see it like that, well, no wonder why you're not going to like it. No wonder why it's not appealing to you. And no what? Let's see. Is she wearing a wedding ring? I bet you she's not. I bet you she's not. Again, please do let me know if the sound is not working.
Why does everyone always say like, oh, you look like a lesbian? What is that? What does a lesbian look like? There is no look. It's just what you are, who you are. I mean, my mom, when I came out, my mom was like, okay, well, you're a lesbian, so why do you date women that like to dress like men? Okay, at the end of the day.
Okay, and that's, yeah, again, that's just her mom being ignorant. Like, that's an ignorant statement. Yes, people are ignorant. But instead of getting offended by that, maybe your mom legitimately has an idea of what, sexuality and lesbianism is, that you would be into this because of that. Why don't you just have the conversation with her and be like, well, no, mom, actually, all of the things I just said to strangers on the internet, let me say them to you. But that's not how it works. Well, I've been oppressed, and then you're going to take it here and use it in the Victim Olympics. Kluk says, my dad used to say that men have the power to provide and protect, and women have power over men. Absolutely. There is no doubt about that. Women absolutely have power over men. And but apparently we live in a patriarchy. So having power over the entire system is, I guess, not enough. Yeah, why don't you like women who dress like men? Because that's not what I'm into, Mom. And I know that you may have this idea of being a lesbian that means that I'm just switched, but that's actually not what it is. I'm still a woman. I still enjoy, being whatever it is. Have that conversation. But it doesn't really sound like she did. Let's hop back in.
It doesn't matter what they want to wear. That's what they want to wear. Okay, great.
So I was going to ask you guys a question. Like, do you feel girly girl or tomboy?
I present like in the more feminine way, but I feel like
the entire prompt is that those are problematic terms. And some of them came, I don't think it was her, but some of them came forward. It was only the one in the wheelchair, Claire, I think her name was, and then the other one who came forward. And now she's like, well, are you tomboy or are you girly girl? Is it problematic or is it not?
I don't know if I'm masculine, but I feel like I embody a lot of like male traits where I'm like, I think with logic and I'm like strong and don't really like say how I feel, but like externally I'm feminine. But also it does like pose difficulty when I'm out like wanting to look at girls. A lot of time like I'm making eye contact, like why is this girl looking at me? The way the
so again, that is another fair point. That's super fair. Like I definitely, girls can be catty, and if you're staring at another girl and you don't what do they say? I don't know, express as like a typical, like Rachel over here is, if you're at a club and you're a girl and this girl's, giving you eyes, you're gonna think, oh, okay, she's trying to, flirt with me. This girl, I can definitely understand that might make it harder for her. But those are still just different hurdles that, come with navigating the dating world. I don't see much of, this is supposed to be about lesbians versus straight women. And I don't see how that is really relevant. And now we're getting into patriarchy talk. So let's hope they make some more sense. But again, that is an important thing that I never would have thought. I never would have thought of without her saying that. Before we hop back in, Jimmy Dean says there are an infinite number of ways to present. There you go. Present your gender. To try to neatly classify it is a fool's errand. Exactly. It's gonna come full circle, and there's gonna be so many genders that people are gonna be like, you know what? Instead of using pronouns, just call me by my unique name. Yes. Thank you. Exactly. And, remember we went over in What is a Woman that Dr. Peterson was saying that gender is a bad word to use here because it's very vague. And what these people are really not these people, because they're all identifying as women, but in general, we're talking about people who have a difference, not in gender, but in a difference of temperament. And again, you might be a man who's a little bit softer and you're a little bit more sensitive. I know I am. That doesn't make me a woman. That doesn't make me want to be a woman. That doesn't, Kluk, exactly. This is exactly what Dr. Peterson was saying. Gender's a nebulous term anyway. I don't care to use it or care about it. Well, I bet you do care about it when you hop in bed and you want to know which gender they really are. But
patriarchy functions is that it's like divide women and conquer women, divide and conquer, right? We're supposed to fight with each other. We're supposed to compete over men specifically. Like,
Yeah,
I don't,
sometimes I feel like I always want to believe the best in women, but I feel like we've all had that thing where we're like, why is that girl staring at me? Does she not like me? Like, is she mean? Like, what's going on? Maybe she just likes me. Maybe she thinks I'm cute, and I'll think that next time. Maybe I'm like, hi, I'm Dia, and I'm straight. Whenever I saw Walk a Flock of Flame for the first time, I knew that was my lane. I did go through a phase where I was trying to see if I was interested in girls, but then it usually always led back to men.
All right, so we have the next prompt here. I have been confused, says the prompt, by my sexual orientation. So it'll be interesting. I would assume that, our lesbian women here will come forward because of this toxic heteronormativity that they would have assumed that they were straight at first, and then through experimentation that figure out they are not straight. But then, based on the first prompt where they were all like, yeah, I find women so attractive. Then I think, I agree with Kluk. I think all of them are going to come forward. Kluk says they're already confused about their own damn time. Exactly. So yeah, I think we got all why, thank you, Jimmy Dean. And yes, the change is real. I am becoming the Indian Jesus. I will still have the podcast, but IDRYB is going away. I am going to be the Indian Jesus. I have something in the works. Jesse on Fire was very, very generous and is paying for the complete overhaul of the channel. So shout out to Jesse on Fire. He's got his Jesse on Fire channel, Jesse on Everything, and his new channel with his wife, Into the Fire. Go check those out. So let's see what these women have been confused by.
Confused by my sexual orientation.
I think like there was a time in my life where I was like, oh, boys are great. And then I got hurt, like a real hurt, where I was just like, man,
okay, not all.
Need a break. And so then I was kind of like, well, where do I go next? And so, I went on my dates as I told you. And I just haven't found a woman that, makes.
And again, that's something that I think is not as, I was going to say weird. It's not seen as so outside of the box. Exactly, Kluk. That's what we're doing. The Indian Jesus. I am here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Boom. But the I think that's a much more natural path for a woman to be hurt and upset, and then because they are so emotionally driven, that the physical aspect is secondary. So whereas a man, you might be hurt by a woman, then it's not going to be as natural to go find comfort in your boys like that. It's just not going to play out the same way. It definitely, but in on a balance of probabilities, it definitely seems more likely that this would happen to a woman. And again, does that mean that you are a lesbian because you've had interactions with women? I guess that's up to you to determine. Like Rachel was saying before, it really has to do with where you're at and where you've been and where you're going. So but I definitely, have you guys ever heard of one of your male friends getting broken up with a girl, and he was so hurt that he went and found solace in one of his other straight guy friends, and they started dating, or that he started dating guys to feel better about it? Maybe that's just me, but I haven't really heard much about that.
Personally,
like, I'm still confused every day, and I think
Personally, I'm
still confused every day, and I think
this is who just said it? Kluk said they're already confused about their own damn terms. They're confused about a lot more than that, and that's okay. Especially when you're young, when you're figuring stuff out. It's okay. You don't have to necessarily have it all figured out. But that's why people like myself, at least speaking for myself, this is why when it comes to the level of how many people are changing their genders, changing their orientation, well, is that really what's going on? Or are you just using that as a front to get different type of attention? And it can be harmful to put that out there, especially, let's say you are, I think her name was Deanna or something. You are this straight woman and you're hurt by a man. And then you go out and you're dating these other women. Now you're putting those other women in a position where, the lesbian who believes that you're dating them because they're you like them. Really, you're just a rebound and you don't even like girls. Well, again, and Klug says, my boy literally stayed away from his ex. Yeah. From his ex's state. Jimmy says, I find comfort in my fellow sausage links. Absolutely you do. But, and I know obviously you're being Jimmy Dean, but you absolutely find solace and comfort in your male friends as a straight guy. But the chances of that becoming something more than just comforting your boy and a completely platonic situation is very, very slim if you didn't already have those proclivities. That's just not something that I worry about with any of, again, let me know if it's something that you have worried about with any of your friends who were apparently straight. But that's just not something that I would worry about. If I was hurt and I went to talk to my friend, I don't feel like they would try to take advantage of me. And then in the opposite position, I in no way would want to, that's just not something that would ever cross my mind. And I think, again, I'm just comparing the men and women here. I think for women, that path is much easier to take. JD says, for some reason, a straight guy rebounding into a gay relationship doesn't seem like as much of a burn as when a girl does it. Yeah, I feel like that lady probably would feel some type of way about that. Where, again, if you are this lady's ex, and you heard that she went and dated a couple women, then that's probably not, it's whatever. It's okay. Klug says, men find comfort with their friends by doing literally anything other than talking about their feelings. We'll distract ourselves as long as possible. I disagree with that. I think for the most part, we don't have to draw on and talk about our feelings over and over and over and retread. But I know that especially after a certain age, once you're kind of above the partying age, and a lot of at least in my experience, that was the point of why my friends and I were friends, is because we partied together. And so even still, there was times when, I could be very open with them and they could be very open with me. But because we're men, we get straight to the point. It's like, yo, and we may not be using flowery language. We might be like, oh, this bitch, and then, be like, oh man, that sucks. Like, F that, you know what I mean? But that's how guys comfort each other. It's not by avoiding it necessarily. I think if you are in your friendships, if you don't feel like as a man that you can talk to your male friends about serious things in your life, then you definitely need better friends, because that's where this whole idea of toxic masculinity comes from. When trying to distract yourself and push it down, and we don't talk about this shit, then it comes out as in some rageful way, and then it labels all men as being that way, and it labels that behavior as toxic masculinity, when that's not masculine at all. It's not masculine at all to not be able to handle your emotions. I'm gonna say it again. It is not masculine to not be able to handle your emotions. Masculinity is absolutely or let me put it the other way. Having a handle on your emotions is absolutely crucial to being a masculine person at all, whether you're male or female, or in between. Masculinity absolutely has a lot to do with emotions, and distracting yourself from them is not necessarily, again, Jimmy Dean says stoicism. That's not what stoicism is. Stoicism isn't distracting yourself from problems and pretending they don't exist. That's more like hedonism. Stoicism is engaging with those things, like our friend Rachel has talked about, when she was talking about the difference between femininity and being womanly. She has engaged with the thought process of what is the difference between those things. Stoicism is the ability to, again, acknowledge that, this is the way it is, that is what it is. I don't like this. This hurts me. This it makes me angry. What it is, and control that, and not outwardly express in such a hyperbolic way that without the masculine power over that the ones who didn't know any better would call it toxic masculinity, which again does not exist. Toxic masculinity is a lack of masculinity.
I think sexuality is so fluid. Like, you can always be changing how you feel, and it's also like this attachment to still holding on hope that maybe I'll like a guy, or maybe like I could feel something with a guy. And even like identifying on like the lesbian side was hard for me, because I still hold on to that label of being bisexual because I've dated men, and because I still know I can like make myself in a way like men. So it's like, do I like men because I like men, or because I've grown up thinking I should?
Because they gave us that dream that you're supposed to find that Prince Charming, and you're supposed to fall in love and have these kids, and it's supposed to be like this thing. So
in my life, I had this plan out, like, I'm going to get married to a surfer guy. We're going to have all these cute little kids, and it's going to be great. And I went on a date. It was my first date with a boy in high school. And I was like, going to hold my hand at the movie theater. Oh my gosh, it's going to happen. And he touched me, and I did this. And my body knew before my head knew. Queer was not you.
Maybe, just maybe, you didn't like that guy. Maybe you just didn't feel the spark. Maybe after growing up watching Disney movies where, he touches your hand, oh my goodness, and your whole life changes and you're on cloud 9. Maybe it's because you were expecting that. And when that didn't happen, you're like, oh, it didn't happen like in the movie, so I must be queer. Like, slow down. Going back to the earlier conversation about masculinity, Jimmy Dean says, a backslap and a cheer up, bud, has always solved 100% of my problems. I absolutely don't repress my feelings. That means that you either don't need that much, simply the validation that somebody's hearing you and saying, cheer up, bud. Again, that is very concise and direct. That may be all you need, but if you needed that, then that's exactly what I'm talking about. Without whatever happens before the backslap and a cheer up, bud, that's you not repressing your feelings. And the point I was making is that we do that as men in a different way than women will want to talk about things. Jimmy, this is parked next to a Jeep with Jersey plates. I can smell the hair gel already. No gel in this. No gel in that. Cook says camaraderie definitely helps me feel a lot better. That just sounds like a dad movie. Yeah, I mean, the idea is that there's a balance. You don't want to be that guy in your group of friends where you're always, like, guys, I just, real quick, if you could just like talk me through this, like, blah, blah, blah. And like, I've had friends like that, and I'll do it because I'm a nice guy, but like, I don't really want to do that. So I would, like, if you have an issue, like, talk to me like a man, like, fuck, this shit happened, and like, I'm bugging out a little bit about it, and whatever. And then I'll slap you on the back, cheer up, bud. It'll be all right. We got this. You got this. And that's it. That's the camaraderie we're talking about. The repressed feelings is a little bit of a joke. Humor doesn't translate well. Well, you need better jokes. No, just kidding. It is hard through text. Put a big capital LOL if you are trying to make sure that my dumbass doesn't miss your sarcasm. Moving on.
That often, middle school, high school, the derogatory term was gay. That's gay. She's gay. That meant lame. So for me, I'm like, I'm not.
I miss those days. I'm sorry, and I don't use it anymore because it definitely is not fair or nice. But using gay as a synonym for lame had such facility. Like, there's so many different things that you could say that's gay, and there's like, what's the other word? Like lame. Lame is a lame word. So if you're trying to say that, and I get it that it's not fair to associate, an entire group of people with that. I wouldn't be too happy if, we were using Indian for lame or short for lame, but it's difficult. The R word, R-tarded, that's another difficult one that I try not to use it, because I try to be a nice guy, but like, it was a famous comedian said, you don't call a retard retarded. You call your friends a retard when they're being retarded. I'm butchered the shit out of that, but you get it. And it doesn't have the same sting. And yeah, even 10 years ago. Jimmy Dean can say gay because he's gender fluid. Well, thank you for coming out, and we appreciate your struggle, and you are always welcome here. Just don't try to suck money. So much more fun and toxic. Yeah, the old days were a lot more fun. And again, though, like, to be fair, it was fun for us because we weren't in the crosshairs, and so I could definitely understand that if you were in the crosshairs, that you wouldn't like that. So I do try to not use those words anymore. Sometimes I slip up, but I'm not reading that. Oh, Jimmy Dean spicing up the chat as always. Let's move on before you get me in trouble.
Okay, I don't think I'm lame, so fell under queer, gay, lesbian as I got comfortable and deconstructed those labels myself.
I think that family does play a huge role. I was married to a man.
So let's remember, these 5 women here have answered yes to the prompt. I have been confused about my sexual orientation, but these 2 back here haven't said they weren't. So very interesting.
6 years. It was a little bit hard for me.
She was
to
married
actually,
for 6 years. Oof, that's rough. Like, who was saying it before? That's got to be rough. You're married for 6 years. Your wife leaves you and starts going out with women. Like, I don't know. I understand that, sexuality and sexual orientation is very much, maybe not 100%, but very much innate. But I would feel some type of way about that. If any of my exes are dating women now, I just hope to never find out about that. I just don't want that ego hit.
Have the courage to come out because I do come from a very strict Latina household. I try to force myself into, being in a heterosexual relationship for the sake of my family and for the sake of the what if it doesn't work out with a woman, or me being scared and terrified. So I think that confusion is a very normal thing in everyone.
I would say the most.
I agree with her, and I definitely want to point out that we can have a lot of fun talking about how the silly aspects and how much fun it was to call stuff gay in 2010, but that's a very real struggle that if in your heart that you are in a religious family or a culturally conservative family, and you're not going to be able to change this, and you've got to find some way to navigate that, especially as and I'm not comparing, I'm just analogizing, but as an atheist coming from a very religious family, I could definitely understand to some extent the notion that, like, oh, I was brought up this way and I was expected to be this way, and now I'm not that way. And it's not going to be a fun conversation to let my parents know that this is the case. My dad was definitely glad that when he found porn that I was keeping on the computer in a secret folder when I was, like, I don't know, 13, he was like, well, at least you're looking at girls. And but I guess that's homophobic to say now. Moving on.
Confusing element of things for me was literally the sexual aspect of my sexual orientation, because I was in a relationship with a man for like 7 years, and I learned over time that, like, the dynamic that we had when we had sex was the dynamic that I wanted, but I didn't want to be the me in it. Then I slowly started.
What did you just say? The dynamic that we had when we had sex was the dynamic that I wanted,
but I didn't want to be the.
I didn't want to be the me.
Then
I'm going to let it play. If you have any idea what that means, please give me a translation, because I have no idea what that means, and I feel like that's something important. And Rachel's been dropping knowledge bombs here, so I do want to understand what she's saying. She didn't want to be the me in the situation. I don't know what that means. But Kluk chimes in with a vast majority of the conversation around sexuality nowadays can be boiled down to social contagion plus lack of parental guidance. Somewhat. I think the changes in the rates that we see definitely that's definitely the case. But there definitely are gay people. There definitely are real gender dysphoric people who would be better off expressing themselves as their preferred gender, which in my opinion should mean the other gender. I do believe gender is binary, but I think so let me read this again. The vast majority of the conversation around sexuality nowadays can be boiled down to social contagion plus lack of parental guidance. So I don't think that, so I definitely disagree with the second part, parental guidance part, because when this stuff becomes as popular as it is, which goes to your first point about being a social contagion, there's very little parents can do. Again, when we went through What Is a Woman, there's the dad who had to call in over the phone because he is not allowed to leave BC, Canada, because he wouldn't allow the government to give his daughter hormone blockers to become a trans boy, and fined 30 grand for that, and now has to go to trial in November for that. So I don't really think it's too fair to say the parental guidance point aspect of it, because of the fact that the social contagion aspect is so strong. We see that when a queer, let's say it's often young teenage girls, they pop. You'll see almost like pods of queerness pop up. One person will in a regional area will be the queer one out of their friends, and then the rest of their friends start to, it happens and it spreads out that way. So the social contagion thing is absolutely a part of it. Again, going back to What Is a Woman, there was that woman who said that within a couple months she was on Tumblr and she started out as an ally. And then within, I think she said 15 months, she went from ally to identifying as trans. And that's because of the one-way direction of support that comes from these strangers. That you have, these are usually people who, already feel like they don't fit in because of heteronormativity or whatever else. And then they peek their head or they dip their toe into this gender bender pool. And they get a lot of support for that from other people in that circle. Unlike just continuing to live who they are, there's no one there to give that support, which, maybe we need some type of group or some type of hotline for kids to call and like, hey, I think that this might be me, but I want to make sure that I'm not just following a trend. I don't know how simple it would be. I don't know how easy it would be to get kids to call that hotline, but it can't hurt. And Click says, because these people are not sexually confused. They're confused with life as a whole. And this is what they're latched onto. Absolutely. Absolutely. The parental guidance point is because the parents of the people who spread these ideas failed their children. Again, I've got to disagree with you. There is there's just nothing you can do after a certain age. As a parent, you only have so much influence. And there's been a lot of studies on this. And when it comes to what teens are doing, you just cannot solely blame the parents like that. It just doesn't work that way. My parents brought me up, as straight and narrow as you could think. And then I became a drug addict. Like you cannot put that on my parents. There is no way I will say that it was anybody else's fault but mine and mine alone for hanging around the types of people that affected me that way and allowing that to affect me. My parents did teach me better than that. And I had a nuclear family as a unit exactly the way you would want it. So I'm sorry, but no, you cannot just say that a parental failure is leading to this. Now, you can say that the parents who are going along with this are failing their kids. That for sure. But it's not necessarily the fact that parents are pushing this on their kids or parents are failing to protect their kids from this information, and therefore it's happening. That's just not how it's going to go. Exactly. Jimmy Dean says, homeschool your kids, folks. Could not agree more. There's more and more resources that are being made available to those who are homeschooled that will give you the comprehensive social life that you need as a growing person, that you do not need to be, especially in public schools. But you don't need to be sending your children to these places, these indoctrination centers, for 6, 7, 8 hours a day. Moving on.
Slowly started to identify as a butch. I remember someone saying this, and I don't know who it was, but somebody looked at me and said, butch women couldn't get a man, so they're trying to be one. It was like a double failure. My name is Rachel, and I'm on the lesbian.
I want to get her hopefully. So you couldn't get a man, so you want to be a man. That sounds pretty hurtful. I think if I was Rachel or somebody who found that one, that would be hurtful. I don't think that kind of stuff is helpful. I don't think that's helping anybody. I don't think that's I just don't think that's helping anybody. I think it's kind of funny. It's a nice joke if you're using it just as a throwaway joke, but the way that she just said that, you can tell that somebody was really saying that about who she is as a person. And I definitely feel that. I'm not down with people talking to others like that for no reason. That's unnecessary.
So they're trying to be one. It was like a double failure. My name is Rachel, and I'm on the lesbian side. Heteronormativity in the sense of a set of norms that disciplines people and subjugates them is certainly a problem, especially in the way that it impacts girls who are supposed to have a man, or, as they say about butch women, try to be one. That's not to say that heterosexuality is a problem.
Again, bringing it up, that definitely cuts deep for her, and I can feel that.
It's not crazy for people to be heterosexual, just like it's not crazy that gay feeling and sexuality is also natural.
So Jimmy Dean says people say the same thing about gays or people who call themselves bi. Say what? That say what? Let me know and we'll come back to that.
In my experience, I've only been with men sexually and on dates, so I just haven't had that experience myself. But if I were to at any point have those experiences with women, I wouldn't put a label in it.
The reason why I disagreed about being conflicted, there's some things I don't ever explain to other people. This is one of them. I don't explain to you who I take home. I don't explain to you what I do in my room. I don't explain any of that. I like women. I've been on dates with women. I've done what I do with women and men, but I'm not going to label myself just so somebody else can put me in a category.
And that's fair, but again, I just want to point out how much of a privilege that is. That you can experiment sexually however you want, and whether it's right or wrong to use gay, bi, straight, any of these things in a derogatory way, whether that is right or wrong, the fact is people will do it, and people will do it much more quickly to a guy who has, when I say flirted, no pun intended, flirted with other, experimenting with other guys, versus a woman who just, as she says, hey, what I do is what I do. I'm a straight woman, but I do, whatever. Guys don't get away with that. And maybe, especially, if there are bi guys, I assume there are. They say that, bi doesn't really exist. What do I know? I'm just a straight, cis, hetero, whatever. I'm just going on what I know. But I definitely assume that it would be very difficult for guys who are fluid, let's put it that way, and not be able to be taken seriously if they're at that moment interested in a woman. Again, that's gotta suck. And I think I don't think it's useful to brush those things aside, even though the most of us here don't experience those things and don't really care about what's going on. I think it's important for us to know what's happening in these types of conversations so that we have an understanding of what it means to these people, so that when they come out and they want X, Y, and Z, then we have the knowledge to say, okay, it's nice that you want that, but even just because you're in a marginalized group, that doesn't give you the right to this, that, or the other. And we are able to have that conversation in a meaningful way, which doesn't put people down, and then it doesn't turn us into ignorant bigots. So it's about learning. It's about learning.
Always wanted to know this. Why is it so important that you are identified correctly, and the need to come out, the need to?
Great. Okay, I was going to say great question. But then the two most obviously expressive ones were like, yep. Kook says, also, gay guys are considered kind of unclean by some due to the increased risk of STDs through the sexual encounter, and lesbians do not get the same treatment at all. Yeah, I definitely think it's... but at the same time, it comes... Each one is going to come with its own pros and cons. And I think the larger point is Like, no matter who you are into, there's pros and cons to that. And I think if we were just a little bit more, I don't know, just like not, I feel like if we didn't have to make them feel like this was such a big deal, then they wouldn't be fighting so hard for it. That doesn't mean that I excuse the way that this stuff is fought for, or I excuse the way that it is, trying to indoctrinate children, all that kind of stuff. But we definitely have to look in the mirror sometimes. And as people who are outside of this, seeing that there are people who take this seriously, we have to understand why they take this seriously and what it means to them. So that if it's something that is something that we should be taking seriously, then, again, I can read that. So they are clean now, thanks to that Postmates ad. They're, if you guys haven't seen, I did a little video on that. If you haven't seen that ad, trigger warning.
Say, I am this, I am that.
Personally, I saw just the straight side of life. I wasn't feeling the same way my friends were. And like when you get middle school, high school, college, I felt wrong. I was going to disappoint my family. I was going to be looked my whole life.
So again, that sounds like a big issue. Not just like, well, I feel like I am the wrong person. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that like you change into a different person and you're going to feel like you're that person. It means that you need to engage with why you feel like you're the wrong person and overcome that and understand that that doesn't make sense. You can't be the wrong person. You're you. There is no one else who's you. So whoever it is that is you, that's you. If it's a woman who likes other women, then okay, great. You're a lesbian. That's great. Go do your thing. If you're a woman who likes both, and then, that is what it is. If you're a woman who largely likes men, but sometimes like our African-American older woman was saying, you can do whatever behind my, you don't know what goes on behind my closed doors. Do that. Great. I think it's a great question. Why do we have to put these labels on it? Why do we have to take you and now put you in a special marginalized group? Why are you putting yourself into a marginalized group? If you have all these issues, you feel like you're the wrong person? I barely even know what that means. And now you want to also label yourself as a marginalized individual? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you want to make your life easier instead of harder? Why wouldn't you want to make your life easier instead of harder?
It's something less than. And if labels are not important to you, I think it's a personal thing. But for me, finding people that were saying like, this is why I feel this way, I'm like, I felt that way too.
When you said, well, why is it such a big deal to come out of the closet? Like, imagine being in a closet. It's dark, it's lonely, like you don't have anyone to express your feelings to. And I also think
but again, it doesn't have to be that way. It's only that way because you are making it into something else. You are saying that there is this cloud hanging over my head that is making me different from everybody else. When all of us are like, not really. Some people are gay. Like, okay, be gay then. Kluk says, to me, this just sounds like a lot of people overthinking the way that others will react to your private life rather than struggling with the issue of sexuality. Absolutely. I 100% agree that these people were more concerned about getting themselves happy internally and worrying about how they could live a happy life instead of proving to others that they're living their best life. Then I think that would solve a lot of this. And that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be gay people. That doesn't mean that there wouldn't be trans people. But the vitriol that comes with all this, the tribalism, it wouldn't be this. It's almost, it seems like it's a game to a lot of people, which again sucks for, I will take anybody at their word, give them the benefit of the doubt. I have no reason to think that any of these people are just saying anything for anything other than just sharing their own story. But there definitely are, unquestionably, girls who are out there, guys, people who are out there, using this label, using this queerness, using this LGBT. I can't even say it when I try to say it for real. Using that whole thing as a way to commodify what makes them cool. And they turn it into an identity because there's nothing else to them. They don't have anything else. And instead of focusing on the fact that they don't have anything else, instead of picking up a hobby or going and meeting some new friends and doing this, they find their hobby becomes seeking attention through these Tumblr sites. Their friends become the ones who will just endlessly support whatever it is they're doing, whether it's right or wrong, and say that this is the only way. Don't go to a therapist who will be real with you. Go to it. You remember in What Is a Woman? And please, if you have not checked that out, either the documentary itself or a 4-hour breakdown of every single little point in that movie, please go check that out. It is extremely important for all of us to understand. But the first two professionals, experts that we talked to in that movie were gender affirming people in medicine. It was a gender affirming therapist, and then it was a gender affirming surgeon. Why are you affirming things that you don't know are real? We all understand that people are that delusional people exist. We all understand that hallucinations exist. We all understand that mental trauma can manifest in many different ways, such as thinking you're in the wrong body. So why would you go in being an affirming doctor before you know the person, before you know the issue? It doesn't make sense. And it's all propaganda. It's just to push the narrative, perpetuate this narrative. And Jimmy Dean says, and when seeking attention for being trans stops working, time for the ending threats. Exactly. And what did Scott, our detransitioner from What Is a Woman, what did he talk about? That the most dangerous time is not right before or after any kind of surgery. It is 7 to 10 years after transition surgery. Exactly. Affirmation keeps the clients in the office, though. And that's exactly right, Kluk. And that's why there are certain doctors who will do this to have the clients keep coming through, and then many don't want to do this. But the culture is becoming such that if you are one of these people who dares to say to anyone that, hey, I think your issues becoming trans and having this surgery may not be your best option. For just saying that, you can be, have your license taken away and get in legal trouble and not to even mention the cancel culture mob. Then it's corrupting an entire institution. It's corrupting the entire institution of going to a psychologist and being helped with your mental health. But people just want to hear what they want to hear. So go find a doctor who's going to affirm what you think rather than a doctor who's going to help you.
Education is so important.
Yes.
Like personally, I grew up with a mom and a dad. Then my parents split up, and now my mom is married to a woman. And they were actually the first Black same-sex couple to be on the cover of Essence magazine.
If they fucking clap.
So I just feel like, I know, right? Representation is so important.
Oh, wow. For what? Why are you like, how about we wait until a same-sex couple does something and highlight them for that, instead of just tokenizing them and highlighting them simply for being a same-sex couple? Because there's a lot of same-sex couples out there. Yep. Representation. Okay. All right. Who cares about, are they good people? Who cares about what they're doing? We only care about that. We only care about merit when it's men, especially men, but cis people, when it's straight people, when it's white people, then you have to be somebody. But if you're Black and you date another person of your same gender, well, let's put you on the front of a magazine because that's amazing. How could you? Nobody's ever done that before. And that's not pandering. That's not patronizing. That. If I were in that demographic, it would make me feel like, well, I didn't really do. I'm just existing. Do you think that, I'm not capable of actually performing something that might help society or be of actual merit? You think that just being myself is all I'm going to aspire to? That's what I need to be recognized for? Because, I'm not going to invent anything. I'm not going to save anybody. I'm not going to be entertaining. No, I'm just different. That's what it is. What are you representing, says Kluk? it's the 0.00001% of the black women population who splits from their husband and remarried to a woman. Yeah. And that's how I wish it was that way too. We would represent a diversity of thought, not simply a diversity of color. And I think that, again, I'm trying to be fair here. It definitely is important that we have black people in TV shows, Asian people in TV shows, Indian people on TV shows, women, and all that stuff. I think it's important for it to be not a no-go when it comes to, like, all right, a woman lead, like, oh no, we can't have that. When it comes to having a black lead, oh no, we can't have that. Like, yes, we definitely need to have those things, but we need them organically. We need them to show something that is not just a copy of what white people or straight people or what men are doing, and just, swapping what you're doing. Because again, it's like, are you not able to come up with you're talking about how unique. I'm about to start being trans heightist, and I'm about to start identifying as 6 feet tall, and we'll see how far that gets me. But it used to be about, hey, we got a Dr. Evil in the building. I think that was supposed to be an emoji, but it's not showing up. So I don't know what you're trying to say. Maybe he's giving me the middle finger. I don't know. But yeah, we don't want, or a lot of people don't want to just see tokenization and just representation for the sake of representation. We want to see, ourselves being reflected in other ways than just, oh, you look, the surface. I want to see other atheists on TV. I want to see other short dudes getting girls on TV. Not because they're short, but because they happen to be somebody who's worthy of being with, whatever woman. That's the second time I did that. Women. And that is the story. That's where the diversity comes from. Not, checking off boxes. Great example of character diversity done right. The Expanse. Jimmy Dean, please expand. I have not seen it, and I definitely would like to if it is something good. Kluk says these people are trans species. They're all now parrots. Yeah, it's right around the corner. All right, moving on.
What if there were no labels? What would that look like?
There would be no community. There would be no. I feel like if there were no rules,
there would be no.
There
would be no community. There would be no community. Their entire community is based around this sexual identity. Why don't you build a community based on your values, and then who you fuck doesn't matter? There will be a community, and it has nothing to do with who you fuck. That's the issue, is that you're making who you fuck the ground floor of what how you build your community. And because of this exact thing representing difference of thought and race, as opposed to representing different thoughts as opposed to race and sexuality and all that stuff, then that's why maybe your group is not doing as well as you want it to do, because it's a bunch of different people who think a bunch of different things but happen to, fuck similarly. Like, what? Kluk says there'd be no community without labels. I think cavemen would grunt to disagree with that. Well, no, there would be no alphabet army without all these labels, for sure. For sure, they need these labels. Again, this is the left's weaponization of language to push whatever narrative comes next. They do need these labels. They do need these communities built around these labels, because that's all that they have. They don't have the other values upon which to build a community. They don't have anything else except this identity that's so dear to them that they think it should grant them everything in life. And that's not how we do things. This is a meritocracy. And of course, it's not a pure meritocracy. There's that, but that's a whole other discussion. That affects people not in any way based on your sexuality, or at least in a very small way. But exactly what you said, there would be no community without labels. No, there would be no this community without labels. It would force you to create a community that's actually about something, that actually stands on something, instead of, oh, we all just, fuck the same kind of way.
Like, a lot of people would be in the closet, would be in the dark. Hi, my name is Amy, and I am a lesbian. I did hide myself for a very long time just because I do come from a very strict household. I did endure, actually being in that hetero relationship and actually experiencing it firsthand. It took me like a whole year of me basically ignoring him for me to finally realize, like, I can't be doing this. This is not who I am. This is not what I want for the rest of my life.
I believe traditional gender roles are important.
All right, so let's put our numbers, our guesses. The prompt is, I believe traditional gender roles are important. Now, it doesn't say good or bad. It says important. So I can see some like it does. I can see some thinking faces right here. I don't know how well you can see that. Dr. Evil Genius says, that's what happens when you haven't achieved anything worth being granted entry into greater communities. Exactly. Great point. That people want that access to greater communities, whatever, that means to you, without having to do the work to become a greater person that would, again, grant, as Dr. Evil Genius says, grant entry into greater communities. Beautifully said. I think we are going to see. I think we're going to see Purple Shirt and Mama Bear over here, and then I'm gonna say Rachel, who's been on point this entire time, being very very articulate with her stance. Yeah, let's see.
Oh, they're important to a degree. If a man were to date a woman and they were to get married, you would expect the man to...
Oh, did I call it or did I call it? Boom.
Provide, and the woman and they were to get married, you would expect the man to provide and the woman to, stay home or work and just raise the children. If we didn't have those gender norms, then, how would the world work?
The reason
exactly. Great point from, I don't remember her name, but Purple Shirt. Great point. We need those roles. Do they need to be filled by the traditional genders? Not necessarily, but those roles are important. Clue says, God damn, that woman ignored her husband for a whole year before realizing she didn't want to F him. It's funny how they gloss over that, but the guy was probably miserable. Yes, but also, how are you sticking around with a woman who is not interested in you for an entire year? And that lady said she was married for 6 years. So, I mean, again, I haven't been married. I haven't even been in a long-term relationship in a long time. But I sure as shit wouldn't stand for that. And then going back to our what we were saying about communication, that would be communicated. I would be able to say, hey, look, there's an issue here. This is what I want. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point, Kluk. Divorce laws. Half your stuff is gone. But that's also why I'm not married. So I don't know. I can't have too much sympathy. Kluk, if you're gonna stick around, I have something else specifically for you that we'll do after this one. But we'll get there. Remind me. Jimmy Dean is off work, so I know he's chilling. Okay, so we are gonna be. I was just gonna do this one video, but if you guys are down, let me know if you're down. I got another one that I wanted to share with you. You let me know. And it just so happens that I had a scheduling issue with the podcast itself. I know most of you don't watch it anyway, but there is not going to be a podcast this week of the actual I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. I'm going to do something instead, so there will be something on the channel airing Wednesday at 10 a.m. It's just not going to be the typical thing, just to let you know. Moving on.
I agree, is because the word role is that word for a reason. A role is a performance. So it's not, we don't need to naturalize it. We don't need to say women are this one and men are this one, or whatever your body is means your destiny is this. I just think that as social performances and ways of organizing our lives, we're not ever going to really get rid of the masculine feminine thing. So I think
boom again, Rachel spitting knowledge. I love her. She's great. I love the way that she's engaging with this. And just because she is a woman, just because she's a lesbian, doesn't mean she is some typical feminazi. She's her own person. And that's the entire point here. That's the entire point here, is that just because she's a lesbian, just because she's a butch lesbian, it doesn't mean you know anything about what she thinks, what she does, you know, except for flirt with women, I guess. But hell yeah. I love this girl.
Acknowledging it so that we can think critically about it is what matters.
I believe we're in a space where we're starting to like tear down things that we're not entirely understanding or appreciating why it was built. We have to appreciate that we have to have some type of structure. Now, does that structure mean that because I'm born with a certain genitalia, this is the role I'm destined to be in?
Yup. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I don't know. It depends on which society you belong to. I don't want to do everything. I don't. That's why gender roles are important too. You're designating, this is what you do, this is what I do. I think that's okay.
All right. So I think that's an interesting approach, and I didn't necessarily expect on both sides for them to be cheering for the existence of gender roles. As far as I was concerned, everyone everywhere thinks that gender roles are a bad thing. Obviously speaking hyperbolically, but you know what I mean. Dr. Evil Genius pops in with society has convinced us men that we hold little value and do not deserve reciprocity. Plenty of men chasing affection from the women in their lives who made promises on their wedding day. Absolutely. And that's exactly the point of the next video that I want to show if you guys are down. So again, give me a yay or nay. Are you down for another one? Or it's something not completely different. It's a entrepreneurs in cars, Rich Cooper, red pill type stuff. I would really like to get into, I could do it as a different video, but I'm chilling. So if you guys are down, we will do that. But let's move on with Marsha.
And I am straight. I think a lot of the decisions that we make come from pre-programming. For one, I'm Jamaican born. In Jamaica, being homosexual.
Oh, Jamaica, come on. Yeah. All right. We going all night then. We going all night. Let's go.
Is a no. We don't do that. There was only one way. You were straight. That was it. So part of my decision is definitely my upbringing, but it's also some of my experiences and realizing this is my fit. This works better for me.
That's interesting that she says that, because remember, she was saying that she is, you know, she's sitting on the straight side, but she's like, I've dated women, I've done this, and what you know, I identify as straight, but you know, I do this, that, and the other, and that's just how it is. So for her to say that, you know, her upbringing is a part of it, you know, that's definitely something that colors how she's answering all of these questions. All right, Cluke, word up. Let's do it. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna say. Never mind. Okay. Jimmy Dean says to Dr. Evil Genius, no worries. I made sure that the NCX was in writing. I'm gonna assume you guys know what that means because I don't. Moving on.
Me and my girlfriend, we don't perform gender roles at all. Like, we care for each other equally, and it's definitely a bit different, I think.
Do y'all live together?
No.
That makes a difference.
Yeah. So for the past 3 weeks, we've been living together, though, so.
That may shift the longer you live together.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see why like certain household responsibilities should be done.
So, wait, I was just, hold on. I want to run that back because I think I missed something.
Like, we care for each other equally, and it's definitely a bit different, I think.
Do y'all live together?
No.
That makes a difference.
So for the past 3 weeks, we've been living together, though, so.
Oh, 3 weeks. Yeah, no, okay. As Marsha, I'm terrible with names, guys. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm gonna call her Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I think, is calling out exactly what it is that Claire is young. It's a new relationship. They've only been living together for 3 weeks, so there's, you know, you can't really talk about what that experience is. You just haven't lived it yet. You need to see that relationship under pressure before you can judge what that is.
The longer you live together.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why like certain household responsibilities should be defined by gender, especially because like I grew up with 2 moms, so I never was like, oh, like this is like my mom and my dad. Like this is my mom, and both my parents work. They like threw my ass in daycare, and it was just like, in a way, I guess I had 2 dads if you want to like put it in that way. But like, I think it's like about a balance of like sharing responsibility, you know?
Well, but does saying that the gender roles are important mean that we're saying that they should be employed? Because I'm not saying that they should be forced on anybody. It's just whether and how much you want to like take it on.
They should not be forced on everybody. When you were talking about doing the dishes and whatnot, My ex-husband was the person who stayed at home. I was the one who was at work. He was the one that was doing the dishes and cooking.
The world would be a better place without men.
Okay, so I tried to pause it before anybody moved, but we can see Miss What's-Her-Face, Miss Boobies Out, like, what are you wearing, is already headed to her way that the world would be a better place without men. I think all of us here are, it goes without saying how ridiculous that is. But for anybody who maybe doesn't understand how drastic of a situation that would be, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely beyond ridiculous. And the only way a woman can have an opinion like this is sheer privilege. Sheer privilege. Yeah, the fact that obviously men are needed to create other people, but it comes from the idea that the world, the world can provide me everything that I need, and I don't need men because I can do this. I have my money. I have this. I have that. But what you don't understand is that money buys you other men doing things. When your sink breaks, then yeah, you've got your own money. You don't need a man in your life. But I highly doubt you're going to fix that sink on your own. When you're, there's a hole in the roof. I highly doubt you're going to climb up there and do it yourself. You might have your own bag, but you're calling a roofing company, and it's going to be mostly men. Dr. Virginia says most women do not like the company of other women. Women can only make such a claim because that reality would never come to be. Exactly. They can't even imagine it. They have no clue. So we already see What's-Her-Face is going to run in, but I am going to I'm going to hope that she's the only one. I won't be surprised if her the Miss Latina friend goes up too, and I definitely won't be surprised if Claire goes up. But I will be very disappointed if my girl Rachel comes up and says this, because even as a lesbian, she's been on top of things. She's got to know that that's silly. So let's see.
I was just like thinking.
Oh my god, like, because men are like totally like trash. Like, oh my god.
Historically, like, men have been the one that have caused wars and created a place where women didn't have the same respect or capacity to be heard and seen. I think it'd be
what? So I heard men created the wars because you're willing to fight, right? Oh, you're not. Sorry, my bad. I thought you were saying something here.
The same respect or capacity to be heard and seen. I think
the same capacity to be heard and seen. Anybody have any idea what that means? Because I don't. So I'm just gonna let it run. I do not know what that means. I do not know what this woman is talking about. And hey, I mean, fair enough. Kluk brings up Helena Troy, but that's an anomaly. But the fact is that men go to war because men create all the things that are worth going to war over. And Dr. Virginia says men also created her, and the world is worse for it. Got him. Beautifully said. But let's the fact that all 6 other women, including Claire, stayed back. I'm interested to see how they're going to approach her. Whatever the hell she's saying, because I don't understand it. Maybe they will.
Be easier in a sense for me personally. I think a lot of the times men don't understand that I could be a woman that doesn't want to end up with a man, that they want to like change.
Think about, again, how privileged you have to be to think about the disappearance of all men only being related to your dating life. That's all it would change. It would be easier for me. Shout out to Bill Burr. Ridiculous.
Or a man or woman is like the only right way.
Hi, my name is Jamie, and I am on the lesbian side.
I think it just comes down to that I know I'm capable of being with men, and I find them attractive, and like I could see myself being with them sexually, but like romantically, I don't think I could ever really connect to a man.
She belongs to the streets.
with men's.
I am hoping that these other women have something useful and valuable to say that will be like, yo, what you think the world wouldn't work without men? I'm hoping. There's 6 of them. I think one of them. And actually, I'm guessing again, if it's not, Rachel's my number 1. I think Rachel's gonna come in and be like, "Bitch, you stupid." But I also think Mama Bear might be able to drop some knowledge too. Oh, we got here. Kluk says men cause war for a few specific reasons: fear, resources, cultural assimilation, destructions also sometimes, politics, etc. Very rarely are wars caused by emotional or philosophical reasons. I get what you're saying. Like, I get what you're saying, but the philosophical and political and cultural are very closely tied. So there are a lot of philosophical reasons that wars happen. Every religious war ever has been a philosophical war. But yeah, women weren't the ones engaging with this type of thought to even disagree. Women just didn't know any better, and that's because they were stupid, but because they were not allowed to do so. So, interesting. Let's see
Power, so to speak, it gets like almost too extreme. Like, look what's happening today with the old white men trying to control abortion or women's bodies. But today, I think we would still need them in the world just to have at least a different perspective.
Yep. I mean, I really struggled with this question because looking back,
we need them in the world because we need their perspective. That's what you are to them. You are a perspective. You're just somebody who just thinks different. That's all. You don't provide anything but different perspective.
The only person in my life who's ever hit me was a femme lesbian. I have had experiences with kind of unwanted sexual advances and things with men, and all of that's been bad too. But like my very worst trauma that is just stuck with me was a woman.
I don't think it could be better.
Damn, Rachel coming through one more time. Jimmy Dean saying, I, for one, support butch lesbians in trade school. Then maybe women can unclog their own hair filled bathtubs and shitters. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But can we just put one up for Rachel, who just dropped knowledge once again? Best, smartest person on this panel. Let's continue because she is, again, dropping knowledge.
I do think men need to be a little more educated on things. Even how we're treated in school by boys, like growing up was always...
Again, and that's such a like level 1 type of first world concern. Like, well, men are like mean sometimes. So yeah, let's get rid of all of them. And again, I know that she didn't say that, but it's like, if that's your biggest concern, as Dr. Evil Genius said earlier, that most women do not like the company of other women. So how do you think that's going to go when all you have is other women? I got to throw that one up there.
They hurt you, they like you. If they yank on your pigtails.
So I don't think we should like abolish all men, but I do think there needs to be some leveling out.
I think that definitely we're getting there. I feel like because of what men have done in the past, in our history, I feel like that's why they have this superiority over all of the women. But I do think that we are here because of what we've gone through.
All right. So very interesting. I definitely think that there was, was that the most important conversation that we've ever seen or ever heard? Probably not, but we definitely learned something. At least I did. Hold on 1 second here. And it's important, like I said, to be on top of what people who disagree with you or come from different walks of life, what they think about things. I think I put that one up. And Jimmy Dean also says women find practical skills hot after all. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, fix a fucking sink and you're gonna get more than that sink working. Dr. Evil Genius says we need men for a different perspective. Equals. We lack discipline and foresight to make things right. Yeah, exactly. So I think we could have we definitely could have benefited from some male perspective on here, but that's what you got me for. So I could end this here because that's the whole video, but I think in the same vein, especially since we've got Kluke in the building, this is something that Kluke and I were talking about somewhat, not exactly, but we were talking about stuff in this area. So I figured let's go through it and, you know, see what everybody's got to say. Okay, so this is from Rich Cooper. He's a red pill content creator, and he is, oh, son of a bitch. I don't know which is the first one. Okay, so that's the first one. So that's, ugh. Okay, I think we're good. All right. And Dr. Evil Genius says, could you imagine if men were asked yeah, exactly. I already know this is gone. Could you imagine if men were asked if the world were a better place without women? Like, first of all, I don't think that men would even suggest that the world be a better place without women. I think it's something that men already understand, that it's like, no, so much of what we do is for, if not specifically getting with women, for the purposes of enriching our lives, which so often includes having the right type of woman next to us. So yeah, I cannot, I can't imagine that, actually. Kluke says, someone thinking logically and about the practicality of life is a burden, but no one that makes you stronger if you can overcome it. I hope that someone thinking logically and about the practicality of life is a burden, but no one that makes you stronger if you can overcome it. I hope that grammar buddy. I hope that more people start to understand beyond surface level. I got that part of it. Yeah, but absolutely. And it you know, that one was all women, which is why I kind of want to fill this out with something else. That so I sent the what is it called, before the train wreck, or playing to win, whatever podcast that Rich Cooper does. He is a white guy who is in the red pill space. Now, I found that a lot of, especially since the rise of Kevin Samuels, RIP, that a lot of red pill content has been very focused on the Black community, and that there's a different, almost a different sphere where the you know, non-Black creators in which they operate. And you know, Dr. Evil Genius, I would be interested to know if you're aware of Rich Cooper, just because he doesn't associate with like the lead attorney or whatever. And too bad, already did. But yeah, let's get into it. So he's talking to this guy who is about, I think he's like 35, and he's dating a 46-year-old woman, and he's trying to justify why this girlfriend is the right one for him. So there's a slightly different context from what we were just talking about, but the mindset of how do we approach these things and how are we thinking about these things is the underlying theme here. So we're switching gears a little bit, but it is still very relevant. That is very true. Dr. Evil Genius says the white manosphere is older and much larger than the Black side. I didn't know that it was larger, actually, but the older part definitely makes sense to me. You know, your Rollo Tomasi's, your Rich Coopers, they definitely are older, and much larger. I didn't know that. Most of the red pill, most of the red pill content I watch is it used to be Kevin Samuels was my number one, but then like, you know, if you count TLA, definitely number two. If you count Aber and Preach, definitely there. MTR, Dr. Evil Genius, ever since you put me on MTR, I've definitely been, I don't think I've missed a single video he's put out. But yeah, this is something a little different, but I think useful nonetheless. So without further ado, I didn't even... didn't even realize that I was mimicking FTR when I just said that. Again, please let me know if there is no sound. That will obviously be less fun for you guys. Wait, this isn't part 1. Hold on. I think one said part 1. There we go. Part 1. Okay.
We got a certified Chad looking dude in the house. So what's happening with you, Ben?
Howdy. How's your day going?
It's going good.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you the long-time listener, first-time
All right.
caller, read your book, blah, blah, blah. So to dovetail off what the last guy was saying, so the U.S. Army, not saying who my current employer it may or may not be, but the U.S. Army's banned soldiers from utilizing TikTok because it's run by the Chinese Communist Party. So neither here nor there. But suffice to say, your red flag chapter gets talked about a lot, and rightfully so.
You know what? Actually, as we this is an important thing. I don't want to brush over this, Kluk, because Kluk says I see a hell of a lot of the self-help and sort of traditionalist content I see on places like Twitter. Low-key kind of just annoys me. They never expand on anything without hiding behind a paywall. Yeah, because what they have is worth the money. Now, absolutely, there are people who are not worthy of your time or money at all. The as Dr. Evil Genius would say, the frauds of Florida. I got hoodwinked. I paid them $300 to talk to the dude for an hour on Zoom, and he gave me a 30-minute phone call where he called me an F word that I can't repeat on YouTube, and like no help to me at all. I got scammed, and I was too dumb to know the difference. But when you put yourself in this world, then you start to see, especially the ones who have call-ins like this, the ones who talk to actual people. Again, Kevin Samuels. There's no doubting Kevin Samuels because he's not pilfering some bullshit. He's talking to actual people, having actual conversations. He was, rest in peace. But Rich Cooper does the same thing. And so this guy just called, I was talking to someone in the group chat and sent them a link to the very first Playing to Win podcast that he did on the playlist, and seeing that it is in fact something that he does regularly, talks to normal people. But this guy actually, took up a decent amount of time with his story, and it was frightening that somebody who is that close, remember we talked about the Dunning-Kruger effect, where, when you know nothing, you realize you know nothing, you learn a little bit, and then you think you know everything. And then as you start to learn more, then you're like, oh, actually, I don't really understand this as well. And this guy seems to be right at Mount Stupid, where he just learned a little bit. He read Rich Cooper's book, The Unplugged Alpha, and now he thinks he knows everything. And that he's also found a 46-year-old girlfriend that is going to get... is going to make him happy for the rest of his life. No, I'm not going to read that. I don't know what you're talking about, but I have not been blackmailed or blackmailed anybody for anything of that sort. Moving on.
A video about your green flags, which I think would make a great addition to the book, because I think that's at least as equally useful. What I always tell people is, I try to always learn something from everybody I meet. Sometimes you learn how not to be, what to look not for, but sometimes you learn how to be, what to look for. I think your green flags video was super useful. And so, I presently am seeing an entrepreneur. She doesn't see herself as such, but she doesn't like me to advertise her net worth, but it's a significant number. And she's my job title right now on the civilian side, because I may or may not be an Army reservist, and I may or may not work in the Army 1 week in a month. But on the civilian side, if I were in the Army, my job title would be business intelligence architect. And so I'm north of 200K, and she makes several times what I make. And she's asked me the question recently, why don't you start your own business? And I'm like, that's a great point, because she's made the point, the industry, why are you making money for?
So already the way this guy is setting this up, and again, Rich is going to talk about this better than I could, but this is not the way that you want to be talking about your women. And yeah, thank you, Dr. Evil Genius. Self-help is myself will help myself. So, yeah, exactly. The fact is that he is not living in such a way where she is on board with what he's doing. And that may seem like that's okay. And in very rare occasions, it will be. But for the most part, we in the red pill community talk about frame. And somebody enters, when you're in a relationship, somebody enters somebody else's frame. And as the man, you want your frame, and you want her to enter your program. And again, this sounds very rough when you put it that way, but this is what men and women want, and it's been proven. Women don't respect guys who they have to do what this guy is about to talk about that she does. So again, just setting that up, that he's not in a good place, but he thinks he's got it all figured out.
Someone else would be making money for yourself. And so why do I mention this? You've talked about, in some of your red flags, I think you've mentioned dating older women. So I'm 36 years old. I have 2 young children from a prior marriage. She's older than me. She's a few years older than me.
How old is she?
And so, what's that?
How old is she?
She's 46.
That's not a few years older. That's a decade older.
When I was 25, I would have probably said the same. But I'm not the young spry chicken I used to be. But I can certainly say after a hike.
Aren't you though? Like maybe you're not 20 years old anymore, but you're 35. I'm not going to say you're jacked, but you're certainly in better condition than I am physically. And what are you doing with a 46-year-old? Like, all I want to hear is that she does everything for you and she licks your feet. Otherwise, what are we doing here?
In the mountains of North Carolina, when she kicked my ass and left me in the dust, that she's in better shape than I am. I'm stronger than she. Oh, go ahead.
So she's a 46-year-old entrepreneur. She's divorced, or?
Yeah, same. Yep, we both have been married.
She have 2 kids, you said?
She does not. I have 2 kids. I have 2 young kids from a prior marriage.
Okay, so she doesn't have any kids.
She doesn't.
So she doesn't have any kids. Kluk says 35 is like barely past prime for a man, isn't it? No, Kluk. 35 is barely the beginning of a prime for a man. A man reaches, at least financially, reaches his stride at 45 years old, maybe a little bit later, but definitely in your 40s. I am 32. I'm not broke, but I certainly don't have money. When I was on TLA's stream last week, I think he was, he had a stream that just like kind of like an AMA, ask me anything from a divorce attorney. And there were so many people that came up and were telling sob stories. And I was like, all right, I just need to get up there and say my piece because look, I'm doing my thing. I'm not dating. I'm actively and intentionally single right now. And maybe that is, some people might look at that and call me, oh, you're an incel. Okay. I'm, if you want to think that, sure. But I'm taking and putting my energy where I think it's going to be most useful. And that is not in women at this time, because at 32, close to 35 here, I am not even, I'm just starting my journey on becoming the man that I'm going to become. And so if you happen to be younger than that, maybe let's say you are, I don't know, I'm going to throw a random number out there. Let's say you're 19 years old, feeling that you have to have it all figured out is natural, but it's silly because that is you're only halfway through your childhood as when you put it that way. Obviously, not saying that I'm still a child, but you know what I mean. Let's continue.
Not.
Okay.
So, I've often wondered, I wondered this frequently while reading your book. I wondered what would Rich think of this particular female. And at this point, as I said, don't need anyone else's opinion, but I always value outside objective viewpoints. So based on the snippet I've said, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I suspect I already know what your thoughts are, but I'm not in the habit of assuming. So I just assume to ask you the question and hear what your thoughts are on the matter. So
as we continue, I would love to hear what you guys think, where you think this is going to go. Where is this advice going to come from, and what kind of advice is he going to get? Oh,
that's enough.
What are my thoughts? Is I wouldn't do it.
Okay,
but that's me. I mean, look, I know that there's some attractive-looking mid-40s women out there, but they can't hold a candle to a woman that's younger to them if they're also attractive and fit. And also, a mid-40s woman is closer to menopause than a 25 or 35-year-old woman, right? So she might look good right now.
Fair point.
that that time in a woman's life comes hard and fast, and it takes absolutely no prisoners whatsoever. I mean, at 36, I mean, you could be dating women in their 20s, right? So the question I have for you is, what's so special about a woman that's a decade older that runs a business?
Now, again, amazing question to start off with. Like, okay, you're 35 and you're dating a woman who is a decade older than you and closer to menopause than anything else relevant to her sexuality. What is it? What's so special about her? Maybe there is something special about her. Maybe we don't know how great this lady really is. So that's where you need to start. And let's see if he has the receipts to back up why against after reading the book and after learning about all the tenets of having frame and all the other red pill stuff, that you would enter into this type of relationship. And I have seen this before, and it does get worse.
Multiple businesses in this particular case, and I've been with women half her age in the last year, and I gotta say, I
don't know what to say.
I appreciate someone who takes care of themselves. I appreciate someone who has ambition. And obviously, I never introduce my kids to someone unless I've been seeing them for at least 6 months. And
she's met your kids?
She has.
Yeah. How did that go?
Great. They love her, and she loves them. And
right now.
Boom.
Fair. I don't think that's likely to change.
Are you sure about
yeah. Why would you not think that's going to change? Why would you not think that the fact that they are children is you have no idea. And it's his ego. And again, Rich Cooper will always say, men love to complicate their lives and justify why. And she's hot. She touches my pee-pee. That's what's going on here. He's blinded by it. And it was so, I wish that I could talk about this stuff with authority and say that, like, I've never been trapped like this, but I only know this because I've been in the same exact position. That's why I'm so intentionally single, is because I knew that, okay, there's a lot going on here when it comes to, the modern dating scene. When you're in a relationship of any sort, whether it's just a hookup or anything else, whenever you're entering that type of thing, there's so much more going on than I understood, that I learned from, my parents, than I learned from, previous relationships. And so I was like, okay, I need to step back and figure out who I am, what my role is, what I can assert, what I can't assert, all of that kind of stuff. And I want to become the guy that I want to be able to present myself as. I don't want to have to fake it and lie, or not be that guy and be some loser. So right now, I'm not going after the type of women who would be into a guy like me, because I'm not really the guy who I would want women to be into. I want the women that I'm with to be into the guy that I'm going to become. But this guy, he's found an old hot lady who touches his pee-pee. So
no, of course not. Absolutely not. I worked in Intel when I was in Afghanistan, and my job was to make predictive forecasts about when and where the Taliban was going to be before they show up. And we got pretty good at it because we, quantified and brought objective data sets to make those predictive forecasts.
Good.
And, so you can never fully predict what someone's going to be like in the future, but the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
Right.
And so I can say that unabashedly that I'm not concerned about her liking or loving my kids, because she spent enough time around them. And but we talked about the red. Go ahead.
Let me just hover on that kid thing for a minute. All right, like kids are always cute. Like, there's always cute moments. You get an ice cream in their hand, you take them somewhere that they like, they're excited. They have cute moments, right? But then there's the moments where they don't get their way and they throw a temper tantrum.
Or she's been there for that.
Or that you got to travel somewhere and there's chaos and stress, that gets added to the equation. And then, she starts to look at them like, well, those aren't my kids.
Yep.
Not my monkeys, not my circus, right? Men are very willing to accommodate the offspring of another man, but I found women hard pressed over a long-term basis to be enthusiastic about raising the offspring of another woman.
So that's a great point. And I don't want to over delve into your personal business and your personal affairs. I've watched.
So again, Rich just made a very strong point about how, hey, the thing that you think you know is not really a safe thing to assume that you know. But what? Can you come? Do you want to come or no? So he says as soon as he finishes talking, dude's like, well, yeah, that's a good thing. But, and then just, when we watch Kevin Samuels videos and we would see women who would do that, it's a red flag, because it's like, you're just waiting for your turn to talk. You're not really, doesn't seem like you're really listening and encoding what it is that I'm saying to you. You're just kind of waiting for your turn to talk. And you know, again, with like Kluk said, it's because he doesn't like what he's hearing. Oh, come on.
A number of your past podcasts, I haven't watched all of them, but I know you've talked about how you have a daughter from a prior marriage, and at least at one point, I think while you were writing your book, you had been seeing a female who I think at the time you had said had a good, at least, rapport with your daughter.
Yeah.
And you know, I would love to hear from an entrepreneur, someone who has started a business.
Don't expect a woman to ever play the role of mother to children that aren't theirs.
Certainly not. And I think the reverse is also true. Don't expect a man who is not the biological father of the children to ever play father to.
But they are expected. Men are expected to step up and, you know, be the father that stepped up, not be the stepdad. You know, is the meme trope that you hear a lot.
And again, notice how, like, okay, that's a good point, dude. But like, how is that relevant to what we're talking about? You're just saying something because, again, you don't like what Rich said, and so you kind of want to have your own little soundbite that sounds good, but you're not engaging with the conversation. Kluk says, some of my own family are practically strangers to me. Same here. Simply due to the sheer amount of them in my hometown. I can't imagine taking on extra, especially children. Do you have is just a lot of your family live in the same town? Why does that? I'm not making the connection as to, is it just that there's too many to know? Because I don't I have my parents in Jersey with me, and then my brother and my sister live in Philly, and then most of my living extended family lives in Florida. So I just don't get to see them that often, and you know, because of that, then we just don't have a relationship. It's not anything like malicious. It's just like not anything. You know, like. Jimmy Dean says the Cinderella evil stepmother trope exists for a reason. Great point, Jimmy Dean. Great point. And so yeah, I guess you just got, and you know, that's fair. Like distant cousins, you don't necessarily need to be best friends. Just make sure that you know who they are so you don't fuck them. Moving on.
Right.
And it is, and there is absolutely double standard in our society. You know, what I see. So I have a son and I have a daughter. And, you know, I've been taking both my kids to the home gym ever since they were each a month old. You know, I remember when they were each a month old, I had them down there.
How old are the kids, by the way?
My daughter is 4 and my son is 2.
Oh, they're still.
So, yeah. Okay. Let's see what.
Small, dude. They're always cute at that age, right?
Exactly. So a 4 and a 2-year-old. And he's like, oh, yeah, this lady's going to love the children that she didn't birth. What about when they're 10? What about when they're 15? Like, this is the thing. These are the kind of things that you have to think about. And thinking that because your 46-year-old girlfriend who has no children likes a 4 and a 2-year-old now, that is anything close to sustainable just on its own is silly. So again, maybe he's got something up his sleeve. Let's see if he's got anything up his sleeve. But so far, not so good.
They are 8, 9, 10 years old and they start to have opinions, and then 10, 11, 12 and they start to have very differing opinions.
So to that point, and I'm glad you bring that up, opinions in children are not what we should base how we act on, but it's not something to preclude either. And I'll say this, I don't want to disparage their mother. I was with her for a variety of reasons. I'm sad that things didn't work out. I tried to save the relationship and she wasn't interested, but neither here nor there. I will say this. When I look at the woman I've been seeing now for the better part of the last year, she's a physically fit, strong, she's the type of female that, when I was in my 20s and did not have a high opinion of myself and did not have a high net worth.
So it took me a minute to get there, but oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. So he said physically fit and strong. So I'm going to guess that when he says strong, he's not talking about physically strong. And it's just a little odd. It's just a little bit odd for a man to refer to a woman that he is in a relationship with as strong at this stage. That's not because she may be a very strong-hearted person, but in talking to, coming on this show and talking to Rich, trying to show why she is, she is a reason to be an exception to the rule, then what do you mean she's strong? That's womanese to me, that being strong is a good thing. And again, you're I don't know how tall he is, but he's he's got some muscle on him. I don't think he's hurting for having going through life without a woman being able to help him with physical strength. That doesn't seem like what he's talking about. So what do you mean she's a strong woman?
That I thought a female like her was beyond me, for lack of a better term. And you talk about younger females. Having been with younger females in the last year plus, I can certainly say that this particular individual, I know menopause in that comment is a fair criticism, for lack of a better term.
It's a fact of biology, yeah.
100%. And let's be real about biology. Let's be real about science and about what's coming. Of course, the same is true to a lesser degree for males, but obviously your points do not falter on the point of the female. I'll say this: she's more attractive than females I've been with who are half her age. And in terms of she's not the first female I've introduced to my children, but she's the first female who stuck around because my kids are the ultimate litmus test. And when my kids didn't,
again, a 4 and a 2-year-old. So like, what type of what kind of test is that? You said they're the ultimate litmus test. So what is it that a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old can do, aside from, if somebody slaps them and they start crying, like, okay, yeah, then, you didn't pass the test. But what exactly? I mean, even at, I would say, even like 5 or 6 years old, you're a little bit more developed enough to interact with this woman in a way that if there was something off, that a child might be able to articulate that. But what is it that your 4-year-old and your 2-year-old are doing to test this woman? Cry and see if she's okay with it? I mean, what are you talking about, dude?
Like a past female, she got kicked to the curb. My kids love her. She seems to love her, or she seems to love the kids. You know what? Your
kids are at the age where they would really appreciate Disneyland or like Universal Studios. So what I want you to do is I want you to ask your girlfriend and say, "Hey, babe, I got a great idea. Let's take the kids to Disneyland."
Well, we've been actually talking about doing that. Funny you should mention that.
Do it. And then come back and
fuck Disney. I did. Just watched Pirates of the Caribbean for the first time, but that's in solidarity with Johnny Depp. I'd never seen them, and I figured I'd watch it. And it's a Disney movie. It was kind of fun, kind of boring, but I'm gonna keep watching them because Johnny Depp is the man. But yeah, come on, guy.
Report to me how that went.
You know what? I suspect that may likely happen. I'll say this: I know your time is valuable, so I do want to be respectful of your time. I look at her, and I'm not so concerned about my son.
Yeah.
I figure, your
kids are clearly very important, and it's a big factor of why you're dealing with this chick instead of a 26-year-old. I get it. I absolutely get it.
So I'll say this, and then I'll drop off here because again, I do want to be respectful of your time. I would love to know more about you and what you're basically, for lack of a better term, how your relationship is with your daughter and how things have turned out. Not in any sense of judging, in the sense of learning from someone who's been there, done that. But I will say this: I look at my girlfriend now, and I look at my daughter, and I think this is the female I would love for you to mirror.
Definitely thought I was muted for that. My bad.
Maybe not exactly. I don't want you to go down the exact path that she has gone down. But this is a strong, successful female who I think can model what a confident female can be like.
Why again? And even the way that he's approaching the question, it's just like, what are you looking for? It just seems like you're looking for Rich to tell you, yeah, she's out of the norm, but she's great. So you keep doing what you're doing. I mean, no, that's what it seems like to me.
And that is a model that, and it is a double standard. I don't worry about my son because I feel like it's my job to raise my son to be a man, but I also want to present a positive role model for my daughter so she knows what to look for in a male. But I also want to have positive female role models in her life. And I look at my girlfriend now and I see that. So, I've been thinking about calling into your channel for the past year since I read your book. And this is the first time I've done so. And I suspected you would have hesitations, we'll call it. And this has been more or less exactly as expected. You know, but I would love to, in the future, perhaps a year down the line, do a follow-on call with you and how things turned out.
I'd love to hear that update, because everybody watching right now is going to look forward to hearing how it's all unfolding. And
me too.
I don't wish like shit on anybody. Like, I hope it really works out for you, that you get exactly what it is that you want out of it. But it's a moving target, and there's no unicorns, and time and sunlight, will reveal what somebody's all about.
Absolutely.
Throw some chaos and some stress into there, and see how things unfold. But right now, you're doing the classic complicate life, justify why. I like her. She's pretty. She still looks hotter than me. She can hike better than I can. A real question somebody put in the comments is, how is she more fit than you are if she's 10 years older and you're a man?
And it's a great point that she's just, all the things that Rich just said, is that she sounds okay, great. But like, why is it that she is, what is it that you find in her that you can't find in someone half her age? And Kluk says, not gonna lie, the way he's explaining himself seems weird as hell to me. It's because he's uncomfortable with the conversation, and he doesn't know that he's walking into these quote unquote traps of things that, if you watch the channel, if you read the book, if you follow this stuff, then you understand where the mistakes are just from him explaining the story. And the fact that he can't pick up on those things is not alarming, but he needs to be able to see these things without them being pointed out to him. So we're nearing the end of just this first part. It's 3 parts. We're not going to go for too long. And this one, I want to, there's a lot more people involved, so I kind of just want to let it roll. And I don't have to add too much commentary like I did with the other one. But before we continue, Kluk says, I would never look at my daughter and be like, I want you to learn the things that make me attracted to your mom. I want you to learn the things that made me attracted to your mom. Why? Why wouldn't you want that? Wouldn't you, if you think you're a good person, wouldn't you want your daughter to be looking for somebody who, like yourself, is a good person? I think that is a big issue with fatherhood, is that fathers aren't saying, I want you to learn the things that made me attracted to your mom because your mom is a good woman. Your mom is a good wife. Your mom is a good mother to you kids. I think that's exactly what a father's role is, to teach your daughter, first to get with the right kind of woman. And then if you have daughters, to make them into those type of women so that they can find the type of man who will take care of them. And it doesn't need to be this high value man where they live in the lifestyle, but just whatever, whatever works for them. But in that traditional role where it is most likely to work. So I definitely got to push back on that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding Kluk. So if you want to add a little bit, elaborate a little bit, maybe I'm getting it wrong. But yeah, I definitely disagree with that. But let's finish up this part of the clip, and then he brings in some other people that really roast this motherfucker.
Oh, she's got way better cardiovascular endurance than I do, hands down. She was a triathlon athlete. She did Ironmans back in the day. I'm way physically stronger than her. When we go to the gym together, I can lift multiples of what she can. But her ability to outlast me is
okay.
She's
whoa.
You're basically looking for permission to take this further, and it's like you don't need anybody's permission.
No, I don't.
If it's working out for you, then continue doing it. But proceed forward with be observant of what's going on. See how things unfold with the kids, because one of the biggest reasons I hear you selecting this chick as a girlfriend, as a partner, a mate, whatever it is you want to call her, is because she's good with your kids, is because she's successful, is because you don't need to support her, is because she encourages you to be better, sort of thing.
That's a big part right there.
Right, but there's a reason for that, right?
Okay, and again, I was going to stop it because Rich isn't going, I didn't know if Rich was going to say it, but I think he is. Jimmy says, Christ, this conversation is probably worse than the lesbians conversation as far as usefulness goes. Stick with me. This is part 1. Like I said, he's going to bring in a couple more people who are going to be a little bit more straightforward. We needed to get a feel of where he's coming from, so that when we see exactly how these guys approach the situation and talk to this man, I think it's important for us to understand that, earlier we were talking about how you go to your male friends as and to deal with issues in your life. and that men, just repress things and things like that. And you were saying that all you need, Jimmy Dean, you were saying all you need is a pat on the back and it'll be all right. But the point is that you need to be able to come forward with this type of stuff. And you personally might not be thinking like this, but there are so many other men who, I did it again with women. There's so many other men out there that are just going through life and not realizing the obvious mistakes that they're making by just living the way they are and looking for the approval of somebody who knows what he's talking about. And it's just like Rich is just like, no, this is what you're doing wrong. That's what you're doing wrong. That's what you're doing wrong. And he asked first, what's so special about her? And it was her answers. He says, housewives beget housewives. Exactly. What did Kevin Samuels always ask? He asked, are you a wife? Were you trained to be a wife? And where does that come from? That comes from the women in the community teaching the women how to do that. And it comes from the men being able to, give their perspective on what their daughter needs in terms of a male perspective, just that a woman won't understand because she's a woman. And Kluk punches back saying, I don't know, man, that seems a little bit weird to me to focus on the way his daughter would view the mother when it's his kid and job to impart wisdom. It's difficult to articulate, but it feels selfish. Well, here's what I'm going to do. Kluk, if you stick around through all three parts, I want you to come up and talk about this afterwards. If you want to, of course, you don't have to, no pressure. But if you do, I feel like this is something that we could definitely get some value out of, not just for you and I, but for anybody else who might be echoing your sentiment. Maybe they agree with you and they think that it also is a little bit weird. I would love to talk that out, but let's let this play out and see if you feel the same.
She's 46 and she would normally be dating guys her age or probably older. Some of them might have some performance issues in a bedroom by this time if they don't know how to take care of their shit, right? But she's got money. She doesn't need money. She needs somebody to entertain her. She's got youth and looks in you. You're a big successful military guy, right? She's saying start your own business. Why line somebody else's pocket with gold when you can build something for yourself? It's a very good point. Why wouldn't you want to hear that conversation? She's saying be better. Hey guys, I really hope that you enjoyed that short clip.
All right, so that's part one. I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay.
And that is something, and they say you always look for what you didn't have before. In my prior marriage, my at the time wife was always basically saying, why are you going to the gym? You're already strong enough, and not understanding that this is a lifelong journey.
Let's do this. So Jaron, Moth, there's a few people in the comments, Ryan, that are offering some opinions. I think this is a great topic. If you guys want to click through on the StreamYard link and hop in, let's kind of chop up some of these things, because there's a few things that are coming up, like Jaron saying he's completely bought into her frame, so she has the upper hand in the relationship.
Oh, and that is a key point right there from your book that I'm actually surprised that neither of us brought up to this point, was being in her frame versus being in my frame. That's you talk a lot about. And I don't like that. I hesitate to use the term alpha male. I've had friends in my close circle refer to me as such. I don't like to refer to myself as such. No man who's the king.
Because you're not, bro. You are not an alpha male. You're strong. You're a military dude, and that's awesome. You're not an alpha male. That's just not. I'm not either. But yeah, like by being in a woman's frame who's 10 years older than you, when you have the ability to attract other women who would gladly enter your frame, that's not alpha. As silly as you think that whole thing may or may not be, it isn't what that is. That's just not you, bro.
To say that he is the king type thing. Yeah. Right. But I find myself for the first time in my life adjusting to her frame. And I know that's something you vehemently oppose.
Yeah,
and I don't think unjustifiably so. And I find myself, the reason why I was I don't like to brag. The reason why I was as successful as I was in Afghanistan, I'm not predicting the
He
future.
doesn't like to brag. All right, let's see what he's gonna brag about. Kluk says being an alpha is definitely not something everyone can be, and that's all right. That's a good point. That is a good point. But if you are trying to be an alpha, then self-awareness is so key. Because again, remember we talked about that Dunning-Kruger. I'll just pull that up real quick. The Dunning-Kruger effect. So when you come on. Can you zoom in on that? All right. Well, I don't know why it's doing that, but you can see here that it is a chart of competence versus confidence. So when you start and you know nothing, then you're aware of the fact that you know nothing. So you're not very confident about what you know. You learn a little tiny bit and you go all the way up here to the peak of Mount Stupid because you think you know everything. You think you know all there is to know. And then, as you start learning more and more and more, you're like, oh, shit, I thought I knew everything. Let me do this. I don't really understand. You start up here at, this one's a little bit clearer. You start all the way down here. You learn a little bit and you go, oh, I'm awesome. And as you learn more, you're like, oh, fuck, I didn't know as much as I think I did. But you get back to here. I'm pretty good, but I know my limitations. And notice that this is still lower than this. I mean, on this one, it's not. But the point is, it often leads you to being overconfident. How I am plugged into the fucking thing. Don't tell me my internet's not working. All right, continuing. But real quick, Jimmy Dean chimes in with, I'm not an alpha. I'm better. I'm a husband. I don't believe those things are mutually exclusive. So I'd love to hear why you think they are. I think a good husband is typically either an alpha male in the traditional sense of the word, or understands what that means and fills a role that may not be the typical alpha role, but still dictates how things work in the relationship. And so even if you're, a house husband, you're a homemaker, you can still be an alpha guy by your attitude and what she thinks of you. Kluk says, pride is the root of all sin. So that makes sense. What makes sense?
Is because it's the same thing I do now working in finance and working in the stock market, is I make scenarios and I account for any, and like no surprise is a good surprise. I hate surprises. There are no surprises. And so this is the first time where all of my scenarios find me adjusting to a female's frame. And this is also the first time when I'm seeing someone who makes more money than me. Usually I make multiples of what the female I'm seeing makes. And in this particular instance, female makes multiples of what I make. Jaron, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
So that's Jaron. He's Mentrine in the live chat. He'll also be on with Moff later on, doing his stereo show. We got Ryan in the house, which is a certified hypnotherapist.
So now a bunch of these guys who are in this space and know this well. And as far as I understand, a lot of these guys are disciples, for lack of a better word, of Rich Cooper, who started in very much a similar position as Zach. And, then learned about the red pill, learned about masculine frame, learned about all of this stuff and turned their lives around. I know Moff, the guy who's not on here yet, but will be, he definitely is somebody who was, typical plugged in beta, and through Rich Cooper became somebody who's now running his own show very similar to this.
Also a good dude.
You're gonna get it.
He's also been in the chat offering some, opinions and views, which I think you should hear. I think this is a really good conversation, and there's times where I have call-ins where it's like, okay, I need to move on to the next one. This isn't a great conversation. This is one that I think that deserves a little bit more attention. So I have no problem spending some more time on, tonight's show too.
Yeah, I think the first thing that I noticed, and guys in the chat can chime in too, but it seems like you're almost too confident with her, which that was kind of the red flag that got me going. Like, all right, anything that Rich asked you, you had an answer for. Like, oh, no, but not this one, not this one. And we've seen a lot of callers that come into these shows and they do exactly that. And sometimes it's really hard to step outside of yourself and take a look at yourself from an objective point of view, because I'm like you, I'm really analytical too. In my work, like I'm always on the ball. But in my own relationships, looking back at the past, sometimes you're like, all right, well, you know what, I had a hand to play in that screw up. And looking at yourself, at least things that I've seen in me, is like when I'm so sure of something in a relationship, usually it's kind of like, all right, I'm sure you have plenty of experience in with the military background and whatnot, but it seems like that you're so happy and so confident, so self-assured in this relationship that you're looking past things that might be leading indicators of things to come. For example, you mentioned that she does make more money than you. She has a little to the fact that she'd like you to start her own business, aka, as Ma said, make more money. That she's fitter than you, and the way you talk about her indicates to me that you're in the frame that she has the upper hand on you. That she.
So again, this is Jaron Scott here is fucking dropping bars. Just not laying into him, but being very direct with him. Again, what did we talk about when we were watching the Jubilee video about how men deal with these things? We're very we're much more direct than what? Someone on their end has an alarm going off and it's so annoying. I think that might be on your end. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you guys hear that? I don't hear anything like that. But yeah, this is what, and remember, this guy called in, so there's a little bit of confidence that is needed to call into a show like this where he's read the book, he's watched the show, he knows what they're going to say at every point. He's like, I know you're saying this is wrong, I know you're saying this wrong, but I do it anyway. And this is what Rich's whole thing about men love to complicate their lives and justify why. And that's exactly what he's doing. And Rich went through and he has a certain approach, but these other guys definitely are not Rich, and so it gets super interesting. So let's dive right back in.
Perceived as higher value than you, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. If she thinks that in her head, then I see this starting to unravel at some point. And that's just my 2 cents.
So here's Ryan's comment. He said if she's hotter at 46 than most of his other girls he's been with, he's got to work on his own self-worth value so he can feel deserving of hotter, younger women.
And that's possible. Yeah, that's one thing that I've seen with a lot of military guys is they're going in the military and they end up with whoever happens to take them, rather than women who are actually good for them.
Ooh. Are there any military people here who can attest to that? Because I do very much feel like I see a lot of military couples like that. They meet, they're together, boom, they're married and pregnant before the next tour. It goes. Maybe okay. Let's do this. I'll mute myself when I'm not talking.
And I did this myself. Married a woman in the Air Force. First woman that has actually dealt with me, right?
Well, that was your first mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But anyways, point being that I see this over and over and over again with guys in the military is that they don't actually have a whole lot of self-worth when it comes to what they feel they deserve.
So that was definitely true 10 years ago.
It's true. And the thing is that I'm seeing the same pattern because you should be able to. You're a good-looking guy. You're 36 years old. You've got all the stability indicators that every woman is looking for. You do, right? And you're playing around with a woman who's 10 years older than you, who's playing mommy. That's
boom. Playing mommy. Now, as somebody, what about right now? Let me know, because the AC is on. It might be that too. And I do appreciate, obviously you pointing that out because I don't want that. That's why I turned it down a little bit. Is that better? But anyway, yeah, playing mommy. So as somebody who absolutely has mommy issues, it is something that I've found myself doing in relationships, looking for that kind of nurturing. And yeah, I don't know, Jimmy, that might just be you. But I definitely spent a lot of times in relationships that I realize now, and I didn't realize at the time, but I was looking for the woman I was dating to almost fill in the role of the love that I wish I got from my mom. And that's very like Freudian and the Oedipal complex and whatever. but that's how humans work, and when having immigrant parents, and especially my mom not even being from the Indian culture, but from the Chinese culture, which is even more stoic and less emotionally out, then I just didn't feel that love in my household. And so I found myself searching for that in women that I was dating. And it was like, whoa, I want to be, I want to be held, and I want you be the big spoon, and I want you to take care of me. And it's like, okay, now I can understand that, like, I have that. And if somebody can be in a romantic relationship and fill that role, but not have to be my mommy, not to have to replace my mommy, then it can be okay. But if I'm not aware of that, then subconsciously I'm expecting that out of a woman. And that opens up a whole bunch of different weird type of shit. So moving on.
It's not really, if she's making more money, she's running things, you're in her frame. So kind of is in a lot of ways.
The frame thing is the biggest problem that you've got with this entire relationship, in my view.
But
correct, Rich. That is correct. Or rather, I'm sorry, Hypnosis for Men, please continue your thought. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
No, you're quite fine. You're quite fine. So here's the deal. Like, if you actually felt that you could get good quality women who are your age and younger, who are a good mother and everything else, you wouldn't be on this show asking Rich if it was okay to date a woman who's 10 years older than you and you were in a frame and making more money.
So I guess it's a fair point.
And again, remember, yes, it is a fair point, Jack. But just like all the women who want to go on, again, RIP, who wanted to go on Kevin Samuel's show and talk about how they're different and their man is different, their situation is different, their this is different, their that is different. It's just not. We people are all the same. And these red flags are red flags for a reason. And when you see that your girlfriend is playing your mommy role and you're not aware of it, and you're not doing anything to prevent that, especially when she's a decade older than you, then maybe it's not the best situation.
My thoughts have been more, are there exceptions to the rule?
What does this mean?
Of course there are. Yeah. Well, you want this to be an exception so that you feel more comfortable about it, because your intuition right now is warning you, going, yo, Zach, you sure you want to do this? Is this going to go the right way?
Well, and into that,
let's call this guy, this bald bearded man with a wicked ass beard on YouTube and say, hey, do you think this is a good idea, Rich? Let's ask his opinion. Oh, wait, now there's 3 other guys on with him. Let's see what they have to say, sort of thing, right? Wow.
Exactly. Why, if he was confident in the situation itself, if he was confident in maintaining his frame, if he was the one not dictating, but control. I'm trying to put this in the softest language possible, but leading where the relationship is going, what the roles of the relationship are, then he wouldn't be here sitting. What up? He wouldn't be sitting here hoping for the approval of 4 other dudes who he knows aren't going to approve of his situation. He's trying to find a way that it works, and he hasn't, like Jaron Scott said, he's got an answer for everything. And it's like everybody wants to think that they are unique and they're different and they found the one. But it's like, bro, they're all the same. They're not all the same, but they're all the same.
The thing that I wanted to ask her, the thing that I keep coming back to, is the first thing you said at the beginning where she goes, you're pulling over 200K. Like, that's not exactly slouching around. And she's doing multiples of that. And so her question of, well, why don't you start your own business is not, it's when are you going to start making some more money? It's when are you going to get on my level? It's when are you going to get to a place where I look at you as my provider and my financial best? And we seem to be getting away from that a little bit.
No, I'm so glad that you brought that up, because this is something that I dialed in to very quickly after she first mentioned that. I didn't say anything about it in the moment. As a rule, I try not to say anything in the heat of the moment. I'll go back, I'll think about it for a day or two. If it's still bothering me, then I'll say something about it. And so this is, in short, how the conversation has evolved over the last several months, which was, I brought this to her attention, essentially, anyone who knows me is not going to shy away from the fact that I don't exactly have a low opinion of myself. And it seemed...
Don't you though? Because Bob One Bunu, is that how you say it? Your name? I apologize if I'm mispronouncing. When you asked if I believe in this alpha shit, I definitely think that if you follow it too closely, then you're gonna run yourself into a terrible position, and you're probably gonna end up alone. You know, the fact is there are hard truths that come out of the manosphere, the red pill community, whatever it is that you want to say, that are real. I think, again, there are too many people who take this shit as dogma. They take this shit as religion. But as somebody who grew up, like I said, a little bit more of a sensitive dude, a little bit more of a softer dude, this type of messaging is something that I absolutely needed. As recently as 3 years ago, I was in a relationship where I just didn't know any better. And I was just talking about, you know, how I've got my mommy issues. And I put this girl in that position, and she lost respect for me like that. And now I know how to act differently. Do I follow these guys like they're gurus, like they know everything in the world? Absolutely not. They don't live the type of life that I want to live. But they have information from living the type of life that they do that I can't get and I can't understand because I'm not living that life. And the basic line of Rich Cooper, at least, is to chase excellence, not women. And that, if that's the alpha shit, then absolutely, I am 100% on chase excellence, not women. But keep watching. Maybe you know, we'll see if there's some value here.
Odd to me that she didn't seem to have a high opinion of me, and we can only go with how people explain themselves, which was that it wasn't that at all. It wasn't that I needed to be the breadwinner in the relationship. It was, no, I've started multiple businesses over the last 2 decades. Like, what, you know your industry, why aren't you making more money for yourself? You're working as a consultant.
Yeah, but all the question is rooted in words is just a big word salad for I need you to make as much money.
I need you to be better. I need you to do better. Like, I need a man that's better than me.
But more than that, the whole like all we can do is judging by the words that's 100% bullshit. You know better than that, especially if you're working in intel. You don't fucking pay attention to what they say. You can't. You fundamentally can't. And you know that, right? But they're right. They're saying, hey.
And again, even look at that face. He's hearing exactly what these guys are telling him, and they are clearly taking what he is telling them, what Zach is telling the rest of the panel, and it falls in line. You know, again, as an atheist, when you have arguments about religion, there's only 4 or 5 different arguments that come up, and so everybody has their own unique experience when it comes to religion and spirituality and all that. But if you ask me, or if you challenge me on, do you think that you can uphold your position that it's not reasonable to believe that a God exists? Then yes, absolutely, because I know what you're going to say before you say it. There's only a few different ways to come to this conclusion. And it's the same thing with this type of stuff. There's only a few different pathways. Excuse me. There's only a few different pathways to end up feeling this way and looking at life this way. And maybe this is the one guy who thinks this way and he's got it all figured out. But probably not.
She is telling you that she is wondering why you're not better than you are. Those are the words that are coming out of her mouth.
She wants you to be better.
Yeah.
She loves the D, Zach. Like, that's why she's with you. I mean, you're obviously doing something right in the bedroom, but she's also telling you in another breath when you're not in the bedroom, hey, it would be really cool if you started a business and made as much money as I did, so I can look at you instead of down towards you.
And it's not a fault, right?
Boom. Looking at you instead of down to you. I'm gonna call you Bob. Is that cool? Or Bob 1? Bob or Bob 1? You let me know what you like better. So, man, I used to believe in this shit too. It gave me a lot of success as well with women, but that success came from dealing with vapid women, with whom, I'm a grammar Nazi, with whom have that kind of behavior. As I matured, I realized society molds women and men to be one type of way. You got to find people that are outside of that mold. Of course, you'll find typologies for any kind of behavior that you can apply to people. We all live in the same world and consume the same kind of conditioning. And again, I absolutely agree with you. There's not anything here that I disagree with. But the you said it gave you a lot of success as well with women, and the fact is that I was not having that success. I was not aware of why I was not having that success. And yes, this may be a it's not like they are uncovering a brand new ideology or any ideas that haven't existed before. They're not breaking new ground. But the fact is, if you haven't heard it before, then it's useful. And I'm going to venture a guess that there's one person in particular who is watching right now that can benefit from this, even if they are not looking at this through the lens of dating. So if you are the person that you think I'm talking about you, then
action that you're having of like, oh, like this is that I'm not saying you were hurt, but like, oh, like I didn't want to say anything. Clearly you got a reaction out of you. You didn't like that she brought that up. That stirred something in you that you were frustrated about. But again, like this is women in a nutshell, man. Like this is something that we have to come to respect.
So, oh, go ahead, please, Mr. Schmidt, please.
Two things. Number one, the fact that you had to bring it to her attention is kind of like a, hey, boss, just wanted to let you know. Just saying, right? And number two, there was a guy by the name of Ian Ironwood, who was one of the very early manosphere writers. And he was a situation where his wife was the breadwinner in the family, right? Now, they deliberately did things to put him in headship of the relationships, and she deliberately did things to make him the head of the household. This woman doesn't seem like she's doing that to you.
Right. So again, Jimmy Dean says, we all absolutely do not receive the same kind of conditioning. Again, I didn't get the conditioning that, okay, if you want women, you have to do this. Because I have immigrant parents who were married before they came to this country, and they are a little bit older. And so there's a generational gap. There's a cultural gap. There's a lot that they're modeling their relationship led to a lot of failure and heartache because they come from a different type of world than the world that I exist in. And so the conditioning that I received is not appropriate for dating as a 32-year-old male in 2020 and beyond. So I have to 100% agree with Jimmy Dean there. And it seems like this guy has had very similar conditioning that I had. But okay, I'll mute. Yeah, he's just going down the wrong way, and his ego is, keeping him there.
If you want to test that theory, have you guys talked about where do we stand? Are we going to live together? Has any of that come up?
Oh, it absolutely has. And
who was it that brought it up? You or her?
No, me.
Okay, you brought it up. You're in her frame. Okay, so carry on.
I have plans for the future of our relationship that I don't feel like broadcasting on YouTube.
Okay. You've got plans.
Okay, again, you've got plans for your, and I know Rich is about to go into it, but it's like you have he's talking like he's got these giant these goals that he's hopefully going to get to convince her to go along with, as opposed to I have these ideas that and she's going to go along with whatever I say because I am that leader. I have earned that spot. I have earned the ability to have her understand that I'm not forcing her to do anything, but that choosing to go along with me is going to be the best thing for both of us. But he doesn't have that. He's asking for her permission.
But does she have plans?
And then is it the financial aspect? Is she kind of like a sugar mama type situation? Because I'm down in Latin America, and I've talked to guys in the group. I've dated older women. They give me like access to cars or like nice beach properties and stuff. But it's like it's not going anywhere. We both know that. It's not one of those situations. She just throw money at you.
No, this is a relationship.
Quite the converse. In fact, and what I'm about to say may draw some ire, but it is what it is. We both opened up a few months ago with each other after we've been seeing each other for a little while, for a few months. We opened up with each other about our past because I think context is important. And she had shared that basically she had felt like she'd been taken advantage of in past relationships to the degree that you gentlemen are referring to. And so something that I said to her is that hypothetically, looking down the road, if you and I ever got married and I brought this up, I said, listen, I have my own money. You have your own money. You have more than I do. I would volunteer, sign a prenup because I want you to know I don't want or need what you have.
This is just so bad. And so what does Jimmy Dean say? What all these alphas seem to fail to understand is that without followers, you ain't a leader. I'm going to assume that you're referring to Zach, because all of these other guys do have followers, very much so. And Rich, very much, these guys seem to be, other than, well, and all four of them seem to be followers of Rich, as am I. So I'm assuming you're referring to Zach. But you know, it's a tough thing because we all get blinded. We've all been there. Maybe you, you know, maybe it happened to you earlier in life and you just chalked it up to being young and dumb. But it happened to me as late as 29, 30 years old. And the fact is, there's definitely a way to go through life and just think that, you know, maintain this way of thinking that, oh, everything's fine. I'm going to be doing this. And just like Zach is doing, and not necessarily making excuses, but he just has an answer for every little thing. And it's like, dude, are you trying to convince yourself or are you trying to make an argument? And it sounds more like he's convincing himself. And I know that because I was doing the exact same shit. I was with women that I knew weren't good for me, but they were hot and they touched my pee-pee. So, and that's not a good way to go through life. That is a guaranteed way to end up with heartache at least. Kluk says, the vast majority of the world are followers of someone. Hierarchy is a natural course of human nature, and everyone surrenders a bit of control to someone else in some manner. Well, apart from the hermits. Well, again, I agree with everything except the hermit part because I'm a fucking hermit and I still have people that I accept as leaders. But yes, you know, absolutely. It's not a bad thing to be a follower. It just matters who are you following and for what reason are you following them and how closely are you following them? Will you follow them to the edge of the earth? Are you questioning what it is that you're following, or are you just going along with it? If you're just going along with it, then I wouldn't suggest to continue doing that. But if you hear from somebody who seems like they're making sense and they're saying things that resonate with you, then, you know, question it for sure. But some people understand what the hell is going on out there better than you do. So listening to others, it can't inherently be a bad thing. Jimmy D, I definitely agree. But the sad thing is when you come from a place of scarcity and lack, it's like, well, she's doing that, but nobody else is. So that's why I'm letting her get away with X, Y, and Z. That's not a place that you want to be in your life. Trust me. Because she'll do the touching for a little while, but then she'll stop respecting you. It will happen. And again, maybe you find the exception to the rule, but that is, in fact, the rule. I mean, that's just the way humanity works.
In you as a person.
So a lot of the stuff that you're talking about here, Zach, like this is not the relationship of an unplugged man running the frame of the relationship, you know, making himself his mental point of origin. This is a guy that's none of those things.
Can I make it a little bit more brutal for you? To make
go
it
ahead, Ryan. Yeah.
Please do.
She's the husband looking for a wife and you're a perfect wife right now.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
A little bit more brutal for you. To make it
go ahead, Ryan. Yeah.
Please do.
She's the husband looking for a wife and you're a perfect wife right now.
Yeah.
I mean.
Oh, hang on a second. Dude.
That's the title of the clip.
Let's go.
Call me.
Take it out the J. Velcro. Clip that shit.
I mean, call me.
What do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that? She's the husband. Oh, it's right here. She's the husband looking for a wife, and you're a perfect wife. Now, does that mean that their relationship can't work? Remember, with the Jubilee video, we were talking about gender roles and the fact that they are roles, and they are not necessarily have to be filled by one gender or the other. But those roles are important. And it seems like he is following the wife role and she is following the husband role. If he's okay, if he's aware of that and okay with it, do you? But if you're thinking that you're in here leading this relationship and just letting this go, you're the one letting it go by because whatever reason you can come up with to complicate your life and justify why, then, I guess, but you're not going to, the likelihood of you finding success in this relationship, finding happiness in this relationship, finding somebody who values who you are as a person is low. That's just the way it is. And again, like Jimmy Dean said, this counts. And sometimes it counts too much for people. And for myself, I definitely was the one who was saying, this is too much for or not too much. This is just enough. This is what I need. She's touching it. She's doing her thing. I'm doing it. Word up. It doesn't matter if all the other shit is terrible. I'm here. But that was a mistake. I got my heart broken. Cook says it makes sense. I don't see how that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's also something that you should have expected backlash from on a panel where you're taught to be the opposite. Yeah, I agree with that. Jimmy Dean says every man is okay taking the wife role till this draft. Well, I don't know. Zach might be that might be his favorite part of the week. Sounded like it. He says, keep your business private if you don't want to hear this. I don't know who that is aimed at, but he called in. So if he wants to be private, he called the wrong show. And Andy Film, what is going on? Says, interesting show. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Please remember to hit that like button, and let's dive right back in.
Call me confident enough in my masculinity that I'm like, okay.
If that's the role you want to play in the relationship, fine, and you're welcome to own that. There's nothing, nobody says you can't do that, right? You're a grown-ass man.
If you want to be the wife to your lady's husband, go ahead and do it. But don't pretend like you are this alpha leader when that's not the case. If you decide as a man, I'm so comfortable with my masculinity that my lady is older than me, she makes more money, she makes all the decisions, she does all this, but I know that I got her, and she ain't leaving me because she respects me because of whatever else, then fine. Be happy. Do your thing. I'm happy for you. But don't expect that just because you're happy right now, just because this 46-year-old woman without kids likes your 4 and 2-year-old, don't expect that that's going to be how it is. That's just not how it works. And again, you might maybe be the exception to the rule, but are you willing to bet your life on that? Are you willing to bet the happiness of your life? Are you willing to bet years of your time on this earth on that? If you are, go for it. But I don't think you should be. Oh, God damn it.
But I mean, I see what you mean. But I mean, I think it's a lot more common than
it's a little bit more than that.
We're not trying to pop the bubble here, Zach. We're just trying to make sure that you march into this with your eyes wide open.
No,
did somebody fuck? All right, I think we're a little bit behind that.
Actually, accomplished women who are her age and older, they want a husband. They want a man to lead.
What's
so you have to figure out how to do that without having the power in the relationship, without having the money in the relationship.
So without going too much into oversharing, one of the things that we'll just say one of the things that makes our dynamic interesting is that in terms of who takes control in various scenarios, I basically always take point.
Talking about the bedroom
that way, amongst other things.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty common though, right? Like we know, like one of the things you'll always find is that career women love to be dominated in the bedroom. Like one of the things that you like, pantsuit women, 40-year-old women. I mean, marching around all day, barking orders for 30 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, they get to put that aside. And yeah, that's not a secret. But I mean,
exactly. And so Zach is out here thinking that like, oh, I control the bedroom. I hop on her. I'm an animal in the bedroom. And so all this other stuff is irrelevant because she ain't never going to leave me because that. First of all, like Moff just said, it's quite common for women who are masculine and these power women to want a relief from that in the bedroom. So the fact that you can provide that is good, but it's not enough to substantiate an entire relationship. And he keeps, well, among other things. Like what, brother? What are you talking about? We're all men here. We're all adults here. What are we talking about? Among other things. Sex and what? And guys will convince themselves that, oh, because I can, blow her back out, that's all she ever needs. And if that's all she's looking for, then sure. But at 46 years old, telling you that you need to start your own business, that's not all she's looking for. Cook says, what if she finds another dude, even younger, willing to go even harder on her? Exactly. This is why you need to maintain that frame so that she is rightfully, you're not manipulating her, rightfully under the impression that she is lucky to be with you, that you have options to do this, that, and the other, and you've chosen her, not the other way around. Because women cannot take that in the same way men can. Sure, again, everything I'm saying, there's exceptions to the rule. But the rule is the rule for a reason.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I mean, I think it's a lot more common than
it's a little bit more than that.
We're not trying to pop the bubble here, Zach. We're just trying to make sure that you march into this with your eyes wide open.
No,
we're
that's
doing
what
you're asking for, right? That's why you called in tonight.
Right, we're doing MDMP, military decision making process. We're doing COA-DEV, course of action development, course of action analysis. We're doing wargaming, and so
okay.
What's that?
Not really, but okay.
Ryan's ex-military, so you can't goose him.
Well, let's just say I'm always looking for people to play the opposing force to present to me a strong counter argument for why I should not pursue the course of action. I'm strong.
He's looking specifically for, I don't know what he's looking for. I don't know exactly what he's looking for, but he has specific things in mind that he's looking for. Like, okay, if they say this, that, or that, then I know that I got to get out of here. But if they don't say this, that, or that, then whatever they say, this lady is the exception. And that's the dangerous mindset. And again, they're going to get into that. So this is one that again, I just wanted to show you guys because I think it's important. They're going through it a little better than I could just go rambling. So we'll keep going.
Considering pursuing.
Well, I mean, you're going to pursue it anyway. You're just asking for.
That's not true. That's.
I think in this case, you need to present a strong argument as to why you should pursue this.
Let's leave that aside. Let's leave that aside for just a moment. If you want the strong argument why you shouldn't pursue this, number one, you're walking into a situation where you are going to be submissive to her in the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Until and unless you figure out some way to get headship in the relationship, even though she has more money, and she accepts that frame, you're SOL.
Which is highly unlikely.
Yeah, which means that the life of the relationship is...
Why? And again, Cook says he's looking for disagreement to strengthen his own belief, despite evidence disproving him. Exactly. You are 100% right. Faith is as strong as evidence if you believe it so, which is exactly my whole rallying cry, that faith is a bad thing and you need evidence instead of faith. But this guy is, like so many others, like I was so recently, willing to push aside the things that he can clearly see, the things that he knows are not right, the things that he knows should be a different way. Because he wants he wants his, again, as Rich Cooper says, men are the true romantics. Men are so much more looking for that Disney fairy tale than women do. Women are very, realistic in terms of resources and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that it's a good or bad thing, but men are the ones who will fall head over heels in love so easily. I know I do. And that's why I had to take a step back. Because if you look at me and you tell me that you appreciate what I'm saying, then I'm like, oh my God, I think she likes me. Maybe we'll get married. Oh my God, and she's going to be the mother of my children. Like, bro, slow down. You can't do that. Women don't respect that. You have to, that's fine if she thinks that about you, but you need to continually behave in a way that it can maintain that. And if you just do the bare minimum to get her to like you and then fall into this completely different role, then what do you think is going to happen? She's going to think differently of you. It's only going to last for so long. And trust me, women can go from love to hate or love to even worse. Because remember, hate is not the opposite of love. Apathy is the opposite of love. And women can go from love to hate to apathy and anything else so quickly that if you aren't in a place where you can supersede their fickle nature, then, as they said, you're SOL.
Limited to say the least. And you're investing all kinds of time and energy in a woman who is fundamentally not going to be able to partner with you in the way that you want to partner. She's not going to be a wife for you. She's not going to be a mother to your kids.
He wants to go check it out on his own, though.
And if that's, and knock yourself out, right?
You know, he's really got plans for everything. He's talking about prenups. You know, he's
and that's fine. That's fine. Like if that's the road you want to go down, you want to try this out. Cool. Like knock yourself out. You're a grown ass man. Do your thing. Right. Just understand that you're not actually going to get out of this what you think you're going to.
Hey guys, I really hope that you enjoyed that short.
So that's part 2. Part 2 of 3. And I do want to go to the third part because they really go in on him, and it shows how much how far the idea of she touches my pee-pee, how far that can really take you. Let's see, let's cue this up here. And then Coke says, you really have to make sure you're making the right choice with your wife or husband. I think you should be together for a few years before you even think about if you truly love them or not. I think it depends on the age. I definitely think that when you're younger, it takes a little bit more time. But if you're a 40-year-old man, you should be, as Kevin Samuels says, you should be dating with intention. If you're dating to get married and you know what you're looking for, you take the advice of these type of people, not as dogma, but you take the notions that these people espouse, and you make sure you understand what you're looking for and what is the benefit or the disadvantage to any given behavior or characteristic or trait of a woman. Then you can balance, okay, is this fair? Is this something I'm willing to deal with? Is this something I'm not willing to deal with? Is she going to enter my frame? Is she going to, one day decide this, that, or the other? All of these things you need to be prepared for. And when you get older, then it doesn't necessarily even take a couple years. You know, Kevin Samuel is saying 6 months to a year. Once you're over 30 years old, you know, if you're as a man, if you're 40 years old, it doesn't take a year to learn if somebody's on board with you, especially as a man, because again, if you are leading, then it's like, hey, are you on board with what I'm doing or not? If you're not on board, then get lost. If you're on board, then what I say is not, infallible. It's not that we can't have conversations, but I'm going to be the leader here. And you need to understand that I've got, as a man, I've got a plan. I've got the resources, and I've got the aptitude to do what needs to be done for us to live the life that we want to live. And you have to be on board with that. You have to trust me. I don't have it to show for you right now. As a 32-year-old, again, if I'm 45, I might already have that shit, and be like, I already got all the trimmings of showing that I have a good plan. So get on board, or there's somebody else who will. And that's how it works. That is how it works. It doesn't necessarily take that much amount of time, that much time. But you have to know what you're looking for. And if you don't know what you're looking for, then it doesn't matter how much time you take. It could take 10 years. And if you're not looking for the right things, then you could still end up in a shitty situation. It's not like people don't get divorced after a year. It's about understanding what the situation is and what you're looking for, understanding red flags, understanding green flags, all of that kind of stuff. And this is an active thing that you need to constantly be looking at. And it should be very easy if you find the right person. But that's the point, is that if it's not that easy, then it's just not the right person. Move on. That's it. So let's.
No, and this is not a.
Sorry, Zach, but just to Ryan's point, like every relationship has an expiry date. Okay, it can be on death.
Expiry.
It can be 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, right? So this is not special and unique just to what you're dealing with here.
No, and that's a fair point. I always value the outside opinion because I don't have all the answers. And the reason why I always like to reach out, in this case, to gentlemen who I've never had the opportunity to speak with or have a burden with in person, is because sometimes I desire that objectivity of people that are out.
Even that little thing right there. I've never had a chance to, I got to have my bourbon front and center. And, never had a chance to have it. Even that is just a little like, what are you trying to signal? Oh, you drink bourbon, so you're a real man? Like, I'm drinking fucking hard seltzer here. I don't give a shit. I don't know. That just, again, it strikes me as a little bit like virtue signaling, and not in a political way, but in, oh no, I really am an alpha.
Outside of my inner circle who aren't going to tell me what I suspect they do, what I want to hear.
What does your inner circle tell you about this? What do your military mates tell you about this?
That she's amazing and that she's a far better pick for me than anyone else I've ever been with.
So the standard was quite low to start out with.
That's the key. Yeah, you nailed it. That's why you're with her.
There was a
oh my
video I did in America. I don't know if you caught it, but
oh my god! So notice how immediately they didn't take the fact. It was almost like a trap question, because they said what is it that that makes you, or excuse me, what is it that your friends say about this this girl? And the fact that they're all saying that this old lady is the best thing that you can get means that the bar is really low. You're a military man. You're 35. You're in the, like we're saying, entering the prime of your life. And the best you can get is an old 46-year-old woman? Like, I'm not saying she's not a good person. But if you think that's the best you can do, then the bar is low. That's just what it is. Dating a woman 10 years older than you at 35 years old is not a high bar. That's just not what it is. And they may be very happy. They may stay together forever, and they may be the perfect couple. I don't know. I can only go off what I'm watching. But from what he's saying, along with the other 4 gentlemen on the panel, it seems like none of us are very confident in Zach's situation. Jimmy Dean says yes, because in his book, that's what he was raised. In his book, that's what he was raised to believe. Yeah, he's just that's what I don't know how familiar you guys are with Rich Cooper, but his right down here where it says The Unplugged Alpha, that's the name of his book. And it's not about it's not necessarily just about being alpha versus beta, but it's being plugged in versus unplugged. And plugged in meaning, do you follow the feminist left-wing establishment narrative of women deserve this, that, and the other, and men are shit? Is that what you believe? Is that what you think? Or are you aware that that is something that exists to make men's lives not as good? Which, absolutely is the case. The plugged-in guys will argue for every little thing that women want, even though it hurts them, and hurts all of us, because they don't know any better. And they think that they're being good guys, but it's not that simple. And again, I know, because I was that guy. I was that guy. And you don't want to be that guy.
It was me just basically reacting to a Tony Robbins clip, and he was talking about raising your standards. And really the question is, if you want to become a better version of yourself, if you want to excel, if you want more for yourself and for your kids and all sorts of stuff, you have to start by raising your standards. But if your standard is like in the basement, then like the next level is the main floor. Like you're not even on the top floor of the building, right? So it's like, you're starting from, from square one.
Let me ask this: what is it about her that is so much better than your previous partners?
There are a plethora.
So again, I want you guys to pay attention to how he answers this question. I don't remember exactly what he says, but that is an important question that we started with. Remember, Rich started with this question. What's so special about her? And now we've been talking for what, half an hour with this dude, and he's still unable to express, or the other guys are unable to understand what it is that Zach sees in this woman. Jim says, but I will say, when I tell women that I drink straight bourbon, black coffee, and eat licorice jelly beans, they're visibly disgusted and a little turned on, guaranteed. Okay, fair enough. Maybe that's because you got a big sausage.
Of items, and again, there are some, sure. Bottom line up front, she
46.
She's hot. Period. She's hotter than some of the 23-year-olds I've been with.
Okay.
And this is not just my opinion of myself. This is the opinion of, to your point.
I'm not asking about you. I'm asking about her. What does she bring that's so good?
She brings a perspective that challenges me to be a better version of myself, which is what I need.
Good. What else?
She challenges me to be a better version of myself. hey, guy, how about you challenge yourself to be a better guy? Why do you need somebody else to challenge you? Are you not trying to be a better person? Are you not trying to be the man you could be? Well, then there's your issue. And if you are, then why do you want to come home to somebody else bitching at you the same thing you've been bitching at yourself in your head all goddamn day? Why do you want somebody who's going to challenge you if you're not unless you're not challenging yourself? Why would you want somebody who is challenging you unless you're not challenging yourself? Which is some beta shit. You should always be challenging yourself to be better. Not for the ladies, but for yourself. Which means that saying that phrase means she makes me less of a bitch. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. And it's sad that me as a fucking 5'4" skinny little dude can look at this ex-military and say, and both of us can say he's being like a little bitch because of the things that he is telling us about his own relationship. So again, the idea of masculinity and strength and all of this, it's not exactly what people think it is. Because he's got muscles and he was in the military and he drinks bourbon. He must be a man. He must be a real man. But it's about your mindset. It's about what do you believe? What role do you play? And what are you how are you living this life? And how are you enjoying the presence of another person? Yeah, but I can be the bitch for 200K. No, he makes 200K a year. He said she makes multiples of that. He makes 200K a year. So they are not, he's not hurting for money. I would definitely be a fucking sugar baby bitch for 200K a year. You're goddamn right I would. But he is the one who's already making that money. And she's making more money than that. So they're not hurting for money. The situation's not about money.
Well, sounds like mommy.
Well, keep on going. So she's hot. She challenges you. What else?
She gives me the time of day. Specifically, we are able to. I'm sure you've heard this before.
Mommy does that too.
Keep on going. It's fine. Keep going.
Hey, I mean, whatever works. I would respectfully disagree with that particular sentiment, but intellectually, I think that we're on the same level.
Okay.
I've thought about starting my own business for a few years.
Sure.
This is the first time I've been with someone who's
So she's actually smart, capable, and hot.
She's smart, capable, and hot. Word up. Word up.
In a nutshell, that's it. If we want to keep it simple, smart, capable, and hot is a great summary.
It sounds
There
like
are
you're
a
defining
million of those out there. Yeah. Well, let's be honest. Like one of the things that I have a challenge with is that all the women that I date, they're amazing, they're submissive, they're feminine, but also they're dependents. They can't play on my level at all. And that's really annoying, right? But so I can understand wanting somebody smart and capable. They can't play on my level at all.
Wait, Jesus. Hold on. So they got a comment that from somebody super raise them standards.
That's really annoying, right? But
side note, if anybody knows that, I assume that Rich Cooper is using
feminine, but also their dependents. They can't play on my level at all.
I assume that he's using StreamYard. I would love to be able to pull your guys' comments up like this and have it take up the whole screen. If you guys know how to do that, or if there's a different thing that does that and you know what it is, let me know.
It's really annoying, right? But so I can understand wanting somebody smart and capable and who's not. So the thing is that there are a lot of those women out there. There actually are.
Few of them are proven, though, and that's one of the things.
Here's the thing about proven. She's proving herself in a very masculine space, which means she's simply into her masculine, right? Which means she also has a hard time getting into the feminine.
Not in this case, because I will tell you one of the things outside of the bedroom, and one of the things I really appreciate about this particular individual, want to go on about the attributes about her that I particularly appreciate, is the fact that it is really hard in 2022 to find a conservative female who wants to go to the shooting range with you, who also cleans up nice, puts on a sexy dress, and you look at it and you go, damn.
Not really.
Is it though? Is it though? Is it though? Jimmy Dean says, wait, a smart, capable, hot breadwinner? What branch was this guy in? Because if it's Marines or Navy, I'd say this guy is trying to convince himself that he doesn't just want a bro to marry. Like we said, he is the perfect wife. He's looking for a husband. That's fucking hilarious. But yeah, there's no women. There's no conservative women. There may not be a lot. But if I mean, again, I'm no gay, but if we look at this dude, he's not an ugly dude. He's he's got his muscle tone and whatever. He speaks well. I don't know how tall he is, but even if he's my height, he could do better than I do, and I don't do half bad. So why 46? And again, it's not because she's 46 that we toss her aside and she's too old for. But the question was asked, what is so special about her? And he was not able to answer. So it comes down to a belief of fear. It comes from a place of fear, scarcity, and lack. He doesn't believe that he can do better than her. And so he's desperate to cling on to what he has. Okay. So Cook says smart, capable, and hot. Leaves out the biggest thing that you should be looking for in a woman: nurture. I agree with that. I'm getting from the way he's talking about her that actually, I don't know. Well, let's just say I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Nurture. Men are very rarely able to nurture their partner or children emotionally. That's kind of the draw. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Well said, Kluk. Jimmy Dean says, excuse me. Why does this guy need a conservative woman? Just let the man be happy, because I guess he's conservative and he doesn't want a liberal feminazi. Well, if she makes multiples more than him, he probably can't do better. At least put a baby in her for the genes. Yeah, right? Like, exactly. If you're aware of the situation, then it's different. You're like, oh, shit, I got this bitch that's like, and I'm kind of, so let me get in there. But that's not what he's saying. He's like, no, yeah, we're great. We're great. She respects me. Totally. Yeah, no, totally. Does she, though? Does she, though? I don't think so.
Love Texas.
I'm in Ohio, so
move.
So move. Again, as simple as so. It seems like a flippant thing to say. So move, right? Especially if you are on the younger side. That seems a little bit flippant. So move. Like, it's so easy to just pick up and move. But this guy's making $200K a year, and he's looking for conservative women in Ohio. If that even exists, as Jimmy Dean alludes to here. That will be another stream. He also says, well, if she makes multiples more than him. Oh, we already wrote that. But yeah. That's the answer. And look at the faces. Look at the faces. So move. So move. So get the fuck out of here. So move. You've got the money. You don't have the attachment. Move. Okay. He gives the excuse of his kids.
Can't, because my kids. Otherwise, it would. Fair.
But then, again, it comes back to you can't find... there's zero conservative women in Ohio. Maybe less than Texas. But if you felt like you could attract those women and you deserved those women, then you would try for them. But you don't feel that. You think that this 46-year-old woman who is nagging you to change who you are wants to, I mean, dude, like, he's fighting so hard. And it's one of those things where, because we're only going off of what he's saying, we can't necessarily say he's in a bad situation and he needs to leave that situation. If we were to come in and say, okay, this girl like beats me up and whatever, then okay, that might be the thing. But he's just talking out his ass. Thank you, Luke. I'm gonna look at that in a minute.
But still, I mean, like, she's not the only hot conservative chick that'll shoot guns with you. I mean, it's not like there's no line in the sand where it's like, oh, they only start at 46 and above.
Yeah, like fundamentally, it's like all the things that you're looking for. Like, I'm glad that you're looking to level up. That's a hell of a positive, good thing, right? And bringing around women who actually bring something to the table and can challenge you and actually keep you on track is a good thing. Like, that's actually one of the major reasons why I'd ever want to be in a long-term relationship, to have somebody with me to call me on my shit on a regular basis, right? Because they can see stuff with you day to day that other people can't, even your best mates, right? Even the people that are in your circle, right? The thing is that she is so far ahead of you professionally, everything else, and she is so far ahead of you in years. Number one, you can get a much better version of that who's younger and is probably more in line with you in terms of where you're going to be going in life. Because she's aging 10 years faster than you are, right? It's often like the issue where the guy is running out before the woman is. The woman's going to be running out before you are in this relationship, right? So you can find that younger, tighter, hotter version of her who is also not so far ahead of you economically and everything else and is not so driven. So probably it's more time for you and your family, right? So just take a moment and think about whether or not that's actually possible for you. Because if you feel it's not possible, that might be the issue. One thing I see with a lot of guys.
Another thing I just want to point out as we're still going through this, that we've been going with this video. This one's 23 minutes. Part one was 16 minutes, or part two is 16 minutes. You know, I mean, we've been. This is a significant conversation. This guy doesn't usually take out this much time of his show to dedicate to a single person. So the fact that he is, I think that's something that we all can benefit from. And Jimmy Dean says the blurred out background guy is giga cringe. Hypnosis for men here? Is that what you're talking about? Well, I feel like he's kind of dropping knowledge. So I would love for you to elaborate on that, because I disagree. I think this guy is putting Zach in his place and calling out Zach for the bullshit and the womanly type of gymnastics that he's doing to try to justify why he's in the position that he's in. So I would love to hear your response to that.
Guys, is they find, this is the best person I've ever found. This is the hottest person, not only version I've found with it. I'm gonna go ahead and lock this down. And that was wife number 2. That was also a mistake. I say this shit because I have been there, done that. Okay.
Sure.
And every single time, it's a situation where I did not feel I could do any better, or there wasn't hotter, better out there for me.
Exactly.
In spite of all the red flags, in spite of all the differences, in spite of all the downsides.
So I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I was going to say, Zach, like, look, you guys know, if you followed me for a while, my ex-wife was a lawyer. And I think when I met her, she was probably making slightly more money than me. It wasn't a vast difference. It wasn't like multiples. When you get involved with a chick that, like, women have pursued careers and done things, like, you have to understand something about this chick, Zach, is that she completely set aside being a mother, having a family, raising children, to build a business, which is a masculine pursuit predominantly, right?
I'm going to run this. Hold on. Where am I? I'm going to run this back. Thank you, Indie Film. Says, come on, there's millions of hot 25-year-olds who will follow your lead and be conservative. Exactly. And if they're not in Ohio, go find them. If you got kids from a previous marriage, then that might make things difficult. But if you're making $200K a year, flew the bitch out. Meet a Texas chick that's 25. Tell her you put her in coach and fly her out to Ohio for the weekend. She'll love it. She'll love it. You can afford it. Coach, go with JetBlue. They don't even have coach. They just have one thing. I flew to Vegas and back for like $200. Like, and then if you're that dude, then have her move. You know, you do that a few times. Talk to her online and whatever. Zoom, FaceTime, whatever it is. Find the chick that you're looking for and be real about it instead of just settling. Well, she's hot and she touches my pee-pee, so, you know. But again, I want to run this back a little bit and talk about, highlight exactly what Rich is saying here.
Raising, understand something about the chick, Zach, is that she completely set aside being a mother, having a family, raising children, to build a business, which is a masculine pursuit predominantly, right? Not to say there aren't female entrepreneurs and they can't be good at it. They can be very good at it. And I know several women that run businesses, but it comes at a cost, right?
It surely does.
Right. And
it comes at a cost.
And when I say it comes at a cost, it's not just like a cost with having a family and, you know, like leaving a legacy or anything, those things. It comes at a cost in the sense of it changes the fabric of their nature.
The fabric of their nature. You're dealing with a different type of person who has dedicated their life to a career versus somebody who has dedicated themselves to being part of what your career is. And if you don't have that career, then that's where you need to start. Or if you're happy being the wife, then there you go. But this guy's trying to have his cake and eat it too and act like he's the alpha, but be the wife. You can either be the alpha or be the wife. You can't do both. And if you're aware of the situation and you know what you're going into, and you understand that she makes more money, and that she's not going to respect you because of what the money that you make, but there's other ways that you can provide value in a masculine way, then it'll work. It could work. I'm not gonna say it is gonna work. It could work. But if you're not even there yet, and you're thinking, no, I'm the dude, but she makes more money than me, and I asked her if she wants to do this, and no.
In that chase excellence, get to 46, don't have a family, have a fantastic physique, you think they're attractive, they're cardiovascular, superior, blah, blah, blah. They make a lot of money, they're smart, they encourage you, they support you, they love your kids, all that kind of stuff. They've basically become superior versions of what it is that you're looking to be and become. Like, you're probably seeing a little.
That's a tough pill to swallow. Why does he appreciate her? Because she is what he wants to be. And that is not the dynamic of a successful relationship. That's not the dynamic of a successful relationship. Maybe you want to keep this lady in your network professionally, and you want to, whatever. But that is not how women look at. Look at that. Nah, you four successful men don't know what the hell you're talking about. Rich only has 187,000 subscribers. There's only 5,500 views on this video in the last day.
A bit of a reflection in there, and you're like, 100%, like, I admire this chick, she's done something, but she's also partially playing the role of, you're definitely in her frame. I think even you would agree with that, and everybody here on the panel saying the same thing.
Yep,
which is a very bad start. And then the part after that is you're dealing with a female that's been masculinized and no longer a conventional, traditional type of female. There's no woman out there that runs a business, that's an entrepreneur, that's successful, that makes the kind of money that you're talking about with her, because you're saying it's a multiple of your 200 grand. It's a lot of money, right? So it's definitely over $1 million a year business. She probably has employees, has been around for a while, knows something. That's pretty impressive, right? Women really look up to those guys. Like, I can tell you, like, as an entrepreneur, when you tell a chick that you run a business and you have the receipts to go along with that, the nice car, the lifestyle, where you travel to and stuff like that, that has a big impact. And women that go and chase careers like that, they basically masculinize themselves. And there's some guys that like that. I'm saying, look, dude, if you dig that, if that's part of your vibe and stuff, but just understand, like, there's a lot of stuff sitting here in your blind spots that we're pointing to. You may not like it.
And that's why I dialed in.
Beautifully said. Jimmy Dean, which would be the right thing to do if you were to approach this type of woman? Because you're not going to get the, there's not a better word, the submission from the 46-year-old who is going to, she should be the side chick. She should be the side chick. He should be, if anything, because of her, he seems to be very attracted to her mind and the way that she handles business. So he should be focused on that as the main purpose of keeping her in his life. And if she's hot enough and she's willing to fuck and he could blow her back out, cool. Then she gets to be the side chick. What did Rich just say? At 46 years old, women who do that and put their careers as the main thing in their life, it changes them. And they're not going to easily fall into the frame of another man. And especially somebody like Zach, he's not going to be able to do that. So what he should be doing is looking for somebody who is not as well established, so that comparatively he's got it all together, so that she follows his lead. And then included in that is that he can explore his options. If he is, worthy of that. If he can get a young girl who he's making $200K a year. He's been in the military. He's not an ugly dude. He could easily get a 25-year-old who would be on his program and then hit this chick on the side. Cook, thank you for hanging out. I really, really did want to talk to you about all of this, but we'll save that for another time. Please do check out the replay, though. I would love to for you to see how this ends up. Moving on.
Yeah, and there's two possible outcomes here. Hey, it works out forever and ever until kingdom comes. She sees your kids go through university, become adults. You guys become grandparents, blah blah blah. Or it lasts, runs its course and it's done whatever period of time. First step for you, just to really see where she's at, to really square away where her head's at and what she's all about. Take that trip to Disneyland and see how you feel about her and see how she feels about your kids after that trip.
One last thing I will say is that dating as a guy in my 40s, I run into a lot of women on the apps and stuff like that, especially professional women in their 30s and 40s who have not yet been married, not had kids. Those are big ass boxes on their life plan they haven't checked off yet. And you're kind of like a pre-built version of all of that for her. She's to work on.
So, and to dovetail off that thought, one of the things that we talked about after she finally shared with me her net worth was the fact that I didn't run away.
How many times greater is it than yours? You don't have to.
I'm not at liberty to share that information.
So it's that much, huh?
So yeah, exactly. That's how much money she makes. And she said, "I've got an idea. You should get the older woman canceled and fired. Then it'll be a perfect relationship." Exactly. That's really the only thing that would put her in a position where she needs to look up to him, which is inherently how the female brain works. Whether it's money or anything else, she has to be able to look up to you. And 45 is definitely late for kids. And remember, he has 2 kids. And I don't know if he said it already, but he talks about how if I only had my 2 kids, I'd be fine. But that sounds like he wants more kids too. So it's just it's sad. And again, the reason that I want to show this is because it's too easy for us to hear the truths that we need to hear and throw them aside because they're not what we want to hear. I know I do that a lot, and it hurt. It led to hurt. So if any of you guys are in the type of situation that Zach is in, and just by showing you this video, I can help you maybe second guess, okay, do I really have a handle on this as much as I think I do? Or do I need to second guess this? Not because I want to break anything up, but because I want you to be living the life that you deserve to live. And being in a relationship where you're second fiddle and you are the woman is not what you deserve. I don't care who you are. If you're a man, that's not what you deserve.
It is enough that I'm not at liberty to divulge that number.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Never mind. He said it's enough, and I thought he was talking about something else. It's enough? Is that really the level you're talking about? But he's talking about money. So moving on.
One of the things I appreciate is that I'm not a 1%er, not even close. My goal is to be there someday. My goal is to, once I start my business in the next 12 months, to over the next 10 years, organically grow to be a 1%er. But I do okay for myself. When I brought females in the past over to my home after taking them out on a few dates, and they see my house, they see my car, they see the neighborhood I'm in, they see what my neighbors live in, what they drive, they inevitably, I can tell the gold digger light turns on. One of the things that is a huge breath of fresh air for me with this particular female is that I don't worry about that with her. Now I know that
that creates other problems, like you being in her frame.
Yeah, you got other issues to worry about.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you too.
Yeah, I think these guys are gonna say it better than I can, but that's a weird way to okay, maybe that is one of the pros to dating an older, more established woman. But that's all you care about? And again, if your only experience with women is that, okay, I can't let them look at me as just a dollar sign, then likely you're presenting yourself in a way that makes you look like a giant dollar sign. There's very easy way. I mean, you can drive a nice car and live in a nice neighborhood without being flashy about your money. So the question to me comes in, okay, well, how are you presenting yourself to these women?
Zach, you mentioned at some point, we kind of skirted over it, that she gives you the time of day. I'm curious what that means to you, like what that means. Obviously, you've lacked it in your past relationships. And then also this thing, too, that you're mentioning with the young girls coming over and you're getting the gold digger vibes. You shouldn't be getting those as long as you're establishing a frame from the get-go, because you and I we're the same age. We're about the same place in life. We do kind of similar, the same thing. You shouldn't be having those problems. Does that make sense? And if you have had those problems, my question would be why, and what does she gives me the time of day? That one stuck with me.
There's one thing specifically that she has done that no one else have ever seen, including my ex-wife, has ever done. Not with the expediency that she has, and it's not something I usually discuss with anyone, but Rich, perhaps you, and actually I don't know the other gentlemen on the call, so I can't speak to what other gentlemen on the call have done. I'm in the process of writing a book. I began writing it before my ex-wife and I split up. She was never really interested in reading any drafts, providing any feedback. My girlfriend now, if I send her a chapter I've written, she the same day sends it back to me, red ink, and says, "This is good, this is bad, this didn't make any sense to me." And that is for lack of a better term, like I'm just gonna say it. It's a tremendous ego boost. It makes me feel.
How low of a bar is that? She's doing basic clerical work for me, and that is what makes her so much more special than anybody anywhere. Like, guys, you gotta aim higher.
Zach, I know the feeling. My ex-wife wrote the first legal contract for my first business.
Yeah, look, you're in a situation where you're getting.
That doesn't mean that you should marry her, though.
No. However, what it did mean to me was that all the other females I dated were not worth marrying if they couldn't be bothered to show at least that degree of, I don't want to say respect.
Okay, but who's saying that you're not going to get there with this one, right? Because it's still fresh.
This one is not that fresh. We've been a little less than a year.
It's fresh, dude. Like it's.
I don't know who Meriadoc Brandy Buck. Oh. Well, according to the new Postmates advertisement, he would be the perfect you know what I mean. Shut up.
It's fresh for the first 12 to 16 months, I would say.
And that's fair. And I know you made the point, about, you've discussed time frames in the past, and this is fair points. I don't want to at all sound argumentative. The only possible counter.
No, but the point that I'm getting at, Zach, is that, you're with your wife, you have a couple kids, or 2 and 4. I'm assuming that you're with her for a few years before that, right? You got a long-standing relationship. So her opinion of you from day one, when she decided to touch your pee and have sex with you and get into a relationship and marry you, obviously changed over time. Right. So, I mean, you've been with this chick for less than a year. Who says that the next time you try to write a book or a manuscript, she's going to send it back so legally redlined? Right. Again,
it seems like a low bar.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's something you brought up about what's cool about this chick. Like, these seem like
exactly. And again, I have seen this. I know where they're headed, but I don't remember the exact terminology they all use. But exactly, a low bar. It's like, oh, she looked at me. And what did Jaren catch on to? That she gives me the time of day? She gives you the time of day? That's your litmus test for, does she care about me? Is this someone I'm going to spend my life with? She gives me the time of day? And maybe he doesn't necessarily mean it the way that I'm understanding that, it's a bare minimum thing. Maybe it's that, unlike the women that have been in his life previously, she actually does care, and she takes time to do whatever it is that he cares about. But for you to say it like that is extremely telling that you have this low bar, and that maybe this woman's great, but to think that she's the best you can get as a 35-year-old dude making $200K a year in Ohio, you're just, I mean, again, I'll let Jimmy Dean say it.
Very elementary, very low bar as far as, okay, she's good looking. They're literally millions of beautiful women out there that are younger, that are more feminine. She takes your stuff seriously and helps you edit your book. Okay, like that's nice. But I mean, I'm not hearing anything like I was bedridden for 6 months and she never left my side, or she fought tooth and nail to get me this and that. And they seem like it just seems like a low bar, and it's just because it seems like maybe you didn't have those. You haven't experienced enough of these positive qualities in these women. Like the first time that you're getting this, it's like gotta have it, gotta lock it down. It's the best I'll ever have. Never had it before. That means it's meant to be, kind of stuff.
And that's possible. And it's possible. And I'll be the first to admit it's possible I'm making a huge mistake. Like I'm not so self-assured as to say that. Well, I mean,
so what is that? She's hot and she likes me. Exactly the same thing we've been saying the entire time.
I think it's a little bit more than that, Ernesto. But suffice to say,
I bet you do.
You know, I'm not so self-assured to say that. Oh no, this is the only this. She's not my soulmate.
How much did you date? How much did you date? How many other women did you date between your divorce with your ex and then this woman now?
Great question.
Okay.
Like
so here's
long
what I would
term,
say.
or go ahead, Ryan.
Here's what I'd say. It's like, look, Moff kind of nailed it on the head. This is the first time you're getting a woman who actually has her shit together, isn't a total basket case, is relatively hot, and treats you well. It's an amazing.
And again, I can only point out that this is a useful conversation because I was Zach. I was that guy. And I'm so glad that I'm not that guy anymore. And if you are resonating with Zach, then maybe you need to look in the mirror and change some things. That's what I'm doing here. I'm not telling anybody they need to do anything. I'm just presenting a point of view. And if you resonate with Zach, if you feel like Zach is kind of holding his end here and that all the other guys are piling on, I'd love to hear your case.
Experience, right? I can understand why it's really got you in a place of like, let me lock this down, right? I get it. All I would say is that there are probably better options out there.
So,
yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The fact that you have had this experience is a phenomenal thing. If she's the one, great. You're telling me she's not your soulmate, so why are we having this conversation?
No, and that's an extremely important point because I personally don't believe that there is, in a planet of 7 billion people, I don't believe that there's one person for you. I believe that we're all fucked up. Pardon my French. So sorry if I cuss for cussing on your stream or podcast. But yeah.
No, that's Drew Buffalo Chick already destroyed the algorithms with
okay, well, but suffice to say, you know, I believe that, you know, call me old-fashioned. I believe that relationships actually take work, you know, without saying anything.
I believe it.
When you're in a relationship that is working, the work that goes into it, almost like a job. If you have a good job, or let me put it this way, if you have a shitty job, then going to work is the worst thing. And again, I've had shitty jobs, so I know exactly what it feels like to wake up 6 days a week, barely having slept from the night before, from getting home late from work, and having to wake up and go for another 8-hour day at a shitty job. And it was miserable. It was miserable. But when you do things that you like and that you are appreciated for and that give you, again, this word value, then it doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be, you know, just the easiest thing in the world. But the work that you're talking about is much more fluid and it's much easier to engage in. And he sounds, again, like he's trying to justify the fact that, well, I don't really do great in this relationship, but, you know, that's how relationships are. And Jimmy Dean says, I get where you're coming from with the job analogy, but sometimes buns is a lot to deal with. I got to read these before I put them up. It ain't always a joy to work on a relationship. Well, exactly. That's my point. Is that if you're working that hard, then maybe, like, yes, a relationship includes work. So does running a YouTube channel. But if I hated doing this as much as I hated the retail jobs that I've had, I wouldn't fucking be here. I enjoy doing this. Yes, it's work. Yes, I had to look up this stuff before. I've watched these videos before. I've taken the context of what I want to share with you guys. That's work. But I'm willing to do it because I enjoy it, because I like it, and because I feel the value that I'm presenting. That's the difference.
Or not, the greatest relationships don't take work.
Don't take much.
Yeah, they're actually pretty easy. Yeah, they just kind of fall into each other.
Well,
So
I mean,
if you find yourself working for a relationship, it's a pretty good sign that you're not in a good relationship.
So, and to that point, I would say, which is why it's been such a breath of fresh air that this one has felt as natural as it has. But even if I were to hypothetically come across someone else who I thought was a better fit, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to drop what I have, because at what point? Because at what point is good enough? So, to make a business analogy.
Again, we're just talking about living, to use the language of people that I don't necessarily share a worldview with. If you're living your best life, then why are you settling? If you are this, you're making money, you're looking good, you're in shape, you're all this stuff, then why are you settling? Why are you settling for anything? This is the time at 35 years old that you should be getting the best that you can get. And maybe if you accept the fact that you do actually, as a man, have more value than just the dick that you give, then maybe you wouldn't be thinking this way. What does Jimmy Dean said? So I know the pina colada Trulies are amazing. I have not tried those. I just cracked one. It tastes 30% less like watered down hint of mixed drink. I've been actually mixing flavors. So right now I've got the regular grapefruit. Can't see that. Okay, grapefruit with the watermelon lemonade, and it is fantastic. I started with a little bit of the original lemonade and the lime. That was tasty, but this is good. This is good. I got a citrus pack. Usually, the lemonade's the best. I like the iced tea ones are good as well. I'll take the iced tea and the lemonade ones, and I'll mix one of each in my little cup here. And that's the way that we do it. Moving on.
No, let's quantify. No, it's not fear. Let's quantify this.
Like good.
It is fear.
Like
well, he's asking you difficult questions.
Let me go ahead and step in for a second, because Zach's right here. It's like it's not just fear, right? There is a certain amount of like the optimal choosing problem, secretary problem. Yes, I absolutely get it. But the fundamental point is you're only 36.
So let's quantify this.
That old.
Let's quantify this. Is there a dollar amount where once I hit this dollar amount, I'm good, or do I always need to be making more money? Now,
has anybody here been suggesting that? No.
No. And I'm not saying anything.
So again, that's not a bad point. That's not a bad point. That if you were to turn this into an analogy, and you could theoretically be making more money, but you're happy making enough, the amount of money that you're making, at what point do you say, yes, I could be making more money, but what am I giving up for that? The problem is that analogy only goes so far, because if the value that you can get from a relationship is not as easily quantified by numbers. And so that only works against his point that, okay, if it were a dollar amount that you could actually exchange for things in your life, then that's all the more reason why you should continue to make more money, because you are only just now getting the money that you need in your life. But women aren't money. Jimmy Dean says 36 is when Zach is just starting to make money. He should be paying Instagram influencers on his yacht. Exactly. Ergo, Zach's value will only go up unless he stays with a 46-year-old woman. Unless he's happy with being the wife. Because again, it has nothing. It's not about her age. It's not the fact that she's 46. It's not the fact that she makes more money. It's the fact that those things are influencing how the relationship plays out. Jimmy Dean says women are 100% money, as in they are expensive. They cost money and happiness. I can't disagree with you there, Jimmy. I cannot. And again, if this guy is so, all right, I think I remember where this conversation is going. We only got a few more minutes, so let's. I would love to see that great Tim Dillon bit about relationships from a gay man. But yeah, let's see where this finishes up. Oh, geez.
With what you're making, you can get some really nice young girls that'll be totally bought into you. Like you won't have any of these conversations.
That's not.
I'm making an analogy here. So what I'm suggesting is, for example, my goal here. So there's a certain lifestyle I would love to be able to live, and there's a certain lifestyle I would love to be able to provide for my children. So once I hit that dollar amount, working harder than that for me, what's the return on my investment for working harder than that once I hit that lifestyle?
Here's the deal. Okay, so here's the thing: is you're looking at the positive side of the equation, saying these check the boxes and hit my minimum threshold for me to be able to retire from the game.
It's a little bit more than the minimum. It's I would say
you know what I mean, right? You know what I'm saying, right?
Sure. Okay, fair.
Okay. We're saying, hey, there's all this shit on the negative side you're not paying any attention to.
No.
And because of that, the positives you're seeing are not actually as good as you feel that they are, because the negatives factor in from you that you're below threshold now again.
So let's
see what I'm saying.
Okay, so let's follow that thought stream to its logical conclusion. So let's say that I make a huge mistake here, and let's say that this particular female.
It is good that he is talking in terms of like, okay, let's say I am making a huge mistake. That is the first step in saying like, okay, I'm trying to engage with your guys' points that this may not be the best thing for me. That at least is a little bit, I don't want to say promising, but for lack of a better word, promising. But because it's almost like a false, it's almost like it's a Trojan horse where he's trying to act like he is taking their points, but only in the context of the argument. And he's already decided that he's going to stay with this woman, and that being with this woman is the right thing for him. And he's just taking all of their points and trying to find whatever way he can, come up with an answer.
We don't work out. What are the lasting consequences?
To your life.
Well, for you, Zach, I'll be honest with you. This is a low risk relationship if it has to untie itself. So if you're looking at it from the perspective of playing not to lose, then yeah, she's a good choice, right? She has more than you. She's not after or able to go after anything you have.
That's
if anything, the prenup is going to be worded in such a way where she won't be responsible for paying child support to those kids, which may or may not be enforceable in a court. So there's like it's very easy. This one from the perspective of, well, at least I won't lose half my shit. At least I won't have to pay her child support. At least you won't be able to steal my kids from me or anything like that. I get it.
You're playing scared. Yeah. Playing scared.
Exactly. He's playing scared. Even though it's a low risk situation in the fact that he doesn't have kids with her, she makes more money, all of the things that they just talked about. That makes it better in the sense of what exactly he is risking. But that doesn't change the dynamics of the relationship itself. It just makes it less of a bad situation. It doesn't make it a good situation. It just makes it less of a bad situation.
You're playing scared.
And maybe I am. Maybe I am.
Scared.
Maybe I am. I mean, maybe I am.
You don't want to.
And again, maybe I am. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Are you really saying that? Or are you just saying that to get to your next point? It seems like he's just trying to get to his next point, and he's not engaging with any of this.
Other kids, though, I'm assuming like you've been snipped or whatever. You don't want any more kids.
I have not been snipped. And
does she want any more kids?
We talked about it, but the fact is that she is 46 years old. It is probably unlikely. I know my children are very young, but I have a great relationship with them. I love my kids. They love their dada. Presuming that the two kids I have are the only kids I'm ever going to have, then I'm still doing okay.
Is that just me not being a parent, or is that a little weird to be talking to a panel of men and refer to yourself as dada? Their kids love their dada. Straight face is shit. I don't know. Again, it just seems like it's a weird, like there's nothing wrong with it per se, but it's just on top of everything else, it's just a weird way to express yourself.
At this point, I call me selfish. I'd like to be happy with the person I'm with. I'd like to be able to actually enjoy their company. And, while I'm not looking for them to be a mother to my children because they already have a mother, I would like for at least 50% of the time that they are with me, for us all four to be able to have a good time.
Look, here's the deal, man. Like you've got very low bar here that you're trying to clear, a very low bar, and you're playing scared.
I mean,
you can do far better. You can do far better.
He's playing not to lose, man.
You're playing not to lose, and that's okay. If you want to play scared, if you want to play it safe, cool, do it. You're not going to get a lot of support from guys on this panel because all of us are trying to do a lot better.
Yeah, you want to call one of those other shows if you want to get support like you do. Like that's a good idea.
So Jimmy Dean says it's not weird. I also wouldn't call dating a millionaire a quote unquote bad relationship. I'd say it's a hedged bet because he isn't sure he could do better. Absolutely. But he can do better. We know this. We understand what women are after. We understand that women are after a certain look, after a certain capability, after a certain thing that this man has. So it's only him. It's only himself that's holding himself back, which is the frustrating part. If he was in a situation where this, he was fat and ugly and short and broke, and somehow this 46-year-old slamming MILF looking a millionaire is into him, well, then we're having a different conversation. But that's not the conversation we're having. We're talking about a guy who pulls in $200K a year at 35. Yeah, he's got 2 kids, but they're young. Jimmy Dean says maybe, maybe not. Obviously, all the guys on the panel are going to say he can do better, but that's a decision only he can make. Well, of course, none of this is meant to be a rule book. None of this is meant to be like, hey, you have to follow this path or you do it wrong. Again, the issue is not that he is playing the wife role. The issue is that he is not aware that he is occupying this role and thinking that he's leading. And that's only going to kick him, that's only going to kick him in the ass eventually. Eventually, she's not going to respect him, and it's going to come crashing down. Zach might have some fatal flaws. Again, that maybe. Well, apparently, the sausage thing is the least of the issues, which seems to be why she's sticking around. But that hasn't come up, so I'm not gonna speculate on stuff like that. But possibly.
I'm not looking for a pat on the back. I'm looking for people to tear down the plan.
So it's been torn down. Yeah, it's been torn down tonight.
No, this is MDMP in a nutshell. If your plan can survive being torn down, then it's a good plan. If it can't survive being torn down, then you need to go back to the drawing board.
So we can tell you made up your mind already. We know
like your mind's made up, and I think that Chris made a good point here in the chat. He said this goes.
Let's see what this says. This poor this.
It's too big to listen to the wealth of knowledge and experience being given to him.
Why is that the opinion here?
Hold on. He has fully justified the complication and has taken the feminine role so hard he's leading with his feelings and is using them to ignore logic.
So, Jimmy Dean, given that you don't necessarily agree with my interpretation of what's going on, that happens to align with the rest of the panel, I would love to hear if you have a response to that. Changes what they say. Let's run it back and
justify the complication and has taken the experience being given to him. Chris made a good point here in the chat. He said this poor guy's ego is too big to listen to the wealth of knowledge and experience being given to him.
Why is that the opinion here?
Hold on. He has fully justified the complication and has taken the feminine role so hard he's leading with his feelings and is using them to ignore logic.
So that's that's the claim that I 100% agree with, that he is representing. Remember, we're only going off of what he says. So it could be dead on balls accurate, or he could be, changing it to make himself look a little better. And based on how he's responding to everybody else, it sounds like he came in here with an edge case and he's like, oh, I've got it figured out. I know I got an edge case, but I figured out. I'm going to show these guys that it can be done. So he came in with the the mentality that I'm gonna prove all of them wrong. Or I mean, I guess he didn't expect the other three to come up, but I'm gonna prove Rich wrong. And that is the way that he's approaching this. It doesn't seem like he's trying to take in what these guys are saying. He's just being argumentative, and he's doing it politely. But I don't think anything that these guys have said has really landed with him. Jimmy Dean says, what Zach says would be casting her into the best light. Yeah. To make her more attractive to the panel. Yeah. I mean, we can only assume that he is fudging the details a little bit in his favor. And so if we assume that, then we have to assume that, okay, it's whatever he's presenting, it is here. It's got to be like here. And, maybe reality is somewhere in here. But I mean, kudos to him for putting himself out there, but it's almost not even anything, because he's clearly unaware of how quote unquote bad his situation is in this context. So, yeah, let's just finish up. We got a minute and 2 minutes left.
So that's just the observation of somebody in the chat. Again, you may not like it, you may not want to hear it, but all we're doing is we're holding up a mirror, just reflecting some shit back. Some of it's in your blind spots. Some of it you already know.
And I appreciate that. That's why I called in.
Yeah. All right, Zach. Thank you for your time. Let us know how it works out, man.
Appreciate it, gentlemen.
Thanks, bro. Hey, guys, I really hope that you enjoyed.
Oh, there we go. So Jimmy Dean says he's pushing back, but not being argumentative. I wonder why. He isn't bragging about his millionaire 46-year-old. He actually is asking and listening. His pushback is just cognitive dissonance leaving the body. Leaving the body? I don't know if it's leaving the body. I think it is very much open and apparent that he is not. He does have cognitive dissonance, but it's showing its head in everything that he says. Jimmy Dean also says, I also don't think that he's quote taken the feminine role so hard. What do you mean, that he's not fulfilling the role? As the other guys are saying, or that he doesn't have such a hard time actually filling that role as he does? I'm not really sure what you mean on that side. But I either way, I hope you guys understand the importance of why I wanted to show this to you. That there is a lot that can go either way. We could, if we wanted to twist this story and put Zach in the worst possible light, it would be pretty easy to turn it that way. Also, if we want to defend Zach and say that, oh no, he's doing great, he's doing fine, we could also twist the story to make it look like that. So Jimmy says he's not acting the feminine role, apart from already being a single father. But he is following her lead. He's asking about, can we be together? Can we stay together? Can we move in together? Can we do this? She should be asking those things. He should be on his purpose, doing his thing. At 35 years old, he should be doing whatever he's doing. And whether she should be in the spaces. She should be in the spaces where he can't, where he has extra time. That's where she fits in. And if that's not okay with her, this is a young man on his purpose. There's not many of them. As they said, there's a lot of hot girls who will touch your pee-pee. So, I mean, it's tough to look at these types of relationships and point the finger and nitpick, because you don't want to see these men in a bad position. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that everything I've said is completely wrong, and that he's in a great relationship, and he is that edge case that I just don't I haven't seen, and good for him. Maybe that's the case. Maybe. But probably not. And if you think that you are in that situation and you are the exception, you're probably not either. And I don't say that, again, I don't say that to be mean. I just say that because I want you to avoid the same heartache that myself and so many other guys have experienced. It's vicious out there. And you have to know who you are. You have to know what your purpose is. You have to stay on that purpose. And you have to be worthy of whoever it is that you're trying to attract being on your program. Because yes, submission is a part of it, but you can't expect somebody to submit to your program if you're some scrub. You have to be that guy. So I hope between the two videos, very different types of content that we looked at, we got a good idea of how all of this stuff plays out. And this is an ongoing conversation. Jimmy Dean says, those hotties will touch the PP for money and attention. She will touch the PP because, and for no other reason, than she likes him. Ain't no price on loyalty. Well, those hotties will touch for money and attention. Okay, yes, I agree with that. She will touch PP because, and for no other reason than she likes him. Sometimes. But if he's not showing anything that is typically attractive to women in general, then it is an assumption. But it feels like a relatively safe assumption to say that she's just settling with a guy who's given her the good dick and that's it. He don't have any control. He's following her program. And it's only a matter of time before she loses respect for that. It's only a matter of time before the 2-year-old and the 4-year-old start getting older and start needing. I think he said 2 girls, if I'm not mistaken. Jimmy Dean sees it as a win-win situation. What happens if in a few years their marriage doesn't work out? The guy has wasted years in his prime when he could have been finding somebody who is more appropriate for him. Because there's a big difference to a 23, 25-year-old from a 36-year-old to a 40-year-old. Even though that's only a few years, there's a big difference in the eyes of a 25-year-old, whether you're 36 or you're 40. Once you're 40, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. And that's if I'm not saying that these people won't be happy. Again, I'm not saying that. It could be a win-win situation. It could be. But everything that he said to not only myself, but all 4 guys on the panel seemed to scream that it wasn't a win-win situation. It was a win for her, and it was an not lose for him. Remember, she was saying to him that it was that Mark was saying he's playing not to lose. Joshon is in the building, so you missed the entire stream. But first, we talked about the Jubilee middle ground, lesbians versus straight women. And we were talking about the interesting dynamics that came up with having that conversation. And as men, why we should be aware of what that conversation sounds like and how we can use the information and how we can use the perspectives of those women to better educate ourselves in how to navigate the world in general. Then we switched over to a series of clips, but really one conversation from the Entrepreneurs in Cars channel run by Rich Cooper, a red pill guy. And this 36-year-old ex-military guy is dating a 46-year-old woman and showing very much that he is in the feminine role while she is in the more masculine role. Jimmy Dean does not agree, but myself and the 4 guys on the panel here did agree. that all of these guys agreed that Zach here was the one who called in and was talking about his relationship with the 46-year-old. He's like, well, she's so great and she's so this and she's so that. And it just sounded over and over and over and over again that he was coming from a place of scarcity, fear, and lack. That maybe this 46-year-old is great, but he doesn't believe that he can do any better. He doesn't believe that he can, as a 36-year-old ex-military making $200,000 a year, can attract somebody who is more appropriate for his age, who isn't going to be completely out of who isn't going to be hitting menopause in the next decade, who isn't going to be expecting him to. She wanted him to start, even though he already makes $200,000 a year. That she's like, why don't you make a business? Because she makes multiples more of that. And he seems to be quite happy. Gang. Still here? You already know. We're doing a little bit of a recap. And we were still talking about Zach here. And it's just, he's trying to argue in a very plugged in way that he's got this perfect situation. And he might. But it doesn't seem like, based on the way that he's talking about his relationship, the way that he's talking about his woman, the way that he's talking about things, that he has a handle on what he's doing. It sounds like he's just going with the flow and following along with her because he doesn't feel like he can do any better. And it doesn't seem like that is a good way to go through life in general. What is up, Cody? I appreciate you being here. And when it comes to the relationships in general, I've said it before, I'll say it again, that I was somebody who was very much like Zach, where I didn't necessarily know that I should be embodying this masculine, strong role that I watched all the Disney movies. They want just somebody who's going to love them and hold them tight and this and that and the other. Not to mention, I'm a small guy. I'm 5'4", so I don't really have a very strong output from the optical perspective. But the point is, we can still drive our lives in a way that is beneficial and will lead us to what we deserve. And I don't care how short I am. I don't care how sensitive Zach is. It comes down to, what do you deserve and what kind of life do you deserve? And if you are following some woman who is going to lose respect for you very shortly and then not even be able to have the type of Jimmy Dean fucking bastard. If she's not going to have the respect for you in a few years, if she likes your kids because they're 4 and 2 years old, and she's 46 and she doesn't have any children, then yeah, she's going to love your 4 and 2-year-old. But what happens when they are 7 and 10? What happens when they're 13 and 17? That's not, you know what I mean. What does Cody say? Cody says, more about how you carry yourself than what you're carrying. Absolutely. Because as we've seen from Zach here, he's, not a bad looking dude. He's, get a better shot of those guns. He's, ex-military, but he's following her lead. And if that wasn't a problem for women, then we would be having a different conversation. But the problem is that women simply don't respect men who cannot provide for them. Not having respect is pure conjecture, Jimmy says. We don't know their relationship. Statistics fall apart when they come to the individual. Well, Jimmy, we didn't watch a video about statistics. We watched a video about Zach. We watched 3 videos about Zach and his relationship and the way he spoke about his relationship and his woman. So that goes out the window because we're talking about a single case and we don't know everything, but we only know what he told us. And like it was, who said it earlier that he would be, you said what Zach says would be casting her in the best light to make her more attractive to the panel. And even still, we come to the conclusion that it's like, dude, what are you doing? And fair enough. He has the right to, maybe he misspoke and everything he said was off base and he has a great relationship and they're going to last forever. Maybe. But you are likely, if he is in that situation, it's very unlikely that both of you are. So if he's in that situation, then he's the statistical one that's the exception. So it's important for you to understand that you're not going to be the exception. That's why we're watching this. Maybe we don't know everything about Zach's life. Zach might, we only know what Zach told us, but what Zach told us a lot. And from what Zach told us is, statistics are made up of a collection of individual cases, but there's a very big difference between talking about an individual case and how this man spoke about his relationship and spoke about his woman than the generality of how 35-year-old men, ex-military, speak about their relationships. That's a different conversation. And I'm willing to have that conversation. But that's not the conversation we're having. I think you should be happy about that, Jimmy. I think you should be happy about the fact that you're not in his shoes. Because he doesn't seem like he's got a handle on what he wants or needs in his life. It, like the others said, it seems like he's operating from a place of fear and that he is convincing himself that he's happy with what's going on because he doesn't believe he can do any better. And that's not a good way to live, in my opinion. Again, what is he comparing all of the things that his woman does? What is he comparing them to? The women who won't even give him the time of day? That's his big thing. She gives me the time of day. He said that. She gives me the time of day. I just feel like maybe as men, we deserve a little bit more than that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an idiot and I don't have any idea what I'm talking about. And if that's the case, then please, write an extended thing on exactly everything that I got wrong, because I want to learn and I want to do better. And if I'm talking this shit to you guys and I don't know what I'm talking about, then please correct me, because I don't want to be out here spouting bullshit. I'm going to be out here spouting knowledge. So if that's what it is, then put me in my place. I'm not afraid of it. Just like Zach. He came up on this panel and talked to 4 different people who told him that his relationship was not a good situation. Goddamn right, Cody. So I think that's what it is. And but if you think I'm wrong, I will happily engage with you in the comments. Drop those down below. For today, that is Dr. Evil Genius says, men aren't told what they should expect from a woman. Men are told what is expected of them by women. That is an amazing point. He again, going back to our friend here, he knows what he's supposed to do for his woman, but he's so lost on what he's supposed to be getting out of that situation. He thinks that, and again, I'm quoting, because she gives him the time of day. That's your bar? Then do you, homie. If that's all you want is somebody who will give you the time of day and you will follow them around and be on their program, then all the power to you. I wish you the best in life. But most women don't want that. Most men don't want that. And so I cannot sit by and act like the possibility that this is a good situation is probable. That is how the average modern woman thinks, which leads us into this entire problem. talking about possibility. Well, it could happen. I know one person who did this, and maybe this, and maybe that, and maybe this. Okay. Is that your situation already? Are you already in a situation like that? Then what you're saying doesn't matter to me. Because it's simply not realistic to live your life based on slim possibilities. You might luck out, but you're probably not going to. You're probably not going to. And I just hope that I hope you do. I hope you do luck out. I hope you get that edge case. You find that unicorn. You find the most amazing, beautiful woman who loves you for everything you say and has no issue with you and follows you. I wish all of that for you. I do, but I don't. Maybe I'm black belt, but I don't see it happening. At least for all of you. Maybe some of you. And you can't bet that it's going to be you. So you need to be aware of this as you go and navigate the world. That's all. That's the point here. That's what I'm trying to do. If you haven't checked out the stream that I did about what is a woman, that is also super important information that I think everybody, regardless of how you feel about all this gender bender stuff, absolutely you need to check that out. If you we got, sorry, I didn't see your comments here, guys. Who do we got? Cody says, fuck that. They don't exist. You have to turn them into that. Be appealing. Exactly. I mean, again, maybe I agree with you, Cody, but maybe we're wrong. Maybe Zach has found, Zach here. Oh, I already stopped the screen. Maybe Zach here has found that unicorn. Probably not, though. Dr. Eugenia says, I believe there are more women that are worth it than not. Possibly. Says, I found 2 women that are more than worth it. And congratulations. But should the rest of us who have 0 women at this moment, should we operate on the probability that that's going to be our life? What if I find a beautiful, amazing woman, and because you say you found 2, now I'm not even happy with my life finding a woman that is feminine and submissive and all of that good stuff because I don't have 2. Possibilities versus probabilities. And I know this is something you talk about all the time. So I know that you're not trying to say that everybody is going to find a plethora, a harem of women. I know that's not what you're trying to say, but that's the way that these things come out to exactly. That's the way that comes off to me. It's like I genuinely am happy for you, Dr. Evil. But do I have any expectation that is ever going to be part of my life? No. And that's not a sad thing. I'm not, oh man, I can't get 2 worlds where Dr. Evil gets 2. No, that's not how I live. I understand the landscape that I'm working with. Woody, shut the fuck up. Come on, I'm just trying to finish up. I understand that that's the world I live in. And some people get 2 women. Some people, like our friend Zach here, gets a 46-year-old woman. Some of us don't get any. And maybe most of us will just get 1 woman who is kind of all right. And you go through life together and you figure it out. Cody says, I found a woman who didn't want kids, didn't want marriage, didn't want a relationship. Just this dick. More than happily married for over 9 years. Be appealing. Well said. Dr. Virginia says there is a way to make that more likely to happen. I think how we choose women has that effect. I definitely agree with that. I personally am not really interested in having more than one woman. I think at this point in my life, I don't want any women. I want my space and my time. But eventually that is definitely going to change. And I think how we choose women, as you say, Dr. Genius, is absolutely a big point. I I mean, you know what? Let me do this. I was just going to dip out, but if any of you guys feel like, I'm talking shit or anything, I just dropped the link. And if you want to come up and talk about any of this stuff, if you have something to set me straight, if you have something to agree with, if you have something to disagree with, hit it. I'm going to, just reiterate to you guys that the reason that I'm doing this is because I want you to see how different people see this situation. And it's easy to watch this channel that we watched and see how like, oh, this guy's so stupid and da 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 da. But as a lot of people have said, it's not that simple. As thank you for stopping by, Cody. I really do appreciate it. Later. There is different ways to approach relationships. There's different ways to live your life in general. And there's not one right way. It might be different for you than it is for everybody else, much less somebody else. But you have to find what works, and you have to know where to follow the crowd. And when it's okay, I shouldn't be. If I'm 35, then dating a 46-year-old, that's not going to work because she's older. Well, that's not necessarily the case. That's not what we're saying. But is she a 46-year-old who is going to do this, that, and the other? That's what it's really about. And the fact is, whatever it is that you're looking for at 35 years old for a wife to build a family, there's a lot of things out of a 46-year-old woman that you're just not going to get simply because she's 46. You might, but is that how you want to live your life? It's up to you. You make those choices. Thank you guys for chilling with me today. I think we covered some interesting ground. And all righty then.
How you doing, man?
Who do we have here? Dr. Evil.
Yeah, we got Dr. Evil up in this bitch. Let me make sure you don't get any what they call the copyright, right? No, don't want to get you hit with that. All right, man. It's for I guess people that don't know who the fuck I am, I'm Dr. Evil Genius, one half of the Talking Shit podcast. I wanted to, this is something that we talk about on TSPUC. We're very firmly on the red pill side of things. What's up, resident sausage? It is something that we built the Talking Shit podcast on, and that is, even though we're very much in the red pill space and we're not ashamed of that at all. It is our contention. It's our we're a little bit different in that we believe that there are more women out there than not. And when I say women, I'm talking about women, not adult females, right? There are more women out there that want to be women and that are not ashamed to be women. Mm-hmm. And I think that what has happened is just like you get a lot of the outsized expectations that some women have based upon what they've seen on social media, right? I think that we also have a skewed view of how women are out in the world. So I'll give you an example, right? You see that, you and I, we both probably started watching the floods in Florida, probably around the same time, right?
Oh.
When they were in that 25 to 30,000 subscriber range.
Right. For those of you who don't know, we had enough experience with the Fresh and Fit podcast. He won't say it on his platform, but we on my platform.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh and Fit.
I'm not giving anybody. I'm not getting anybody any exposure. I don't want to help them grow. Not even by one subscriber. Not by one view.
I don't care if they get subscribers. I want the people listening to this conversation to get what they can out of this conversation. We're talking about the Fresh and Fit podcast that is among the scraping the barrel bottom of the manosphere.
Right. Yeah.
And that's more who I was talking about in the beginning when I was saying not everybody is gonna push you in the right way. But
Right.
you're saying.
Now, what they've done is they've taken a small subsection of young women that are in that meat grinder known as South Beach, Brickell, right? And I've been down there. That's the first place I ever went when I got on. The first time I ever got on an airplane, I was down in South Beach, right? And you look, and the competition down there for the women is so intense that most of them have plastic bodies. I mean, it might as well be what was that? Ghost in the Shell. It might as well just be Ghost in the Shell. Okay.
Oh man.
So, you know, one of the things that I figured out is that you can have a very cynical view of who women are if you look at the frauds in Florida and the bimbos that they bring on there. And remember, they're not bringing normal, everyday, polite women. They are bringing on the type of chicks that they're trying to get from on set into one of the bedrooms.
Right.
Right. So they're being led around by their dicks. And men who are easily led around by their dicks tend to have more issues dealing with women outside the bedroom. So that's why, and especially, again, if you just want to take a small subsection of a small subculture and say, look, all the women are like this. That, I mean, you're not being fair to the women and you're not being fair to yourself.
Absolutely.
So,
but
when I look at the landscape and I look at how men choose women, yeah, it's the Thoughtcast. And that's really what it is. So when I look at how men choose women, this is something that I have been very critical of black men in particular. You know, ever since, you know, I was younger, you see a lot of these guys are like, oh my God, she's got a fat ass. Oh my God, she's got some tig old bitties. But then when they get with these chicks and then they splash off inside, they're shooting up the club, having babies with them, right? Splash waterfalls all up inside the cooter,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And then oh my God, I'm going through child support. Oh my God, I can't see my kid. It's like, but that wasn't part of your requirement. You did not require from this woman to have to be of high character. You did not require of this woman to have personality. You did not require of this woman to have some kind of moral fiber. That wasn't part of the deal when you chose her. So why are you mad when you don't get that?
So I definitely agree with you. I'm not really sure how that. Can you tie that into our friend Zach here?
Right.
I don't know how much you watch,
I did not see the whole thing. I mean, I'm focusing more on there are more women that are worth it than not.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is when, again, and it kind of ties into that because that guy was in the military. That guy has been told what to do. He's been told when to eat, when to take a shit, when to practice. He's always told what to do. He's on somebody else's program his entire life. But they don't teach you in the military, how do you deal with women? They don't teach you, really, they don't teach it anywhere. They don't say, hey, this is what you should be expecting from a woman. The only thing that you see from a lot of these guys in the military is a bunch of women that are chasing that military the pension and the benefits. Oh, I'm going to offer up this coochie, and whatever happens, happens. And then the guy goes off, he gets shipped off, and she's boning several of the neighbors. Right? They're not really taught how to choose women. They're not really taught how to deal with women once they make the choice. You know how many guys, and this kind of goes to your point that you were making earlier. You know how many of these guys, they are just so happy to get some attention from a woman that they'll accept. Women don't respect guys that don't have boundaries. They just don't. Even if they start out liking you, if they see that you're a noodleback, shout out to Coach Greg Adams, if they see that you're a noodleback, they're going to lose interest in you. If you cannot express to them your expectations and what your boundaries are and then enforce those boundaries, they're like on to the next. Because if he can't protect his own boundaries with me, how is he going to be able to protect me in these other situations? It doesn't translate.
Exactly.
So again, men are always told what women expect of them. Men are not told what they should be expecting from these women. They're not even taught how to choose women. So what do? They're led around with their fucking dicks. And I can tell you, one of my ladies, she's older than me by about 5 or 6 years, right? Mrs. Evil is younger than me by about 4.5 years, right? The age doesn't really matter. What I was looking for were people that fit my life and my personality that meshed well. There were plenty, even when I go out there and I look to date today, there are plenty of pretty women out there that I can go out there and chase, but the pretty is not what I'm after. And by and large, men are after the pretty first, second, and third. And then after they've already gotten into some trouble, then they want to know, okay, now they want to know, what about morals? What about ethics? Right? So I just think that if you have found the synergy with the person, all of that other stuff comes together. It doesn't matter who makes more than who. Mrs. Evil makes more money than I do. Right? It doesn't matter because the kind of woman that I chose, she is not looking to run shit. She is not looking to run a man. And it doesn't matter how much money she makes. But you know what I did? I was patient enough to recognize her value as a woman and then step up and then try to make it work. Because, I don't run my house. But they recognize me as being in the masculine position, whether I make more money, whether this, that, or the third, because they know that when the chips are down, I'm going to fulfill my role. If somebody wants to accost us in the street, I'm the one that's being turned into an Afghan, being plugged full of holes, right? I'm not going to say, hey, you go protect me. Now they know what the deal is, right? And it doesn't really matter, especially in this economy, and I think that we're a little bit too hard on men when it comes to the money making thing, because this economy is fucking everybody in the ass. So we have all of these expectations of men money wise. Now the economy has changed, and thank the feminists for that too, because when the feminists accepted this whole equality in the workplace thing, what they did was drive down wages across the board in almost every profession that women are a staple in, because when you double the workforce, then it becomes an employer's market and they get to hold wages down.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with every word you just said. I just feel that, maybe I'm interpreting what you're saying in the wrong way, but it seems like you are coming to the defense of the guy who's in a situation which is not so typical. When I'm saying, hey, that, me and the other dudes on the panel are saying it's not good. But it's not about the the superficial aspects of the relation. It's not the fact that she's 46. It's not the fact that he's got young kids. It's the way that he talks about these things. It's the way that he is the one bringing up their future together. It's the way that he's already accepted that making less money than her doesn't matter, and takes it as a default that because he's the man that he has that respect. And it just doesn't seem like if you, Dr. Evil Genius, are making less than one of your ladies, then there's other places where you are aware of that, and there's other places where you fulfill that masculine role. There's not one place where you either do it or you don't. Right. And my issue is that I think that our friend Zach here thinks he's in the position that you are, but is not mentally and within his relationship in the position that you are. That yes, it doesn't mean that because you make less money that you can't be in the masculine role. I agree with that.
Right.
But that does play a part. And if you're not aware of the fact that that plays a part and you're not counteracting that, then everything else is going to fall in line with, well, she makes the money and she makes his decisions. And he admitted how many times that he's in her frame. And that comes down to a thing about respect. And so whether or not you're making as much money as she is,
it depends on the type of woman you got with.
True. But again, if she and again, this is my point about her. Maybe the possibility. You and I all the time talking about possibilities versus
probability versus possibility.
And
yes.
so he might be in that edge case. He might be that anomaly where he is that beta provider, and they are together, and she loves him for it, and she respects that he is willing to do what it may very well be. But
when you say beta, that evokes a lack of respect.
Well, that's my. All right. So maybe he is the. So let's take out that word then.
It's probably something else that's beta about him, regardless of the dollar amount.
Well, that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. Is the way that he's approaching this is that, oh well, she's got so much that she is doing, and I'm following her, and and that's okay. Even though I think that I'm leading.
What if we went back to before he got with her and say that he's making beta choices? Yeah, he's made a beta choice in a woman, and then the trajectory of that relationship just kind of followed. Because the thing is, a woman will follow you. Like the whole thing, when we go back to the Will Smith versus Jada Smith thing, right? I've always said that I don't blame Jada. Is she has she represented herself well as a woman? Absolutely not. But I blame Will for that. Because had Will fulfilled his role as a masculine man, she would have adapted and then fulfilled her role. She taught her kids to disrespect him. And you know how she was able to? Because he taught her how to disrespect him. And then the kids get to see that dynamic. So even though I'm very, very pro male, we men have to understand that we set the tone. If you feel like you don't have any kind of authority in your home from a masculine standpoint, you created that. Because no matter how much women want to talk all that effing garbage, their instincts still kick in. Why do you think there's? And I ask people this all the time: have you ever met a happy womanist?
No.
The answer is no. And why is that? Because they're attracted to all the things they say they hate.
Yep.
And the thing is, like, you get all of the male effinists, nobody respects them. Literally nobody, especially the female effinists. Why?
Right.
Why? Because they can talk a good game about how men should be effinists. That's not what they want, though. That's why those guys don't get laid.
Right. And you bring up an important point about how the role of men in just society in general is that we see that when you're talking about Will and Jada, we see how horrible of a person she is, but yet we still both put it on Will because it's the man's responsibility to do
absolutely
better.
And the thing is, she could look like a much better woman if he played his role the way he was supposed to. Let me give you an example of that. I'm going to use myself as an example. When I met Mrs. Evil, I made an alpha choice while I was still occupying a beta frame. And when I did not step into my proper role, there were things that went wrong in our relationship that you would never think could have ever happened when you look at us together today. Because I made an alpha choice while not knowing what to do with it. As I grew into becoming an actual adult male man, our dynamic started to repair itself organically. I didn't have to try to make things better. I didn't have to, make sure she knew that I just had to handle certain things in the relationship different. And then it changed the dynamic in the relationship. Even though like I make more money than I did before, I still don't make more than her. But the way that I approach a lot of situations makes it easier for her to just be her goddamn feminine self. Now, if you ask her, some of the old days, she was super stressed out wanting to end the relationship, mainly because she felt like she had to be in a masculine role that she doesn't want to be in. Right. And there were mistakes made on both sides because we were both playing out of position. And I had to learn. And here's the saddest part of this. when we first got together, I was trying to coach her out of her femininity because I still had that the effiness, poisoning in my mind, thinking, well, you shouldn't put up with this and you shouldn't put up with that. She's like, well, this is just who I am and this is what I want to do. Right. Right. But the thing is, I wasn't her ally. You get what I'm saying? Because then I was looking for her to be something that she was not. And then I was just like, you know what? How fucked up am I that I am thinking, wait, you shouldn't be treating me so well. You should be treating me with apathy because you need to be a strong. No, she doesn't want to be strong. That's my fucking role.
Exactly.
So
that's what this guy is saying.
The alpha choices.
That's what homie's saying.
And
right
then the alpha handling of different things, right? I know that people, get caught up in the alpha beta, but we're talking about stepping into the role that you were meant to play, that the woman feels comfortable then playing the role that she was meant to play.
Right. And that's a delicate dance. That's a delicate dance. I mean, especially I can't imagine with two different ladies, but that's a delicate dance, even with one, to play that role. And
it's actually not as difficult as you think. You know why? Because when I play my role the way I'm supposed to play it,
let me,
and I get cooperation from one, then they cooperate with each other.
Right. Let me ask you this. So would you say it is not as difficult if you know what the parameters of your role are? It's very difficult.
You also have to know what the parameters of their role is too.
Exactly. If you don't know what you're supposed to be doing and what they're supposed to be doing and what your roles are, and you're just kind of vibing, we vibe together, we can vibe, then that's a recipe for a lot of fun in a short period of time. But then who knows? And
But
so
there are people that are not supposed to be forever people too. Sometimes we look for a 40-year marriage out of a 3-month fling that's only supposed to be a 3-month fling, based on the natural dynamics and the way the personalities mesh. We try to, the square peg in the round hole. Mm-hmm. So that's why I keep telling you, I believe that there are more women than not. There is a sizable minority of women that have these outsized demands that, don't play their role, or they've been, poisoned by whatever they heard in university. I get all of that. But the thing is that we've given so much attention to the negative that we don't give attention to the positive people that are out there, which is part of the reason why, even though we're very firmly pro-male on the Talking Shit podcast, myself and Captain Paul, we are in devoted relationships, not necessarily saying that we're the devoted ones in a relationship. We have women that are devoted to us. And, with Captain Paul being a conservative and he has a liberal woman devoted to him, that is not by accident.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that is not by accident.
Interesting.
Right. And so what I think that part of the reason why we're having so many problems with young men is that only thing that they're seeing are the frauds in Florida. They're seeing the Kevin Samuels interviews. They're seeing, Dennis Sperling saying "Black men, save yourself." Right? They're seeing O'Shea Duke Jackson and all of these examples. Is watching MTR, like you said earlier. They're watching 21 Studios. They're watching The Casual Bachelor. They're watching the Entrepreneur in Cars. And they're seeing all of the examples of women playing out of position and not being worth it. They're not seeing the examples of and then you get the confirmation bias because that's all you see. That's all you expect. And then, when you turn on your YouTube, somebody went and studied and then found another example. But what about the examples of women that are doing things the way they're supposed to be done? O'Shea Duke Jackson just had an interview with a woman that was that was known to Kevin Samuels, and she was saying that Kevin Samuels saved her marriage, and now she's got a channel or two where she's talking to women about how to play their feminine roles to make their relationships with men more fruitful and last longer. I think the first channel she had, she said that people went and got her channel taken down because she was advocating for women to play their natural fucking roles with men.
I definitely I 1,000% understand where you're coming from. I do have to push back though on the notion that I mean, I think there absolutely are women out there who fit the mold of exactly what your average man wants and that fit the mold of what me personally, what I want. I think there is plenty of women that fit that mold or either of those molds. However, I think as a tall, successful, man who makes money, you are in a different and which you
I was a fucking bum when I met both of them.
Exactly, which you obviously earned.
No, but I'm saying when I met them and they came into my life, I was a fucking bum. I was half a step away from homeless.
You're still tall though.
But the thing is, what I'm trying to tell you is also I didn't occupy my natural frame the way I was supposed to.
I understand.
So what I'm saying to you is that there are guys who are 5'4" that are doing just fine. They're doing just fine. But the thing is that you know my friend Louis Rossman. You've been on a panel with him before, right? He's 5'6". He's not that much taller than you. Okay. And one of the things I had to explain to him, and other women confirm this that are fans of his. He has 1.7 million subscribers on YouTube, right? Other women have confirmed this. In fact, Jimmy Dean was in the chat getting timed out by Lewis in the chat when we were talking about this. So Jimmy Dean can confirm there were women in his chat saying, hey, Lewis, when you recognize your value as a man, you're going to have much more, because the thing is women pick up on your lack of confidence more than anything, man. It's like a shark smelling blood and water. They can smell that shit.
I hear you, but I cannot act like that confidence is a given. That I may understand that I should be confident in myself because of XYZ.
What is the XYZ? You got to be specific.
Because I'm smart, I'm well spoken, I'm sensitive. All of.
I don't know about the sensitive part.
Not to you,
is a good thing for humans.
Not to you, motherfucker. I'm sensitive. With
not great for attracting women, unfortunately. No matter what they say.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
But point being the notion that physicality is something that you are just brushing aside. Maybe brushing aside is I
had to earn my physicality. I've been a string bean my entire fucking life. I had to earn that.
You did not earn being 6 foot over.
No, but I had to earn being more than 140 pounds at this height.
That's entirely in a different league than what I'm talking about.
But it is the same though.
I'm talking about not only being shorter, but being shorter than the woman.
Right, but here's the thing, man. I've seen a lot of guys climb trees.
I've seen a lot of women who have done that. You know what? That sounds like every woman who's talking about possibility on Kevin Samuels.
No, but I'm telling you from what I've seen.
Hold on. I am not saying, I'm not trying to have a pity party for myself.
Right.
That's not what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm putting out there the fact that you cannot just act like physicality is only a male thing.
Height is only one part of physicality, because I was about to go to the next point. And the thing is, even with my height, I was made fun of by women. But when I started to put on muscle at age 32, all of a sudden I now exist and now they're twirling their hair. So the thing is, I didn't have, it wasn't like I'm tall, I'm attracting women. No, I was repeatedly made fun of, because I sound white. I was made fun of because I had a dirty job. I was made fun of because I wasn't hyper violent. I wasn't hyper aggressive. I wasn't any of those things. I'm used to, and it's, of course, because I'm not black enough, right? Because I'm mixed race. I'm not Indian enough, obviously, because I appear to be more black. I'm definitely not Hispanic enough because I don't appear that Hispanic, right? I definitely don't appear white, so I'm definitely not white enough, even though I've got bloodlines all across the board, right?
You're not white.
So I don't fit any community. So I've always been ostracized. I've always been on the outside looking in, right? So there are a bunch of different things, but you know what that did? That tore down my confidence. Do you know what helped me with my confidence? Achieving things. Because you know what you've done and you know what you're responsible for, regardless of your stature. And then they pick up on that. Because if you walk the streets right now at 5'4" and 125 pounds, if you did that today, but you had accomplished stuff that you were absolutely unequivocally proud of, women will pick up on that.
Somewhere.
Absolutely. I'll give you an example. I saw this. I saw this happen. No. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to use you as an example.
Hold on.
I'm going to use you as an example. Hold on. Let me drive my point home. Let me drive my point home. Let me drive it home.
Hey,
so check this out. I'm going to give you. You remember that live stream you did?
Whoa. You ain't going to talk over me on my platform, brother. I always let you talk. Well, you interrupt me all the time on your platform. Please give me the respect of my own platform. Are you trying to say that being short under and especially under a certain height, let's say 5'7", are you saying that there is absolutely nothing to that affects?
I never said that. I never said that.
I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking.
Never said that. So I was going to give you an example of that, right?
Go ahead.
So you did a live stream 3 or 4 months ago, right? You did, right? And you had a young lady come on that you worked with. And you guys had the discussion about dog training.
Oh, you really like that stream. I got to do that again.
Right? Now, I looked at the dynamic between the two of you. She was much more favorable towards you than even you realized in the moment. Why? And she knows how tall you are.
Yeah. How do you mean? I don't even know what you're talking about.
When the two of you went through the conversation, she was very favorable towards you. I'm talking about on a personal level, beyond what you guys were talking about. Her body language, the way she spoke to you, because women, when they are interested in a guy on some level, the inflection in their voice changes, their body language changes, all these things change, right? When you were in your element talking about shit that you're an expert in, her body language towards you, even just on the panel, was different than even you realized in the time, because you are in your element as a man. Let me tell you about this one woman that I had the pleasure of getting up with back in 2015. I could not believe this woman was looking at me at all, because she was really attractive. But what she told me was the dynamic, because I was her trainer, the dynamic of me being in my element as a leader, as a teacher, drew her to me. And then she noticed the physicality after that. It wasn't that, oh, he's tall, oh, he's this. Her ex-husband was way shorter than me. It didn't matter, right?
I understand that.
So the thing is, when you're in your element,
does it make a difference? Does it make a difference to your point? Does it make a difference to your point that all right, well, never mind. I don't want to put her.
No, but the thing is, I'm not saying that she's into you. What I'm saying is that her body language changed towards you in the moment.
Right. But there's a difference between being able to command a stream and speak articulately, which I almost said about somebody who has black skin. And I stopped myself because of what you guys said. And then I didn't know what to say, because I was trying to say that in general, they were articulate for a person. And I didn't know what to say. But, and he caught it too. Anyway, but the only thing I'm trying to, so it's almost as if as if you're trying to, like, if you were sitting down with our mutual one of our, whoever it is, one of our white mutual friends, and you were trying to explain something that happens to you as a black person, and they were just like, nah, dude, nah. Trust me. I've been there too. It's not about your race. It's just I'm white, and I feel like, maybe, but there's certain things that you just can't understand as somebody who is of a certain height when you're dealing with women.
Well, can I address that?
That is not to say, poor me. Blah, 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 blah.
No, can I address that particular point?
Please.
I want to address the height thing. When you want to talk about an ally, I'm the ally when it comes to short guys. I need you to understand this, okay?
I believe it too.
Anytime I go on any of the apps and I see a height requirement, and I always exceed their height requirement, I swipe left every fucking time. Okay. But I had this discussion with Lewis Rossman. Again, he's 5'6". He's under 5'7", right? The average male is about 5'9.5". And I said, listen, you got to look at, when you look at your number, because we know how we rate women, right? You know how we rate women on a scale of 1 to 10, right? But you got to think of it on the scale of how women would rate a man, right? So with him at 5'6", I'll say, okay, you're at 5'6", you're below average, right? So we'll give you a 3 for your height. I'm in no way saying that the height does not make a difference. I'm no way saying that. Okay, you're going to take a 3 on your scale when it comes to height, right? Okay, then we're going to look. If you're Louis Rossman, right? Now we're going to look at your physique. Your physique is in the top 5% of men on planet Earth, right? So we got to give you an 8, 8.5, 9, right? You're an entrepreneur. You're super intelligent. You taught yourself how to do component level board repair, right? So that level of intelligence and discipline to create a business off of something that you had to teach yourself would have to give you a 9 for that. And then, your business is probably worth somewhere in the 7 figures. So we'll say that you're probably in earnings, you're probably let's just say an 8, right? So if you go 8, 8, 9, 3, right? That's 16, 25, and then 28, right? and then you divide 28 by 4. Where does that put you? Right? You're at a 7.
Okay. Good.
Right? So Louis Rossman is a 7 out of 10, even though he's a 3 in height. Why? Because it's a total package deal, right?
Well, I'm not.
Here's his problem. He doesn't recognize his value.
Okay.
So that takes him down in his own mind. And so the woman might see him as a 7, but since he doesn't see himself that way, she is going to respond to him the way that he values him. So if he's thinking that he is just going to, I'm 0% successful with women in these circumstances, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you think that, well, they're not going to argue with you on it. So if I looked at you, Lutch, and say, well, you're a 2 in height because you're at 5'4", right? Right. Yep. Now, if we look at the other factors that can mitigate that, then you're walking around the world thinking, well, I'm hot shit anyway. So I look at you, Lutch, right? You're like one of the things that women, from a physicality standpoint, one of the things that women judge men on is the symmetry of their face and how square their jaw is. So what you don't know is that women prefer your facial structure to mine because my face is more of a V. You have more of a square chin. Women prefer that. Women on a recessive, like in the back of their mind level.
How many women are living in your house? How many women are living in your house?
2.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm going through the list, right? Okay. So the thing is that if you look from a physical fitness perspective, right? Most women are probably going to rate you a 2, right? Because they cannot expect that with your build and your height together that you are going to be able to protect them, right? Now, if you look at earnings, where are you earnings wise? What would you rate yourself earnings wise, scale of 1 to 10? And of course, 5 would be the average male, which is around $50,000 a year.
Probably 6.
Okay, so there is 6 there, right? When it comes to discipline, maybe entrepreneurial, spirit, where would you rate yourself as far as being a go-getter and being aggressive in that way?
Previously, I would have said a lot lower, but after starting this channel, I would say an 8. If I'm into it, I'm balls to the walls, bros.
Okay, so we have 2, 2, 6, 8, right?
Yep.
So that's 14. That's 18 divided by 4, which is below average, right?
Yup.
Guess what? You can do something about 3 of those fucking 4 factors.
You're not wrong.
When you fix your physique, and I've told you this before in the past, there is an accomplishment feeling that comes with that where you're going to walk around like you're 6'5", and women are not going to understand it. They're going to want to know more.
Why
is he walking around with this huge dick energy?
First of all, I already. Anyway. Second of all, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. Again, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. But the fact of the matter is, bringing it back to our friend Zach. The point is, when we're talking about the situations that our friend Zach here, when we're talking about the situation that we're currently in, that we are in as a matter of right now, then that type of potential is an interesting conversation, and it's something that should be had, and is something that should you, as somebody who is a friend to me, who cares about me, that's something that, when you're telling me this and I'm just kind of whatever, then tell me 2 or 3 times, because it's something that I need to hear and
right.
learn. But that doesn't change the fact that I am who I am right now.
Right.
And I'm not Louis Rossman right now.
So think of it this way: you're struggling with dating today. You should be struggling.
But again, I'm the awareness of the fact that I would be struggling. It's just like, all right, let me remove myself from the situation, max out my points on my own time,
right,
and then do what I'm going to do.
Right.
And I don't think enough dudes are comfortable enough of taking themselves away from the situation. I think that everybody, not everybody, but too many dudes feel like they have to be in the game and they have to be getting laid every this, that, the other. Like, bro, I don't even want to tell you how long it's been since I got laid. But you know what's not affecting my life in huge way? Like, okay, I'm not 21 anymore. Like when I was 21, it was a different thing. I'm on the wrong side of 30. So
you haven't even hit your sexual prime yet, though.
Well, but we've talked about my 40-year-old glam up, but that's a whole other. But Jimmy Dean had a great question here that I do think is relevant, and I would love to hear your answer. He says, on a scale of 1 to entirety, so let's just make that 1 to 10. What amount of gender dynamics needs to be spoken out loud? It seems like gender dynamics would naturally play itself out without being forced.
Right.
It seems that way.
I think he's right. The thing is, again, like I said, when you walk around like you've accomplished something, you don't have to say a motherfucking thing. They're going to be interested. They're absolutely going to be interested. You don't have to announce to the world, which is why the frauds in Florida are a fucking joke, because I have to announce to the world, look at how alpha I am. Alpha! Yeah. I'm so you're telling the world that you're beta by having to tell them that you're alpha. You don't have to say shit. When you walk around, you are going to command respect, or you're going to be a fucking joke. You don't have to demand respect. Your presence should command it. And you know how you're able to command respect? By going out there and doing stuff that you're proud of, going out there and being knowledgeable about your thing. And then when you're in your element and nobody can say shit to you, that's when the panties start getting moist. That's when it happens. Not when you're trying. It's just when you are doing what you were meant to do. So if you're going to be the Indian Jesus resurrecting common sense, right? And you get into your bag, believe me, women will be in your DMs. And it's not going to matter how tall you are, how buff you are. You are going to be in your mode. They're going to see you in your flow. That's what women are interested in. They want to see you in your element, not you in a situation that you're not comfortable in and not sure. Because what do women want more than anything? They want security. And if you're not sure about your path in life, you're not sure about your standing in your profession, you're not sure what you want to do in your life, how can she hitch her trailer to your wagon if she doesn't know that it's going to be able to stay on the pavement?
Absolutely. I 100% agree. My only point with the height argument is that you need to be aware of the factors at play. I need to be aware that
you got to work super hard at everything else.
Yeah, I need to know that I'm a 2 in terms of 2 out of 10 in height, so that I can compensate in other areas.
Absolutely.
I need to know that. If you are a 2 in whatever area it is, if you're a fat fuck, then you need to be aware of the fact that women are looking at you as a fat fuck.
Yeah.
And you might be the smartest, funniest motherfucker in the world, but if you're still a fat fuck, then
you have a lack of discipline. That you're showing them a lack of discipline, and then they know that they can't hitch their trailer to your wagon.
and I'm not getting on a high horse. I'm showing the
Yeah.
same lack of discipline with these fucking noodle arms. I get it. I get it. I'm working on some other shit right now. Just fucking leave me alone, bro.
No, I feel you. I feel you 100%. I do. But what I'm saying is, and this is why, again, I say that our being red pilled is only the first step.
Absolutely.
You then need to know what to do with it once you're there. Once you get there, you need to, okay, so you have the understanding of female nature circa 2022. What do you do with it at that point? Well, if you know that you need to go out there and make some paper, find out what you're great at, and then monetize the fuck out of it. If you are fat, hire a fucking trainer. Eat differently. These are things that you can do something about. You can't do shit about your height. And everybody knows this. Even women understand this on some level. You can't do shit about your height. But what you do to compensate will let people know, okay, that guy's going somewhere. Because a woman will say, well, he's 5'4", but he's in good shape and he's knowledgeable. And worst comes to worst, he can just, grab a Glock 19 and,
damn straight.
If he's proficient with a firearm, we'll be fine with that, right? Like a woman will break her rules for you if she sees that there's something to go somewhere with, right? But you need to have the confidence in yourself first to say, okay, I'm not where I want to be. I'm not where I should be, but I can get there and I will get there. And ain't nobody gonna be able to do shit to keep me from where I want to be.
And that's where I am right now. And I know a lot of dudes are not comfortable with living in that limbo type of situation. But the alternative is banging a bunch of 4s and dealing with a bunch of 4s. And
well, even the 4s think they're 9s.
Exactly. And at least the 9s are not.
Have you seen that video? Have you seen that viral clip of the chick that looks like a walrus? And she had like 9 things that she requires from a man.
If I were,
and then she got roasted for it.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. If I were to search it, what would the search terms be that I was looking for this video?
Let me see if I can find a link for you because, oh boy, that was definitely something else, sir. I mean, this. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that this woman is objectively unattractive. And she's so unattractive that it hurt my soul.
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to say like bad things like on your
We're being nice. We're being fair.
That bitch is ugly. I'm sorry. She's I'm gonna send you a link of a video that I watched today. That I mean when you see this.
Well, I mean, and tying it back into Zach, our friend Zach here.
Okay.
The idea is that again, we don't know what his relationship is like. So we are speculating, but what we're speculating on are his own words about his own relationship. And so these are the types of things, the types of things that Dr. Imala have just been talking about are the types of things that are potentially variable with Zach. So if we're to take the worst interpretation, then, okay, that's a certain situation. And if we're taking the best interpretation, that's a different situation. But in either case, we are looking at something where the man is not leading the situation, but the man has desires to change the situation in a certain manner. And the fact is, if you want to be able to, have that type of control over your relationship, then you need to maintain frame. That's just how it works.
But if he doesn't have the confidence in himself, he can't maintain the frame.
Exactly.
And he may not have accomplished the things in life that he believes he should have accomplished in order for him to step up and actually puff out his chest. And the sad part is, it is very possible that he did do everything that he was supposed to do, but he doesn't recognize that he did. And she is picking up on his lack of confidence. And that's why that dynamic in that relationship is not what it's supposed to be. The dude was in the goddamn military. He shouldn't be second choice to any woman that he's trying to deal with. But there's something within him that is telling her a lie. He's telling her a lie with his lack of confidence, but that's not her problem. That's his problem.
Absolutely. All right. So let's see what.
If you want to go back to the beginning, Black Like Podcast, this guy, he's the dude is usually on point. All right.
All right. Let's see.
But check this shit out, man. Check this shit out. This is insane.
Dr. Evil Genius dropping some.
Welcome to Black Like Podcast. Don Lexi, if you're new to the platform, hit the subscribe button. Also hit the notification bell. Let's go ahead and get right into this viral reaction of a TikToker who exploded because men had a negative reaction to some of her unrealistic standards. Let's spin a clip.
Property tax and the mortgage insurance, all that good stuff. Those are things I expect men to do in marriage. Number one, pay the rent, mortgage, and utilities. So that's like the rent, the water, and like the electric. You know what I'm saying? And then if you have a home,
Fair enough so far.
like the property tax and the mortgage insurance, all that good stuff.
I don't even think that's fair.
I mean, if you put it out there, that's fair enough. If you expect, she says things I expect, so don't hit her up. I mean, again, honesty is such a big thing with all of this.
But is she being honest with herself? Because she said what I expect.
That
should not be her expectation.
I mean, that's a different conversation.
That's the conversation I'm having.
All right, let's see what she deserve.
Look at her,
honey, sweetie, baby.
The cooking. I cook, but I don't really like to cook, so it's really a plus.
I just like. I don't like to cook. I just like to eat.
Really good at cooking.
Look at
it.
Was it worth it?
Number 3, the dishes. I don't like doing the dishes, so.
Shout out to TLA.
That just took that chore off of my hands because I don't like to do the dishes. Number 4, do the laundry. And when I say do the laundry, I don't just mean like put the clothes in the wash. I mean like the whole process.
She does look like Notorious B.I.G.
Put them up, iron what needs to be ironed, fold what needs to be fold. Like do the whole thing from A to Z. Number 5, take out the trash.
Oh, she's still going.
Number 6, any yard work or housework. Now, he doesn't necessarily have to like fix it. Like if there's like a broken pipe or something, like he doesn't have to fix it, but he does have to be responsible. And
Bitch, what are we doing? All right, I gotta finish this because I need to see just how far this goes.
It is fixed. So it's just his responsibility. Number 7, upkeep the car. So that includes any tire changes that need to be made, any oil changes that need to be made, putting gas.
Is she asking him to do it or to like?
No, she's saying to make sure. I think she clarifies to make sure that it just gets done. She doesn't have to do it. She doesn't want to have to pump gasoline. She wants to make sure that the car is already filled up with gas when she goes to get in the car.
Well, and here's the thing: if you these are not necessarily unrealistic things to ask from a woman to a man that she is courting in general. But in the same way, we were just talking about how you as a man have to offer certain things in order to get the what it is that you want.
But the thing is, her size is an issue. But you could, for some women, they're really pretty regardless of size.
She ain't.
Yeah.
In the car, making sure the cars are washed, like the whole process of upkeeping the cars from A to Z.
Detail the car.
Number 8 is date nights at least twice a month, but that actually goes into like any form of recreational activity. So if we're going kayaking, if we're deciding to take a camping trip, if we're deciding to go to a theme park, just at least 2.
I don't think I can say this.
No. It gets better.
I don't think I could say this. I'm not going to say it.
And number 9.
She looks... I can't...
An annual honeymoon. I do want to be one of those couples.
She looks like the Notorious B.I.G. She looks like Biggie Smalls.
Definitely an annual honeymoon and then a separate family vacation. So that's...
Let me just put it this way. If she was a white girl that looked exactly the same way, there is an animal that I could compare her to.
Oh, I got several animals.
But no, specifically because, all right, that's as far as I'm going.
2 big trips per year. So honeymoon.
He said die alone.
Family vacation, and yes, I expect for him to pay for it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
No.
Now, before we get to her response of the backlash.
Oh, there's more? There's more?
Yes.
So
that was the original video.
Give me your.
So that was the original video. She has like this long list of things she expects, right? And one of the things that people like kind of notice, and some of the people didn't even want to broach how objectively unattractive she is. Because it's not even, they say attractiveness is subjective. She is objectively. Like if you put her in a room of 200 men, all 200 men are walking out of the room.
Hell no.
Okay? Hell to the no, right? So she is objectively unattractive for any just objectively unattractive. Okay? They weren't even they said, wait, we heard all the things that you require, and you require him to do everything. What do you do? I showed it to my second lady. I showed her the video, and she says, what is she gonna do?
All right, well, let's see. Let's see.
Because she certainly had a nervous breakdown behind the backlash. we're not going to cover that just yet. I must address her absurd list briefly. Pay her rent, do most of the cooking, wash dishes, do laundry. Again, a man would ask, what is he getting in return? And again, I'm going to go ahead and rate her because that's what we're all thinking. On a scale from 1 to 10, she's certainly, especially considering that she's overweight, she is a swift 2. A swift 2. So, seeing that she's a 2 easily.
He said a swift.
The fact that she's requiring so much.
She's still talking too.
On her best day, she's a 2.
She's still talking too.
And you know what it is? You know what it is? I realize why she's a 2. Because the only way to go lower is if she had a deformity.
That's fair. That's fair. I see we've got another TikTok coming up in the same video.
My most viral video.
Oh,
Y'all
Jesus.
are mad at me because of the requirements that I
No, we
have
ain't mad at you.
that wants to be in my life. Why is that? Whether or not you think I'm ugly, pretty, fat, skinny, whatever, why does it matter?
Nobody thinks you're skinny or pretty.
My partner, who I'm one.
I gotta say, I agree with her. She's allowed to have whatever preferences she wants.
Oh, absolutely.
As ridiculous as they
She
may
didn't say
be.
preferences. She said expectations. And those are 2 different things. One of the criticisms of Kevin Samuels that there was a valid criticism of Kevin. He would always ask the women, what is it that you want? He wouldn't ask them what they would accept. He would always ask them, what do you want? And would ask them what the optimal thing, and then trash them based upon the optimal. Right?
And again, I think that, yes, Queen.
Well, I'm saying I just thought that was the only thing that I really disagreed with him on. It was that like everybody's going to want the optimal if you ask them what they want, right?
Oh, okay.
But asking them what they want and what they expect, that's a loaded term. That's a loaded word.
Yeah.
You should expect to be invisible for the rest of your life looking like that. That should be your expectation. Okay. And if you do catch the attention of a man, you should be like
fucking his dick every day.
Yeah, on the first date, you need to be giving him the keys to a McLaren 570S. I mean, you need to put the keys in his hand and say, whether or not you date me, this car is yours. That should be her expectation. She should be wanting to go that far.
But in
Holy crap.
Y'all are acting like because y'all think I'm ugly, I somehow don't have any standards or value or contributions to society.
Here's the big thing. Look at the conflation of because I'm ugly, my contributions to society. That is a conflation. Your contribution to society and
mean
your
shit
value
in the
to a
sexual
man
marketplace.
are two different
The
things.
sexual marketplace has very narrow
parameters.
Thank you.
And her parameters are the narrowest that we've seen on anybody. So she should know.
Why'd you do this to me? This is how we end the stream.
But let's talk about these crazy expectations.
Well, according to Jimmy Dean, we just don't love. And
What is she the queen of?
Queen of fucking. I'm not. Nope.
Yeah, leave that alone,
Nope.
son.
Nope.
Okay, well, let's do it like this. Let's not call you ugly. Okay? Let's not call you ugly. Fair enough.
I started out being nice.
Here's what we'll do.
This is all Dr. Evil.
You are last. And when it comes to attraction, all the other women are ahead of you. Okay? So there's really no nice way to put this. This isn't an easy discussion. There's women like you who are obviously a 2 on a 10 scale talking about you can demand all these things from a man, and you haven't said what he gets from you. Yeah, you're gonna get backlash. It's the internet. What do you think this is?
How I look does not dictate how I want to be loved. What is so hard for that to click with y'all? I don't care what you guys say about me on the internet. I don't care how many times you make YouTube videos. I don't care how many blogs post this.
Get you
I'm not
some,
changing
girl.
my mind simply because y'all feel like I don't deserve it.
But you're going to have to change your own adult diaper because you are going to die alone.
Say again?
As if she is going to have to change her own adult diaper. She doesn't have to change her mind, but she will have to change her own adult diaper because she will die alone. Absolutely. Even without the expectations, she was probably still going to die alone.
I started this stream wanting to focus on.
I know, but I brought that up because of the crazy expectations that some women have, right?
It definitely is relevant. But I that is just proof that the idea is it goes across genders, it goes across sexuality, it goes across any of that. Remember, we started off with lesbian women talking to straight women. This is how we started 5 hours and 20 minutes ago. But the idea has run through this entire stream that you need to be aware of who you are, where you stand, where other people stand, what you offer, all of these things. And this right here is what happens when you are not aware of that. When you decide that you're going to make up your own standards. When you're going to... Does it show both of them? Perfect. When you show you're going to make up your own standards and, you know, oh, it don't matter. I'm this, that, the other. I said it about men. I said it about myself. I said it about Zach. So don't fucking come at me with some misogynist bullshit. I started with talking about the men.
Because the principle applies to everybody, does it not?
Well, I started rooting for Rachel way back in the Jubilee video.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel the lesbian was coming out with dropping fucking bars. So navigate that if you're trying to fucking say that I did something.
But I mean, people are always going to try to say that you did something because they don't want to deal with the actual subject. They don't want to deal with it because then they would have responsibility. Why do you think they got mad at what's her name, Rebel Wilson? Why do you think they got mad at Rebel Wilson? Because when Rebel Wilson goes through a fitness program and then gets to be she has a physique that men are now interested in. They're mad at her because she was part of the, you know, what was it? The body positivity, right?
Girls.
Yeah. You're right. But when she but the thing is, if she starts putting the work in and the discipline, then what does that do for the other women? Why do you think they're so mad? Because now the responsibility is on them. They don't want the responsibility on them.
Yup.
And it's the same thing with us men, but we're more likely to get the concept and follow through on it. We understand that nothing is owed to us.
Yep.
That we have to go out there and fucking earn it.
Beautifully said.
If we don't have it, we have to go out there and get it, right? I mean, you know, Lutch might just say, hey, anabolic steroids, needle in my butt, lift some weights. I don't know.
No. Never injected anything. And I'm too fucking smart and savvy to have to attract bitches with my And
that
cute.
right?
I'm fucking cute as shit. Am I not cute? I'm fucking cute. Shut up, you fuck. Moving on.
Back it up. Because deserve isn't that people think you don't deserve it, honey. It's that
I don't
it's that you don't
deserve it.
qualify for it.
I
That's
deserve
the issue. You simply don't
everything.
qualify for what you're looking for. And the truth is, most women, even the women who are 10s aren't gonna get a man who is gonna cook for them and do all those things on your list. It was absurd for other reasons than you not being.
I know, but I just want to hear the.
Is that I make so much content on social issues, and this is the stuff that y'all want to share. This is the stuff that
You're a social issue.
Why?
Yeah, hold on. She said why, right? I'm going to explain why.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to explain why. You are a social issue.
Thank you,
You are an example of delusional women that are going to stay separate from men and continue our society's path towards destruction. Because the only way that you can have a community is if you have families. And the only way you can have families is if men and women get together.
Yep.
And men and women can't get together if you look like that, thinking that you're supposed to get what somebody married to Drake would get.
But she's a queen.
Queen of what? The ho-hos? The bonbons?
Tap out. I tap out. Moving on.
Be in a bad place and to be in a relationship where a man is taking advantage of me simply because you don't think I'm pretty. Y'all
No, it's that.
Nobody said anything about taking advantage of you. No one wants to deal with you on any level.
I mean, yo, she could roll up, yo. Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, you know what's really weird? And the thing is, and I think the reason why her standards are so high is because she wants to have an excuse when she dies alone, because she will, right? See, the guys just couldn't reach my standard. How can you go from having the man do everything to being taken advantage of? I think there's a lot of room in the middle before you get to being taken advantage of.
This is a world without Kevin Samuels.
Oh man! As soon as he died, she made the list.
Oh man! Oh Jesus!
Mr. Accountability has left the building. Okay, let me start writing my list of things that I don't qualify for that men should just be tripping over themselves to give me.
Average don't tend to get a man who's going to pay all their bills. That's just what usually happens. It's just what typically happens. And it's not impossible. There you go. It's not impossible, but it isn't likely.
He's being kind.
It isn't impossible. Let's spin the clip.
see nothing wrong with that. The part that hurts the most is that y'all are treating me as if I'm not a human being simply because
you're just an ugly human being.
Whoa. Get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. Get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. I do, yo. I just got triggered. I can't even hear what you're saying. I just got triggered.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yo, get the fuck out of here. You have no idea. You have no idea, you fat fucking lazy bitch, what the fuck it feels like.
Oh my god.
You unjustly be treated like nothing. You are nothing. Look at your fat. Okay, I need to stop.
Look at that.
You don't understand.
You should have TLA on the soundboard. Look at her.
Look at her. But the audacity to be like, I should be getting this, that. I have the exact same desire as this poor, disgusting woman. I have the exact same desire that I just want to be loved. I just want to be accepted for who I am and, just feel loved. But you do not deserve a goddamn thing from my fucking life. And when people like me have to walk the same earth as you do and get exactly the same nothingness that you do until I fucking earn it, and then you sit there demanding it like you deserve it just for being born and having a fucking slit between your legs, I get triggered. I'm gonna go to the comments so I don't say anything I don't. Thank you, Jimmy Dean, for saving me. He says, "Yeah, mama didn't teach you to be nice enough."
Well, my mama wasn't nice.
Woman
so
to die alone. All right, let's finish this up. We got a minute left on this, and then yeah.
That I asked for from a man. The crazy part is I have never tried to date any of y'all.
She said expect. She didn't say ask. She said expect. And now she want to pretend that that's not what she said. Oh, you're going to treat me like I'm not human. And she goes to this crazy hyperbole. I'm expecting the man to do all of everything. And if that doesn't happen, I'm being taken advantage of. The fuck?
And this is like, it would be funnier if this was like some dude doing a skit.
Yeah.
And like just representing what, women generally think.
Right.
But
this is a social issue, whether she knows it or not.
But as far as I can tell, she's dead serious.
No, she's dead ass serious.
That's it.
Interesting, y'all. So why do y'all care?
Whew.
Because you are an example of delusion that is keeping men and women separated.
What's up?
So why do we care?
Yep.
Well, you are a prime example of why men are struggling to find wives. You're an example of that. Because if you're really like a 1.75 out of 10. I mean, let's just be accurate with it. Imagine a woman who is a 4 out of 10. Guys will settle for a 4. A 5 is nice. A 6, woo, die happy.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
right?
Shit.
But when you got the 1.67, she's a 1 2/3 out of 10.
She's a 1.666.
Talking this mess.
She's a 1.666.
I mean, she looks like the mark of the wild beast. Okay, let's just call that what it is. Okay,
canceled.
What did we expect from the 3s and the 4s and the 5s? If that's her expectation, then we need to, she needs to be able to do space tourism on Wednesdays.
And this is why, Jimmy, that it's relevant that we're talking about this. Because if she was out here saying, like, hey, I'm just, I'm a modest woman. I know I'm not, this, that, or the other. I'm just looking for some companionship, and whoever's going to, just hang out and watch movies with me. That's a whole different conversation. There is no way I'm talking to that woman like that.
She's getting sympathy platonic sex like once every 6.5 years. She can definitely attain that level.
Let's just move on.
Whew. Now, if you...
So this is his answer to why do we care?
Young lady, if you find yourself in a relationship with a man and you have him do all of these things in your life and you do absolutely nothing, does that make you a good human being? Honestly.
Ooh.
Does that make you a good human being? Not wanting to be of any value. This has nothing to do with your looks. Not wanting to be of any value to a man.
Damn, that's harsh.
All of this.
Not wanting to be of any value. Woo!
She's accepted where she is in her life because of so many different outside factors. Do we really?
Our factors are intrinsic.
Think so? This question does not have a good answer. Do we really think that she deserves all of that shit?
I don't think that any reasonable woman of any attractiveness level would agree that they would deserve that.
Which does not answer the question.
No, I'm saying I don't think any reasonable woman thinks she deserves that of any attractiveness level. So when you look at her, there aren't not words to describe her delusion. There's simply, I mean, I could grab a thesaurus, but I'm pretty sure there are a couple of words short of what would be used to describe how delusional this woman is.
And that's the idea, is that It's not that she looks the way she looks. It's not any of that. It's the fact that if me, personally, I were to walk up to her and for whatever reason felt like she was the one for me, she would reject me. She would reject me. I know I'm not like hot shit.
Oh, that hurts.
But what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Because I won't pay the mortgage and the rent and do most of the ticket and wash the dishes and do the laundry and take out the trash and yard work and order housework and upkeep the cars and date night at least 2 months and an annual honeymoon and sexual vacation.
Gosh, I don't like to take out the trash.
She would reject me. She would reject me. That is the point.
Does that make you a good human being? Not wanting to be of any value. This has nothing to do with your looks. Not wanting to be of any value to a man, but require all of this from a man. Is that being a fair, let alone decent human being? Fair question. Keep being a man, guys. Shouts out to the sisterhood. I will see you guys on the next one. Much love to all of my inspirational sisters.
Shout out to the brother showing us what is really out there. Really out there. That ain't a joke. But
and so and the thing is, I also want you to know this too. I want you to know this too, Lutch. And it just came to me. Your height is not the fucking problem. Okay? How you socialize with women could be part of it. But there is something else too. The pool that you are, the era that you're living in also makes it more difficult for you because the pool that you have to choose from is much more limited. Now, again, I still do believe that there's at least 50% plus one, shout out to Anirudh, right? There's at least a slim majority of women out there that are worth it. But it used to be 85, 90, 95% that you can meet a nice girl in your town and she would level with you and you guys would go out and find some cool place to hang out and chill, get to know each other, and then a few months to a couple of years later you're married, you got a couple of kids or whatever, right? Yeah. That's the way it used to be. And it used to be 85. Very rarely did you see that if you had one fat girl, there was one fat girl in the school. Now it's 6 out of 10 of them are overweight now. And if you're in the black community, 4 out of 5 are overweight. And then 80% of that 80% is obese. Right? So even if you do have women that are worth the attention, she's not going to keep your dick standing at attention. And that's important to us. So the pool that men have to deal with, and then of course the prices have risen on men. Is it great to be 5'4" if you want to date attractive women? No, it's not great. Can you do things that can up your value in totality? Absolutely. However, when you've got a bag of fertilizer demanding that you do all of these things,
yes.
And then it's like, what can you expect from an average woman if someone that far below average has actually made a list and typed it out and left the conversation at that?
Exactly. And tying it all.
Jimmy Dean says you can even do things to up your RAM. And that is true.
That's a different conversation for our
is that not the case?
Technology days, but in the tying it all back together, first we're talking about lesbian women versus straight women having their differences. Somehow that okay. Somehow that still...
Yeah, that's Mrs. Evil.
Ah, gotcha. Hi! that somehow still came back to be about how men are wrong. Even when it was 7 women talking amongst themselves with a woman moderator, just giving random prompts. Somehow, Mama Bear, if you remember Mama Bear, she took us to patriarchy and all that. And Lauren was... Lauren, our resident butch lesbian, was dropping knowledge bombs and doing work. Then we went over and switched gears a little bit. We went over to Rich Cooper, and we were talking about Zach. Now, Zach was the guy who would be exactly what all of the straight women would think that they want because of the way he looks, because of the way he carries himself. But then they get into the relationship, and he's just kind of going through the motions and just doing what he thinks he's supposed to do, and doesn't ever really make his mark and take the lead and say that, hey, this is how we're going to live life. This is what I'm going to do to make our lives something, whatever that is.
Did he say what rank he attained in the military?
I don't think so.
Because if he was a private and stayed that way, kind of tells you about his lack of leadership abilities, because they do not have any problems promoting guys who are leaders.
And that's another good point about taking orders and
that's all he's ever done is taking orders, because he's not a leader.
Yeah, as you started off talking about, these military guys, all due respect, it's a lifestyle, and there's a certain consequence to living your life in that way, where your default is to look up to your authority and take that virtually without question. I'm sure if you're, it became to some ridiculous thing where you had to, end a child or something, yes, of course you would, not obey orders. But realistically, what would it really take if you're in the military? What would it really take for you to disobey orders and be dishonorably discharged? What would it really take? Probably some crazy shit. So you just follow orders, and then you go out into the rest of the world, and you think that that's how everything works. And he might have been the man in his platoon or whatever. But that's different than how the rest of the world works. And even if you serve our country, put your life on the line, you are not exempt from just the mere preferences of what women have. It's tough out there, and you need to understand where you stand and why you stand there, and where you want to be standing in the future. Those are 3 things. Where do you stand? Why do you stand there? Where do you want to stand in the future? If you can start with those 3, then you are on a decent track. You may make it out alive. But if you can't even figure that out, then I don't know what to tell you. Dr. Evil Genius, do you have any parting words for the people? I'm going to give you the floor.
Hey, thank you, Lutch, for having this conversation. These conversations need to happen. And I look forward to more of your reactions.
Don't you have a podcast and a YouTube channel?
I'm just happy to be here. This was a really good experience.
All right. Well, do check him out on the Talking Shit podcast, and every single UFC card you'll find both of us, as long as
maybe not this weekend though. Might be doing some family stuff this weekend.
Well, for the majority of UFC cards. Well, if
I'm
he's
not trying to get you
it,
set up with Captain Paul to do the show. I
was gonna say, if you're not doing it, I could fucking do it.
Yeah.
I'll be here anyway.
Yeah.
But most UFC cards, pay-per-view or not, Dr. Evil Genius and I will be there from the very start to the very end, talking about every single fight. And
you can find me on Twitter at dr_evil_genius. Right there in the corner.
There you go. He's also got the that happens on the Talking Shit podcast YouTube channel. Please do go check that out. And a lot of great stuff over there. They actually showed me a lot of stuff about what I think I'm going to be doing. So if you like what I'm doing over here, you will definitely enjoy what they are doing over there. But of course, This is the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, soon to become the channel of the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. So make sure you stay tuned for a brand new rebrand. All of this stuff is still going to be here. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be awesome stuff. None of the good stuff is going to change. All the bad shit's going to be gone. There's no bad shit. What am I talking about? The podcast is still going to be here. We're still going to be rocking. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't done so already. And if you could be so kind, make sure you do hit the like button on your way out. If you really love me, there are some support links in the description. I would love if you could help with the channel. Of course, this shit is not free, and I feel like I'm dropping knowledge here. So, help me out. But even if you don't want to do that, is absolutely free to hit the like button, subscribe, share this with your friends, drop a comment. All of that stuff is absolutely free. But even if you don't even want to do that, you lazy piece of shit, I just want to sit at home and think about how awesome I am and how great this channel is, you could do that too. And I would like you to subscribe. But even if you don't, I am Lutch, and I will see you